Nayan had a better understanding of his own strength after using the testing machines today. Although he was quite lacking compared to those expert fighters, he should still be able to handle himself if he came across unexpected circumstances. With $28,000 in reward money, Nayan headed to the department store to purchase 10 or so tubes of nutritional supplements, which were enough to last him for the rest of the month. Nayan continued exercising when he returned home. During the past few days, aside from gaming, he spent the rest of his time exercising and studying. As for other matters, he'd have to put them aside until his parents returned. Just like this, half a day quickly passed by. It was near 5 in the evening and the game servers would be opening soon. Nayan reclined on the bed with the gaming helmet on his head. As soon as he entered the game, he began to diligently train by grinding the surrounding water spiders. As several spiders met their deaths one after another by his hands, his experience bar gradually rose. He would level up shortly after 10 or so mobs. "Nayan, where are you right now?" Yao Yao asked Nayan through voice chat. "I'm still at Lake Rando killing water spiders. Come to the Telek Town transfer point in 5 minutes. We're about to set off very soon. Bring that friend of yours over as well." "All right," Nayan replied. "If that's all, I guess we'll meet in 5 minutes then." After disconnecting from the voice chat with Yao Yao, Nayan contacted Tang Yao, Telek Town transfer point. "Our team is about to head out soon. Quickly get over there." This early, Tang Yao replied in surprise. His tone contained eagerness and pleasant surprise. Generally, people run dungeons as early in the day as possible, rather than later. Besides, it's better to set off in the morning compared to the afternoon or evening. "Gotcha, I'll head there right now," Tang Yao replied and hurriedly prepared himself to leave. Nayan checked his experience bar level 399. Filling up the remaining 1% would still require 10 minutes of grinding at the very least. Since it appeared he didn't have enough time, he took out a return scroll and began unraveling it. After 20 seconds and a brilliant flash of light, the scenery before his eyes shifted. He had returned to town. "Where are you? Coordinates?" Nayan asked Tang Yao through voice chat. "Hey, I can see you. I'll come over, so stay where you are." Tang Yao came walking over from the plaza in the distance. He was garbed from head to toe in a fiery red mage robe. It appeared especially conspicuous within the crowd and attracted the envious gazes of the surrounding players. Tang Yao had even unconsciously straightened his back and puffed out his chest. The equipment he wore was a symbol of high honor because it represented the presence of an expert. "So how'd your practice at home go?" Nayan asked. Tang Yao appeared to be full of energy when Nayan gazed at him. He no longer looked like the depressed and dispirited player he remembered in his past life. "Not bad. You'll know in just a bit. I didn't improve by just a small amount either. Hey, listen to this. When I logged off, that brat Wei Kai actually called me up. That guy surprisingly wanted to curry some favor with us. He even asked for your phone number. Anyway, I made him my training partner and had several dozen matches with him. That guy didn't even win a single match. You sure he didn't just let you win?" Nayan asked with a smile. In his mind, he knew this was exactly Wei Kai's style of handling affairs. "You're underestimating me too much. I'm actually quite skillful now, you know. Hey, when Wei Kai called me up in the afternoon, he said you went to the Lin family martial arts facility. You didn't go there looking for Lin Jia, did you?" I really couldn't believe it. How could you possibly like that woman? I heard she's already slept with many guys. That was back in middle school when I was still naive and young. Now I don't have any interest in her. I only went to the facility to test out my strength. When I thought it over, I believed this was the most likely case as well. How could you possibly be attracted to Lin Jia? If you're looking for a girl, this brother here can help introduce you to one. Tang Yao laughed while he pat on Nayan's shoulder. With the type of girls you're acquainted with, it's better if you keep them to yourself. Nayan rolled his eyes at Tang Yao's antics. A sweet fragrance entered Nayan's nose. The scent belonged to a lily perfume sold in NPC stores. It was simple, elegant, and pleasant to the nose. He knew exactly who had arrived the moment this scent entered his nose. All you think about is things like picking up girls all day. I knew you weren't a good person. Yao Yao muttered to herself. Nayan knowingly smiled when he heard this voice. He turned his head and saw Yao Yao's charming figure standing right behind him. She was dressed in a pure white mage gown. It was like mercury falling, complementing her perfect body. Her hair hung down, and the pink kerchief she had tied over her head made her appear all the more lovely. It was as if she walked out from the canvas of a beautiful painting. Tang Yao stared at the beautiful Yao Yao standing by Nayan's side with saliva almost dripping from his mouth. He stood there with a blank expression for what seemed like half a day before elbowing Nayan in the side. "So beautiful, a first-rate beauty. Oh my god. Nayan, is this your girlfriend? What are you saying? Who are you saying is his girlfriend?" Yao Yao's eyes widened into a furious glare. She was absolutely fuming. Before her eyes, this vulgar fellow surprisingly said she was Nayan's girlfriend. HMPH, indeed, birds of a feather do flock together. Exactly, birds of a feather do flock together. Otherwise, you also wouldn't have come here looking for us. Nayan laughed while teasing Yao Yao. Why you? HMPH, this magnanimous lady is going to ignore you. Senior sister Yulan Blue Feather and the rest of them are already at the transfer point. Let's go and meet up with them. Since she couldn't outwit Nayan, Yao Yao quickly changed the subject. Tang Yao suddenly realized something as he watched the Nayan and Yao Yao bickering. What was it called again? He seemed to have forgotten. Oh, that's right, it's definitely this. It was a lover's quarrel. He had seen many couples that enjoyed bickering like this before. Although Tang Yao himself was a person who was usually lecherous and full of hormones, he still held some principles. He might take away another person's woman, but when it came to his own brothers, he definitely wouldn't interfere. Tang Yao mentally gave Nayan's a thumbs up and secretly whispered, "You do have some skill after all." Tang Yao's mentality immediately diverged. From then on, he viewed Yao Yao as nothing more than a potential friend. Seeing this, Nayan couldn't help smiling, however. He was too lazy to explain. Besides, when it came to these matters, explaining them would only make things messier. The three began walking in the direction of the transfer point. Nayan, is this your friend? That guy has a vulgar appearance, but it looks like his equipment is pretty good. What kind of equipment is he wearing? Yao Yao curiously asked. Tang Yao's cheeks were streaming with tears. Why was this beautiful woman right beside him when describing his appearance, not using words like confident, dashing, or crushingly handsome, but instead using words like vulgar? Fire chaser set, Nayan replied. He noticed Yao Yao's hair beneath her kerchief was folded into several layers. The irregular arrangement was quite charming and revealed it was done with the utmost care. The fire chaser set dropped from Black Flame Forest. Yao Yao exclaimed in surprise. She knew Black Flame Forest was a much more difficult dungeon compared to Treant Forest. Only the elite teams from large guilds would enter these dungeons. After realizing this, Yao Yao couldn't help but look at Tang Yao in a new light. Those who were able to run Black Flame Forest were definitely experts. I never expected this wretched fatty was actually a powerful expert. Tang Yao had advanced from a vulgar person into a wretched fatty. However, after Yao Yao added that he was a powerful expert, Tang Yao felt slightly better of and somewhat proud of himself. He also had somewhat of a guilty conscience. This title of expert was merely a forgery. When compared to genuine experts, he was still lacking by a whole grade. Nayan, my kerchief is pretty, isn't it? It was a drop I got from farming in the Radiant Ruins. It's holy damage +3. Yao Yao did a little spin. Her fluttering mage gown resembled a snow lotus in bloom as her kerchief danced in the air. To an onlooker, it was especially moving. It seemed she still held the slight temperament of a child. If she had something nice, she couldn't help but show it off. Moreover, the displeasure she held towards Nayan from their prior conversation appeared to have been completely forgotten. It does look very pretty, Nayan replied with a nod of his head. Yao Yao had this magical characteristic about her. She was able to let any person completely forget about their worries. Brother, not bad. You should make your move at the first opportunity. Otherwise, she'll get taken away by another person, and it would be too late to regret by then. The three soon arrived at the Transfer Point Plaza. There, a group of 10 or so players was waiting together, crowded together like how the stars cupped themselves around the moon. At the center of their attention was a curvaceous beauty in azure armor. Senior sister Yulan Blue Feather, they're here. Yao Yao walked to Yulan's side. The two gorgeous beauties standing side by side were an especially stunning sight to behold. What luck, we're encountering beauties as soon as we set out. So beautiful, so gorgeous. Tang Yao softly whispered. This little scoundrel was a lecherous pervert who wouldn't change even if you beat him to death. He enjoyed looking at beautiful women, but he knew very well that most of these beauties would never put him in their eyes. Therefore, he did nothing more than ogle. Pleasure to meet you, Yulan said, facing Nayan and Tang Yao. She carefully observed Nayan. Although his appearance seemed somewhat juvenile, his calm and unhurried bearing made him look quite composed. The most noticeable trait was the air of confidence and decisiveness that surrounded him. Since she could still be regarded as experienced and knowledgeable, she could discern he possessed some of the special characteristics of an expert. As for the fatty standing by his side, she didn't know what to make of him. Likewise, Nayan slightly nodded in reply. Yulan's complete set of azure armor perfectly revealed the curves of her model-like figure. A glimpse of her deep cleavage could be seen in the opening near her chest. From head to toe, she radiated a fatal, wild attractiveness. She undoubtedly possessed the best figure out of all the women he had met before. Moreover, she had a beautiful face as well. This devastating combination was practically capable of seducing men to their deaths. In spite of this, Nayan held no interest or desires towards her. Tang Yao, however, had a little trouble shifting his gaze. When comparing Yao Yao and Yulan, the latter evidently suited his tastes much more. Take care, this beauty is someone even I don't dare to provoke, Nayan secretly informed Tang Yao. Hello, Tang Yao stumbled as he greeted her in an overly reserved manner. Nayan's eyes widened in surprise. This little scoundrel often couldn't restrain himself when in front of beautiful women due to his perverted nature and natural tendencies as a chatterbox. However, today Nyan was witnessing an unprecedented event. This chatterbox was acting quite shy and reserved. Am I dreaming? Did the sun rise from the west this morning? All right, let's get ready to set off for the dungeon. If you have something to say, we'll talk on the road there. Yulan consistently paid attention to efficiency, thus she didn't want to waste any more time standing around. Remember our prior agreement. I'll be acting as team captain during the run, so I want everyone listening to my arrangements. Nyan promptly reminded Yulan. His gaze was sharp and resolute. All right, Yulan nodded in reply. She turned around and addressed the rest of her team. I'm disbanding the team. In a moment, accept Nyan's invite to form a team. He'll be temporarily acting as team captain, so listen to his arrangements. The rest of the members began heavily discussing. They were unfamiliar with Nyan. Therefore, in their hearts, they were somewhat unwilling to take commands from this stranger. Yulan, why do we have to take orders from this guy? If by any chance he doesn't know anything and ends up getting our team wiped, what do we do then? The one who spoke was Chen Bo One. Nyan and Yao Yao's seemingly intimate relationship had caused a sense of crisis to arise. As a result, he regarded Nyan with an intense hostility. Nyan wasn't unfamiliar with this Chen Bo. He was a classmate of Yulan and they were quite familiar with each other. In the past, he had always been pursuing Yulan, but after meeting Yao Yao, his mind went into a state of chaos. He liked all beauties, so he didn't know which one he should pursue. Therefore, he decided to make both his property and became unwilling to let any others come near the two. However, to his misfortune, both girls greatly disliked him, and as a result, he ended up getting neither. Simply put, he was merely a useless brat with some wealth who got smitten with any beauty he laid eyes on. In Nyan's past life, this scoundrel was a walking tragedy. In this life, after encountering Nyan, it appeared he was still destined to become a walking tragedy. I'm called Chen Bo. Morning Wood, oh I see, so it was elder brother. Morning Wood, Nyan's tone dripped with sarcasm. He feigned surprise and acted as if Chen Bo's input held great importance. I said my name is Chen Bo, the same Chen as in the surname, and the Bo in enormous. Chen Bo replied in an irritated tone. I did say. Morning Wood, I didn't speak incorrectly, did I? Nyan innocently gazed at Tang Yao by his side. Tang Yao clearly understood what was going on. Nyan was simply messing with Chen Bo and mispronouncing his name on purpose. Tang Yao was practically dying as he held back a belly full of laughter. He restrained himself and said with a smiling expression, right, you didn't speak incorrectly, you did say. Morning Wood, Tang Yao even purposefully enunciated the two words in a serious tone. However, from the smiling expressions on their faces, it was clear they weren't pronouncing Chen Bo's name correctly and were pronouncing it as Morning Wood instead. Granted, even if the person were an idiot, they would clearly understand what was going on. Yao Yao flashed a beautiful smile as two dimples emerged on her face. She shot a glance at Nyan, feigning displeasure. This guy is too awful. You can't just humiliate people like this. The majority of people she and Yulan met were quite reserved while in front of them. That being said, Nyan's frank and forthright manner of speaking didn't arouse her disgust. On the contrary, she felt Nyan was different from people like Chen Bo who often hid their true intentions and acted in an extremely hypocritical manner. Yulan also slightly showed signs of being unable to hold back her laughter. Seeing Chen Bo on the brink of lividness, she hurriedly took on the role of peacemaker and said, forget it, he was just joking around. Nyan, go create the team. Nyan sent everyone in Yulan's group an invite, Chen Bo included. Chen Bo had the faint urge of lashing out. Nyan fixed his expression and announced in a stern and severe tone, if you've accepted me as team captain, you will unconditionally obey my commands as long as you're within my team. If you have any misgivings or objections, you can come looking for me after the run and settle it then. Anyone unwilling is free to leave the team right now. We can still find others to fill your spot. If you attempt to cause mischief or join with malicious intent, even if the team is completely wiped during the run, the ones suffering losses in the end are still yourselves. 20% of your experience bar. I think it'll still take quite some time to fill back up, right? As Nyan spoke, he simultaneously swept his gaze over everyone present. His imposing stature was reminiscent of a true leader. Not a single person dared to look him straight in the eye. The crowd slowly discussed amongst themselves. After a short while, the people in the group began subsequently accepting the invitation. System Yulan has joined your team. System Yao Yao has joined your team. System Bottled Water has joined your team. Ayan was quite imposing. Yulan's eyes flashed with praise after evaluating his performance. Perhaps he really could carry them through the treant forest. Yulan followed in a stern tone as well. Regard Nyan's orders as team captain as if they were given by me. Anyone who fails to comply might as well quit the team because in the future, our team will no longer have such a person. The The crowd immediately quieted down. As her own team members, they knew this type of order was extremely severe. After being in a team with each other for so long, they were quite familiar with one another and had established amicable friendships with their surrounding teammates. If they were forced to leave the team, where would they go? Even if they found another team, one that was capable of running a 20-player dungeon like Treat Forest was extremely difficult to find. Chen Bo held a resentful expression and was prepared to speak out. However, Yu Lan's severe gaze suddenly focused on him. Chen Bo, who was on the verge of speaking his mind, immediately swallowed his words back down his throat. System Chen Bo has joined your team. Since all of you have already entered my team, don't blame me if I immediately kick you for disobeying orders. Our objective here is the same. We're here for the sake of getting some equipment and nothing else. If things go smoothly, we may be able to pick up even more equipment. If no issues arise, everyone here can gain at least 20% of a level. If there's anyone who wants to secretly sabotage the run, the damages inflicted on the entire team will be solely placed on them. The people next to you are all your fellow companions. Don't think it's necessary to make things difficult for your own people. If it appears I'm unsuitable to lead and cause mistakes to arise, I'll hand over 10 silvers to your captain, which can be considered compensation for you team, Na Yan said. He swept his gaze over everyone present and stopped on Chen Bo. If it weren't for the fact that this high-level dungeon dropped a certain jewel, he wouldn't have even bothered coming here. Many players within the group were quite dissatisfied with Na Yan. However, they had no choice but to concede. Na Yan's words were quite reasonable. If they absolutely wanted to make things difficult for him, it would be the same as making things difficult for themselves. Harming others without benefiting yourself. It wasn't worth the trouble. They could only oblige themselves to listen to Na Yan for the time being. He even gave his word and said he'd compensate the team with 10 silvers if huge mistakes occurred because he was unsuitable as team captain. This could already be regarded as extremely benevolent. We've already been wiped in this dungeon twice. It wouldn't be a strange matter if we ended up getting wiped once again. Besides, those elite teams from the large guilds frequently get wiped all the time too. We're going to the Treat Forest simply to feel things out. As for those 10 silvers, how could we possibly be so shameless as to ask Brother Na Yan for it? The one who spoke within the team was a fighter called by Kaishui Plain Boiled Water. He could be regarded as one of those players who were fair and just. One by one, the surrounding members also began agreeing with his reasoning, and their impression of Na Yan somewhat changed as well. Since that's the case, I'll start handing out orders now. If anyone's dissatisfied with me, they can forward their own suggestions. As long as it's within reason, I'll be happy to oblige, Na Yan said. Since his previous speech was effective, and Yu Lan's leadership could still be considered competent, he shouldn't have any problems leading this group of players through the dungeon. I'd like everyone to announce their names and character information, starting from the fighter over there, Na Yan announced. If the most basic stat requirements weren't met, even if the team possessed a strong expert, it would be incredibly difficult for them to clear the dungeon. In other words, even if he knew how to pass through the dungeon, he'd first need each member of his team to meet the basic stat requirements to even attempt it. By Kaishui Plain Boiled Water, fighter, 61 defense, 230 health, and 27 attack, By Kaishui replied. He was the one who had spoken up for Na Yan earlier. He had the appearance of a slightly rugged man in his late 20s and a robust body that resembled an ox. He was the team's main tank. With a single glance, you knew he was made to be a warrior. Steamed Dumpling Feishui Jujiazi, calling me Dumpling is fine. I'm a fighter, 51 defense, 160 health, and 28 attack. Blaze, Elementalist, 32 magic damage. By Kaishui, I want you to go and buy a basic haste scroll. Pumpkin Nangua, I want you to go and buy a basic strength scroll. Na Yan issued orders after they were all accounted for. Many of the players within the team looked at each other with embarrassed expressions. Among the average player, they were considered relatively strong experts with deep pockets, but in reality, the total wealth they had on hand absolutely didn't exceed 1 silver. Items like basic haste scrolls, basic strength scrolls, basic intellect scrolls, etc. easily cost upwards of 20 coppers. Wasn't this kind of expenditure rather extreme? Even if they cleared Treat Forest, they were still unsure of the profit they'd receive. HMPH, buying so many scrolls. If I was the leader and had so many scrolls, we'd be able to clear the dungeon too, Chen Bo muttered to himself. Chen Bo was repeatedly making things difficult for Na Yan. Tang Yao, who had witnessed all of this on the side, was put in quite a foul mood. Could it be that you can't afford it? If you don't have the money to buy something as cheap as a scroll, I can always lend you a bit first, Tang Yao provoked, staring at Chen Bo with a disdainful gaze. 20 coppers is nothing. It's not like this young master here can't afford it. However, this guy here clearly has selfish motives. Why isn't he making you buy basic intellect scrolls and instead making us spend all the money? Chen Bo retorted without holding back any accusations. Chen Bo's accusations gave rise to doubts among the crowd as they stared suspiciously at Yan. They were all in a team together. However, if Yan clearly favored his own people and deliberately made their side spend more money, then that would simply be an extremely callous and deceptive behavior that they could not tolerate. During the whole ordeal, Tang Yao wasn't able to give the reason why. The corner of Chen Bo's mouth curved into a sneer and he said, "What? You don't have anything to say now?" The surrounding crowd waited for Yan's reply. If he didn't give them a suitable explanation, the crowd most likely wouldn't let him off so easily. "You figured something out. You haven't figured out piss. My brother is wearing the full Fire Chaser set. His magic damage is already over 50. Does he need to buy basic intellect scrolls then? He already has a hard enough time controlling his damage as it is. Does he need a basic intellect scroll to increase his magic damage further? Do you want the boss to switch aggro and split him in half?" Yan ruthlessly rebuked. Yan's words held another implication. With the equipment Tang Yao possessed, the elite teams from large guilds would be more than happy to have him if he wanted to run a dungeon with them. Accompanying Yu Lan's team into the dungeon was the same as using a sledgehammer to crack a walnut. It was simply a waste of his talents. It was already a show of respect by showing up here, yet they still wanted to make more demands and even threw out accusations. Many of the team members, after hearing Yan's words, held faces full of shame. Their expressions greatly changed as they gazed at the equipment on Tang Yao's body. This was, in fact, the Fire Chaser set. It was a symbol of honor. It was a sign that a player had conquered Blackflame Forest. If Tang Yao had already cleared Blackflame Forest, it meant he had long since gotten everything he needed from a lower-level dungeon like Treant Forest. Yet he had still come back here to run this dungeon with them. This alone meant he was giving their team a tremendous amount of face. Seeing the changed expressions of the surrounding crowd, Tang Yao subconsciously straightened his back. Being adored and respected by the crowd made him feel rather satisfied. Thus, Tang Yao inwardly confirmed his resolve. If I'm going to wear this kind of equipment, I shouldn't lose any face. At the very least, I've got to show the bearing of an expert. Chen Bo was momentarily left speechless. Yan had ruthlessly suppressed him, and he simply had no means to retort. Yu Lan glanced at Tang Yao and carefully examined the equipment on his body. Even I couldn't recognize it at first. "This wretched fatty is actually an expert. I want everyone who was called out to go and buy their respective scrolls," Yu Lan ordered. However, she was left wondering. Even if they cleared Treant Forest, would they still be able to gain a positive return after buying so many scrolls? The members whose names were mentioned left to purchase scrolls. They had already bought all the consumables they needed beforehand, so making a return trip to the stores wouldn't waste too much time. "Yan, do we really need so many scrolls to clear Treant Forest?" Yao Yao asked while her elegant eyes stared fixedly at Yan. From her memory, the larger teams she knew didn't use this many scrolls when they cleared Treant Forest. "You'll know when the time comes. I am absolutely not wasting money by making them buy these scrolls," Yan replied. Even if it were the elite teams from the large guilds, he reckoned they only cleared the normal difficulty Treant Forest. However, the difficulty he was aiming for was the hardest one, Specialist, when it was impossible for them to clear the run without these scrolls. Yao Yao blinked and nodded her head. Despite only knowing Yan for several days, she was certain of one little thing. He was definitely someone who was capable and in no way would do something for no reason. After a short while, the people who were called out returned with their scrolls purchased. Yan did roll call. All 19 people including him were present and accounted for. "Is there anyone here who can invite a strong mage to join us? I'd be more reassured if there was another high-damage mage with us," Yan asked Yu Lan and her team. "That's going to be a little hard to do," Yu Lan replied in a somewhat awkward tone. For the most part, mages who had high damage were already in fixed teams, so where could they go looking for one? I can find one. I have a classmate who belongs in Radiant Sacred Flame Guild's elite team. Their team has recently been preparing for Blackflame Forest, but by chance my classmate has some free time today, Yao Yao interjected. "Male or female? How's their skill?" Yu Lan asked. "He's a male and really strong too," Yao Yao replied. "Radiant Sacred Flame Guild. Forget it then," Yan shook his head and said. "Why?" Yao Yao inquisitively asked. "I've already killed several of their guild members. Right now they have a hit order on me," Yan straightforwardly replied without holding anything back. Even if the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild knew he was here, what could they do about it? "Last time, everyone in my party except for me was wiped out by the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild. My brother here single-handedly killed 7 or 8 of them to save me." Tang Yao proudly flaunted Yan's accomplishments. He couldn't help but show off to everyone present that he and Yan were brothers. They were a weak group. All their players were full of beginners. Yan didn't feel it was anything significant. "I say, you only killed off a few noobs and you think you're so terrific. I've killed entire teams before," Chen Bo suddenly interrupted. A sneer was on his face and his expression was full of ridicule. Chen Bo's words infuriated Tang Yao by no small amount. The players Yan killed were by no means beginners. Among them, there was even a player with the full Fire Chaser set. He was just about to retort, but Nyan held him back. Thus he could only suppress his anger in silence. Yulan crossed her arms across her chest and examined Nyan. Since he wasn't a brash person who liked to flaunt his accomplishments, it appeared Tang Yao's words were most likely true. After all, those who were able to corner an expert-level figure like Tang Yao definitely couldn't be simple. It seemed Nyan wasn't only skillful in dungeons, but in player-versus-player situations as well. Who are we going to find then? Yao Yao asked. She believed even if her classmate was part of the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild, it wasn't as if he and Nyan were ever in direct conflict. Therefore, it didn't necessarily mean their tensions couldn't be eased. Perhaps in the future, she could even introduce them to one another and have them get to know each other. However, she chose to put this idea off until another time. After giving it some thought, Bai Kaishui Plain Bold Water interjected with his own suggestion. I know a person. They're an arcane mage from Holy Empire. His name is Dusk Huanghun and his magic damage is 52, though I don't know if he'd be interested in running this dungeon with us. He and his team have already cleared Blackflame Forest and are preparing for Agmoda Muddy Wetlands, so I don't know if he'd be willing to come back to Treant Forest again. I'll give him a call anyway. A brief moment later, Yulan asked Bai Kaishui, how did it go? Is he willing? He agreed. Bai Kaishui replied in excitement. This truly was unexpected. They had only met several times in the past when they partied up to grind mobs. Dusk had given Bai Kaishui quite a bit of face by agreeing to come. Great, we now have exactly 20 players. We'll set out the moment he arrives, Nyan said, nodding his head. Surprisingly, it was someone from Holy Empire. A great opportunity was presenting itself to him. Ah, Brother Bai Kaishui does indeed possess a lot of face. He's even able to invite someone from Holy Empire, Chenbo praised. He shot a glance at Nyan and Tang Yao. If this dungeon run were to go without a hitch, he couldn't say for sure they wouldn't be frequent additions to their team activities. He had to find some way of driving these two uninvited guests out of the team and maybe even rope in a few others to help him. How can that be? He's the one who's giving me face. Bai Kaishui was practically glowing with joy. He also felt quite proud of his accomplishment. That kind of person is a true expert. His team is already preparing to run Agmoda Muddy Wetlands. He's definitely cleared Treant Forest, so I think it's best if we make that person the team captain instead. Chen Bo shot a glance at Nyan and Tang Yao. This bastard Chen Bo infuriated Tang Yao by no small measure. If it weren't for Nyan who held him back, he would have lashed out long ago. True, if he's cleared Treant Forest before, it wouldn't be a bad idea to let him be team captain, Nyan replied in a dull tone. Oh, so you realized your own incompetence. If you had realized it earlier, then there wouldn't have been a need for you to foolishly show off. Since Chen Bo was given an inch, he attempted to take a mile. He was a person with no sense of propriety. Chen Bo. Yulan knitted her brows and called out in a displeased tone. She was rather annoyed with his behavior. Met with Yulan's reaction, Chen Bo muttered a few words to himself but no longer said anything more. After a short while, the surrounding area flashed with a brilliant light and a figure emerged from the Telak town transfer point. It was an arcane mage who wore a black-colored mage robe. The man had the appearance of a person in their late 20s. His black mage robes were inscribed with various strange magical runes, and he exuded a mysterious and dignified aura. Nyan gave him a quick glance. He could tell this person was wearing the arcane mage's dark winter set. Presently, it was a top-notch equipment set for arcane mages. This set and Tang Yao's fire chaser set were both on the same level. However, the fire chaser set suited elementalists more while the dark winter set suited arcane mages. Therefore, for an arcane mage, the Dark Winter set was much more preferable than the Fire Chaser set. Hey, Brother Dusk, long time no see. Bai Kaishui walked forward to welcome him. Long time no see. Dusk also walked up and exchanged greetings with Bai Kaishui. He gave the crowd a quick glance and said, hello everyone. These words were spoken with a slight arrogance. He was a member of Holy Empire's elite team. His elite team and Yulan's small team were on a completely different level. He decided to come because Bai Kaishui's personality was decent and he had a slight friendship with him. Moreover, he had some free time because his team was making preparations for Agmoda Muddy Wetlands. If it weren't for these two factors, he wouldn't have even bothered paying this small team any attention. This is our team captain, Yulan. Bai Kaishui introduced Yulan to his friend. Dusk nodded at Yulan and smiled. I didn't expect your team captain was actually such a beauty. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Dusk greeted Yulan. This was their first meeting, and he didn't reveal the slightest bit of impoliteness when met with a beauty such as Yulan. He appeared refined and courteous without lacking the slightest bit of elegance. Yulan replied with a slight nod of her head, pleased to meet you. This Dusk did indeed possess the bearing of an expert. Chen Bo shuffled to Bai Kaishui's side. He hoped Bai Kaishui would lend him a helping hand in introducing him to the expert. However, when Dusk noticed Nyan standing at the back of the crowd, his eyes widened in surprise and he walked over to greet Nyan. I never thought Brother Nyan would be in a place like this, Dusk exclaimed in a pleasantly surprised tone. You are, Nyan mumbled as if trying to recall who this person was. He remembered now. Back at Linktown, there was such a person standing by Sleepy Fox's side. You don't recognize me, but I recognize you. Previously, when our guild leader invited you to run Agmoda Muddy Wetlands, I was standing right behind him. Brother Nyan truly is skilled. You managed to trip Swift Slash and cause him to fall at the most crucial moment. Dusk was in high spirits as he mentioned Nyan's accomplishment. When the surrounding crowd heard Dusk's words, they cast their curious gazes towards Nyan and wondered just what kind of background he had. He even knew Holy Empire's guild leader. As for Swift Slash, they seemed to recall he was the Dark Massacre's guild leader. Every person Nyan had come in contact with had a terrifying amount of influence. You know Brother Nyan? Bai Kaishui asked with an astonished expression. Not only do I know him, Brother Nyan is even currently a celebrity among our Holy Empire guild members. When our guild leader invited him to run Agmoda Muddy Wetlands together, Brother Nyan imposed the harsh demand of getting the first pick on all thief equipment. Not a single person in our guild would have dared to speak in such a way to our guild leader, but surprisingly, our guild leader agreed to Brother Nyan's conditions. Dusk replied. He was a straightforward person, and he didn't attempt to conceal any of the admiration he held for Nyan. The crowd looked at each other in shock. Who was Sleepy Fox? He was the guild leader of Holy Empire, a legendary player among the player base. Nyan even set conditions when the guild leader of Holy Empire invited him to run Agmoda Muddy Swamplands together. Didn't this clearly signify Sleepy Fox was the one currying favor with Nyan? As the guild leader of Holy Empire, how could Sleepy Fox's judgment possibly be lacking? Going by that logic, wouldn't this mean Nyan was a godlike figure who didn't heed the most elite teams even if they begged him to come? If that was the case, Nyan's conditions for running Treant Forest with their own team were actually rather light. Dusk was a member of Holy Empire. It was unlikely his words were a lie. Yao Yao, it seems you actually invited an esteemed expert to help us, Yulan teased in a joking manner. Yao Yao's eyebrow curved into crescents. Her face was brimming with joy from the pride she felt. Chen Bo didn't anticipate Nyan to have such a powerful background. He finally became aware that he and Nyan weren't on the same standing. As if he were a shriveled eggplant, he stood foolishly to the side, seething in anger when a malicious thought came to mind. He definitely had to make Nyan pay a heavy price for crossing his path. When the crowd gazed at Nyan, their eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. Each and every one of them was trying to guess what sort of background he had. Tang Yao was the happiest among all of them. He elbowed Nyan in the side and whispered, "Not bad. You really did conceal yourself well. When did you meet the guild leader of Holy Empire?" "Yesterday," Nyan calmly replied. The respect he gained wasn't given by others. Rather, it was acquired by himself. Truthfully speaking, if he didn't have any skill, it wouldn't have mattered how much face Sleepy Fox gave him, it would all be useless. His present goal was still to clear Treant Forest. He put other matters aside for now. He was attempting a difficulty even the most elite of teams didn't dare to rashly attempt specialist. "Since everyone's here, let's set off," Nyan ordered. He then began walking in the direction of the town exit. "Brother Nyan, why are you still running Treant Forest?" Dusk curiously asked. He reasonably believed Nyan had absolutely no reason to waste his time on this sort of low-level dungeon with his level of skill. "I want the Treant King's Featherfall Jewel. Also, this dungeon drops some of the better thief equipment. Perhaps one or two of them will drop during this run," Nyan replied. In any case, everyone would eventually find out what he was planning when they arrived at the dungeon, so it wasn't necessary for him to hide anything. Besides, his impression of Dusk was rather decent. "Featherfall Jewel, what kind of item is that? We've run this dungeon 5 or 6 times in the past, and we've never once gotten any Featherfall Jewel," Dusk exclaimed in surprise. Dusk didn't know what the Featherfall Jewel was because it was only a drop on the specialist difficulty. Moreover, it had only dropped from the Treant King. The dungeon's difficulty changed depending on the overall level of the team. If there were more high-level players in the team, the dungeon's difficulty would increase to compensate. If players wanted to clear the specialist Treant Forest, it definitely wouldn't be an easy task. Even the elite teams from large guilds would have quite a hard time in clearing the dungeon. With this fact in mind, the Featherfall Jewel's value became even more apparent. "You'll know when the time comes," Nyan replied in a dull tone. Dusk felt slightly puzzled. However, after giving it some thought, he realized since Nyan wasn't telling him now, he'd eventually find out with the rest of the team later. This Tang Yao's equipment is a bit strange. He's clearly an arcane mage, but why is he wearing the Fire Chaser set? Dusk asked in a confused tone. Normally, with the way equipment distribution was managed in teams, the elementalists of the team would definitely have priority on drops such as the Fire Chaser set, so it was quite strange for the set to be given to an arcane mage. Nyan replied with a faint smile but didn't bother explaining. Tang Yao slightly reddened in embarrassment upon hearing their conversation. He really did have somewhat of a guilty conscience when wearing this Fire Chaser set. However, this made him even more determined. He definitely needed to get a hold of a first-rate equipment set for his class with his own power. Only then could he gain some confidence and have some self-respect for himself. "Nayan, how did you meet the Holy Empire's guild leader?" Yao Yao asked. Her bright and curious gaze made her appear especially cute. "In reality, it isn't as amazing as you're all thinking it to be." Nayan then narrated yesterday's events to Yao Yao. However, he left out the matter regarding the chapter of courage. "I still can't help but think you're quite amazing," Yao Yao earnestly said. However, if this matter wasn't related to Sleepy Fox, she also wouldn't have thought this highly of Nayan. "I still feel the event was a little strange. Why would a dragon all of a sudden invade the town for no reason? Generally, elite and lord-class monsters don't leave their territories," Dusk curiously remarked. He still remained quite puzzled over the whole situation. Calling this sort of event rare was quite an understatement. Nayan glanced at the chapter of courage in his bag. He sincerely hoped no one connected the appearance of the Guardian of Order with him. What's so strange about that? The game developers probably had the monster siege the town as an event for the players. To spice things up and add some excitement. Something like this isn't rare at all in these sort of games, Tang Yao said in a matter-of-fact tone. His comment had unintentionally aided Nayan by explaining the matter away. "Ah, you're probably right," Dusk nodded in agreement. After the party of 20 players passed through a wide open prairie, they were met with a lush and verdant forest at the base of a faraway mountainside. There an eerie mist lingered, appearing as if it would encircle the dense forest eternally. This area was a well-known 20-player dungeon treant forest. It took more than 10 minutes of travel time to reach this destination from Telak Town. Many players idled at the entrance of the forest. Most of them were other 20-player teams who were here to run the dungeon as well. It seems Treant Forest is also pretty lively. There sure are many people here. The average players have leveled up. If they want better equipment, they have no choice but to run the dungeons. Treant Forest was still relatively difficult for the average player. The equipment dropped was also much better than the ones dropped from common dungeons. Most teams were unable to clear the dungeon, but it was still worth the run for the experience and potential dropped items. After all, if a team was unable to advance any further, they could simply withdraw from the dungeon. Although the honor points they'd be missing out on wasn't few, the majority of teams running the dungeons weren't elites from the large guilds, so they didn't care much about gaining honor. Therefore, whether honor points were lost or not, it was fine as long the team wasn't wiped. Presently within Conviction, there were in total 36 level 5 or below 20-player dungeons scattered across the Viridian Empire's domain. Their difficulties differed, but out of the 36, 6 of these dungeons were particularly challenging. They even required teams to attain a certain amount of honor before being allowed to enter. The rest of the dungeons had no such requirements. I'm a 37 magic damage holy mage, looking for a team to enter Treant Forest with. I'm a 35 defense, 170 health, and 67 attack berserker, looking for a team to enter Treant Forest with. The entrance of the dungeon was bustling with activity. Many of the players gathered there were seeking teams. When they saw Nayan's group arriving, they ran towards him asking if there was any space. "Boss, invite me to the team, please." "Brother, is your team lacking any members?" Bai Kaishui Plain Bold Water walked forward to deal with the crowd. "We're full." "Everyone go look somewhere else, please." Upon hearing Bai Kaishui's words, the surrounding players had no choice but to leave in low spirits. "You guys wait here. I'm going to apply to enter the dungeon," Nayan announced and began walking over to the glowing monolith near the dungeon's entrance. When he neared it, he extended his hand and touched it, whereupon he felt a bizarre sensation enter his mind. Before entering this lush forest, you happen upon a strange block of stone. The stone block is engraved with various eccentric writing, which read as follows: "Forest walkers' treats. They absorb dew under the light of the early morning sun. The sound of a caretaker's flute floats between the leaves. The tree spirits that have slumbered since the times of antiquity awaken. You are reminded, an official from the Viridian Empire told you there were signs of activity from dark elves in this area. You mutter to yourself, these damn dark elves, when will they stop? System, do you wish to enter Treant Forest?" Yes, Nayan hit confirm. System, please select a difficulty. Easy, normal, hard, expert, specialist. Specialist. System, are you sure? Yes, in the moment Nayan confirmed his selection, a brilliant light flashed through the eyes of each and every team member. When they regained their vision, they noticed they had emerged on a thick patch of grass within the forest. Although the sunlight was still able to penetrate through the foliage of the trees, the atmosphere surrounding the area still remained somewhat sinister and eerie. System, you have entered Treant Forest. Difficulty, Specialist. The other 19 members of the team also received the same notification. Each and every one of them looked on in horror upon reading it. Why is it Specialist difficulty? Captain Nayan, did you pick the wrong difficulty? Why is it specialist? Yeah, how can we possibly clear specialist difficulty? The surrounding team members were anxious and worried. Yu Lan looked over at Nyan and noticed his expression was still unperturbed. From what she knew of his personality, how could he possibly make such a rudimentary mistake? Unless he intentionally chose this difficulty. If she recalled correctly, no one had ever cleared or more so, even dared to attempt Treant Forest on specialists so far. Let alone Treant Forest, even the lowest level dungeons would become unreasonably difficult on specialist difficulty. Since I brought you guys in, I naturally have a method to bring you out, Nyan calmly announced. What kind of bullshit are you spouting? Up until now, there hasn't been a single team who's been able to clear Treant Forest on Specialist, and you think we of all people can do it. Our team can't even clear this F-seeking dungeon on easy. Don't drag us into your mess just because you want to show off. Chenbo ridiculed in an extremely irritated tone. Is this guy really your friend? Upon witnessing Chenbo's rude outburst, Dusk, who was by Nyan's side, could no longer remain silent. No, he's not, Nyan shook his head. If a team member dared to speak so rudely to our captain in the team, he would have been kicked by the captain long ago. No one would allow such a person to speak so much rubbish in the first place. Dusk sneered. However, he didn't look at Chenbo. He didn't even bother acknowledging the existence his words were referencing to. He turned to face Nyan, who was by his side, and said with a smile, I must say, Brother Nai is quite a tolerant person. From Dusk's perspective, Nyan chose the specialist difficulty because he had the confidence to clear it. This run actually held some meaning to it now. Initially, he only came here to grind mobs to kill time. Who would have expected he'd meet a rare opportunity instead? Chenbo was infuriated, but what could he do? Dusk was invited to the run by Bai Kaishui, so offending him was the same as offending Bai Kaishui. If this were to occur, it would inevitably lead him to become ostracized on the team. Chenbo, Nyan is a friend I personally invited to the run. If you have any complaints regarding my decision, be upfront about it and tell me instead. Yao Yao sharply rebuked and knitted her brows. It was most likely for her sake that Nyan didn't bother with Chenbo or lower himself to Chenbo's level. After all, Nyan didn't want Yao Yao to be shunned for inviting a friend who made trouble within their team. If she didn't speak out for Nyan now, it would be too much of a disgrace. Yao Yao, it's not like that. Chenbo hurriedly tried to explain when he saw Yao Yao was getting upset. However, Yao Yao coldly snorted and turned her head away. I'm only someone who is invited to their team. I'll be leaving after we clear this run. Everyone else is simply cooperating with me. After all, I'm not the captain of any team. The real team captain is this beauty over there, Nyan explained to Dusk and glanced at Yu Lan by his side. Truthfully, Nyan wasn't such a tolerant person. Chenbo had already crossed the line and offended him long ago. Therefore, Nyan would certainly teach him a proper lesson in the future. However, when handling a type of person like Chenbo, Nyan would simply be degrading himself if he were to deal with him directly. Chenbo, shut your mouth right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Yulan scolded. She then apologized to Nyan. I'm really sorry. He just has this sort of unpleasant temper. I'd like to apologize to Brother Nyan on his behalf. Yulan also felt quite humiliated because of Chenbo's behavior. She and Chenbo had been classmates for over 10 years. Their parents were on good terms with each other, so she couldn't afford to act too coldly towards Chenbo. Chenbo never thought even Yu Lan would speak up against him for the sake of these strangers. He stared daggers at Nyan and Dusk, then resentfully turned his head away. Dusk also felt bickering with Chenbo would only be degrading himself, so he changed the topic. I assume Brother Nyan has already made the necessary preparations. Otherwise, you wouldn't have selected specialist difficulty. Since he was one of the people under Sleepy Fox's command, he also wanted to examine how much ability Nyan had. Specialist isn't actually that difficult. The mob health is only increased by 30%. It's quite easy to handle if we have tanks with enough defense and mages with high damage. However, the changes to the boss, Treant King, are quite distinct. I'll let you guys know about them when the time comes, Nyan reassured the rest of the team. Nyan had spoken as if the whole matter was trivial, but Dusk understood the true significance of mobs gaining 30% extra health. What did it mean? It meant if the tank fell short by even 1% of health, or lacked even a single point of defense, their team would be wiped. It meant if the mages were lacking by even a single point of damage, their team would be wiped. Just where did Nyan's confidence come from? Nyan, are you really sure we can do it? Yao Yao said, gently nudging Nyan with her arm. The expression in her eyes was filled with worry. Rest assured, there won't be any problems. Yao Yao's actions couldn't be considered excessively intimate, however. Chenbo thought otherwise. He believed Nyan was stepping out of line by being too overly close with Yao Yao. As a consequence, the resentment and hatred in his eyes only grew all the more extreme as he covertly gazed at the two. The team of 20 slowly advanced deeper into the forest. The warriors and paladins were on the front line, and the mages were in the back. Under Nyan's repeated warnings, no players were more than 2 meters apart from each other. Brother Chen, how about you come in front and scout the path ahead? Na Yan suggested. The corner of his eyes flashed with a cold, peculiar light. Chen Bo had a hypocritical and petty personality. Therefore, he would firmly hold onto a grudge if even the slightest enmity occurred between the two of them. By making him lose face, Na Yan had already thoroughly offended him. Despite this, Na Yan wasn't the slightest bit fearful. Chen Bo, you're just a useless brat who's barely capable of the simplest tasks. Do you really think you can stir up any trouble with me leading the team? You're a thief too. Why the hell are you making me go? Chen Bo coldly replied. I'm the team captain, so I have to lead the team. Would you rather have me scout ahead and have you lead the entire team instead, brother? Chen Bo, Na Yan countered. HMPH, no need. I want to see how exactly you plan to lead us through this dungeon on specialist difficulty. Chen Bo coldly snorted and walked to the front of the team. Utilizing his class's nimbleness, he then began scouting the path ahead. From Chen Bo's movements, Na Yan could tell he was barely decent for an average thief. If Chen Bo ever tried to compare with him, he would find that Na Yan was of an entirely different caliber. A cold breeze from the depths of the forest occasionally blew past, leaving the team with a strange sensation, almost as if they were being watched by some other entity. Na Yan's mind was on constant alert. With his keen sense, he caught glimpses of shadows hiding in the distance. They were dark elves, experts of camouflage and hiding in the darkness to mount ambushes. They were impossible to perceive unless the player had an awareness of above 10. Chen Bo moved forward and began scouting ahead for the rest of the team. On either side were thick branches with lush foliage which blocked his path. Beneath his feet were jungle vines and tree roots which resembled thick serpents as they lay strewn across the path ahead. They were tripping hazards and made advancing forward quite difficult. Damn these things to hell. Chen Bo tried kicking away one of the vines lying on the path. However, it seemed to have a mind of its own. As if it were an actual snake, the vine coiled around his legs, whipped upwards, and left him dangling in midair with his head facing the ground. Save me, Chen Bo miserably shrieked. The towering tree beside him suddenly came alive, whereupon vines stretched as far as the eye could see. Chen Bo saw the tree grow a pair of eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Even the vines surrounding the trunk grew into what seemed like a beard. Chen Bo had been caught off guard by a treant. It's a treant. By Kaishui plain boiled water, dumpling, attack from the right. Paladins form a wall. Mages start casting spells, Na Yan calmly ordered. He had actually noticed the treant in disguise earlier when Chen Bo was scouting the area. However, he intentionally chose not to warn Chen Bo in order to give him a good lesson. You impolite brat, I'll have this treant teach you in my place. Dumpling rushed forward from the right side as he held a wooden shield in his hand. Shield bash, bang, a loud sound echoed out as the wooden shield collided with the treant. The crowd of frontliners firmly stood in place, surrounding the monster, while the mages in the back fired off volley after volley of spells. A shower of magic flew up into the air and went streaking towards the treant. Boom, 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 several explosions rang out in quick succession as they bombarded their target. The treant issued a painful roar whereupon it transformed into a lump of wood debris that lay collapsed on the ground. The one they encountered was merely an ordinary mob, therefore it was impossible for the treant to withstand such a concentrated assault. The vine's grip on Chen Bo loosened and he was sent hurtling towards the ground. Thud, he fell flat on his face. Seeing his sorry figure, everyone on the team couldn't help but laugh. What did it drop? 3 coppers. Chen Bo felt embarrassed. He cast an angry gaze at Na Yan and said, You did that intentionally, didn't you? He knew Na Yan noticed the treant earlier but still chose not to warn him. Otherwise, how could Na Yan have reacted so calmly in such a sudden and urgent situation? Brother. Morningwood, you'll have to speak a bit more clearly. I'm finding your reasoning a little strange. It was you who wasn't careful and ended up getting caught by the treant. What does that have to do with me? Na Yan gave a barely discernible smile as he gazed at Chen Bo, his expression telling otherwise. I did notice the treant earlier, and I did intentionally not warn you. What can you do about it, you? Chen Bo, stop causing trouble, Yu Lan interrupted. She was also unclear about whether Na Yan had noticed the treant earlier or not. Pei, I guess it's just my bad luck. Chen Bo spit out some of the dirt in his mouth. He turned around and continued moving forward. Brother. Morningwood, take care of what you step on. When Na Yan spoke, he deliberately slowed down his speech as he watched Chen Bo accidentally step on a trap. The moment Chen Bo turned around to look at Na Yan, a large wooden beam came swinging over and struck him in the stomach. Chen Bo was sent flying into the air. Thud, he once again fell flat on his face. Fortunately for him, thieves had higher reflex compared to other classes. Therefore, even if they stepped on a trap, they'd receive much less damage compared to other classes. Despite this, the trap had still taken more than half of Chen Bo's health away. To add insult to injury, Na Yan continued to taunt him. I did tell you to be careful, yet unfortunately, you still didn't listen to me. You're playing the thief class. Don't tell me you don't know how to avoid traps. I really don't know how you could act as the team's thief. A good thief can increase a team's survival rate by over 50%, but with a thief like you, never mind. Forget it, I won't say any more. I don't want to hurt your pride or anything. It was already bad enough that he had fallen for another trap. However, when Nyan deliberately taunted him in such a manner, Chen Bo looked as if he could spit fire as he stared daggers at Nyan. Nyan didn't care in the least how Chen Bo stared at him. He wasn't some sort of kind and benevolent person. As soon as he entered their team, Chen Bo had always been mocking and ridiculing him. If he still continued to tolerate such behavior without acting, his name wouldn't be Nyan. Why are you still trying to show off if you're so unskilled? You got yourself in such a sorry state and you're still trying to blame others. Tang Yao added in a mocking and drawn-out tone. Your equipment's wasted on you. We'd probably find a better thief than you by randomly pulling one off the streets. Dusk also joined in while standing by Nyan's side. Chen Bo's current reputation within the team wasn't great. At the moment, no one was willing to speak out and help him. Nyan, you really didn't notice earlier. Yao Yao's beautiful face was full of doubt. Chen Bo stepping into another trap right after being caught by the treant did seem like more than just a coincidence. However, when she looked back on those incidents, it still seemed that it was his own fault for being inattentive. What does his carelessness have to do with me? Nyan innocently replied, you're just full of evil tricks, aren't you? No one can tell whether you purposefully baited him into those traps or not, Yao Yao teasingly whispered into Nyan's ear. The faint fragrance of her perfume paired with her soft and gentle voice left him feeling slightly refreshed. If I were Captain Yulan, I wouldn't be so lenient in keeping such an unskilled thief. I bet if I were to meet 100 thieves, 99 of them wouldn't be as weak as you. Do you want me to teach you how to play this class? The provocative tone in Nyan's words was even clearer. If the opposite party was determined to make an enemy out of him, he'd make sure to give them a few more kicks when he had them beneath his feet. Such was Nyan's true character. Nyan played with his dagger. His fingers were nimble as it twirled around his hand. My teammate lacks ability. Please just see this incident as nothing more than a joke. Chen Bo stepping in those traps while scouting ahead was due to his own carelessness. As the team captain, Yulan also felt embarrassed when Chen Bo was ridiculed like so. Therefore, she helped speak in his place. I guess it's up to me then. It seems this task is something Morningwood is unable to accomplish, Nyan announced. Since Yulan had spoken, it wouldn't be quite appropriate for him to continue taunting Chen Bo. Besides, the only person he couldn't bear was Chen Bo. He could get along fine with everyone else in Yulan's team. I'll have to trouble brother Nai then, Yulan replied. The change in topic eased the tension in the atmosphere. Nyan rapidly inspected for traps as he scouted the path ahead. His eyes swept through the entire forest, and he was extremely attentive as he examined every area where traps could potentially be placed. He noticed a peculiarly placed branch lying across the path ahead and instantly knew what it was upon examining it. He extended his hand and lightly tapped the branch before quickly taking a few steps back. Whoosh, 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 several dozen arrows were set flying across his previous position. Put. A short moment later, all of the arrows could be seen embedded in a nearby tree. He had long since ducked out of their path, so these arrows were unable to harm him in any way. Nyan disarmed trap after trap as they traveled deeper into the forest. Yulan, Yao Yao, and Dusk could only see his figure continuously traveling back and forth between the trees. They were inwardly frightened by his astonishing efficiency in discovering and disarming traps. During this whole time, their team had never once stepped into another trap. Disarming traps was a thief's responsibility because of the unique characteristics of the class. Moreover, the class also gained an additional bonus in the reflex stat, which allowed them to have a 50% higher survival rate compared to other classes. Since Chen Bo was a thief as well, he felt if he stayed idle with the rest of the team, he'd be losing too much face when compared to Nyan. With no other choice, he forced himself to look busy and traveled through the forest while pretending to look for traps. Only now did he realize the disparity between himself and Nyan. However, he was unwilling to admit it due to his pride. He inwardly sneered and muttered sourly, "He's only good at playing a video game. What's so amazing about that?" There were hidden dangers lurking everywhere within the forest, such as the traps regularly encountered along the pathway. Chen Bo himself had narrowly escaped death by barely avoiding a fall into a spike pit. Fortunately, he was attentive enough to notice the pit before stepping in. Otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself further by dying to such a simple trap. After that incident, he changed his mind. He no longer went searching for traps along unexplored paths. Instead, he switched to areas Nyan had already scoured through and made himself look preoccupied by pretending to search for any traps Nyan may have overlooked. Even after 10 minutes, no further mishaps occurred to Chen Bo, not because he was more attentive, but because every trap had already been disarmed in the areas he passed through. Chen Bo pretended to examine a nearby area while he made his way over to a small clearing just ahead since he had just seen Nyan walk through it. As he arrived at the center of the clearing, he noticed the ground beneath his feet was a little soft. However, He paid it no heed and negligently strode forward. Crash, the ground trembled and a giant hole opened up underneath him, whereupon he fell into a pit of sludge. Chen Bo's entire body was covered in filth. Moreover, since this filth was a mix of toxic sludge and mud, he was inflicted with the poison status, which caused him to lose 2 health per second. With a disgruntled expression, he raised his head to gauge how far of a distance he had fallen. The dirt walls surrounding him were roughly 3 meters in height. Since this pitfall was so deep, climbing out would require him to expend quite a bit of effort. Having walked over to the pitfall, Nyan stuck his head over the hole and said, "Ah, brother. Chenbo, how did you manage to fall into another trap? Didn't I warn you earlier? As a thief, you must always be wary of your surroundings. How could you just stride forward and step right into one again? You bastard. I clearly saw you walking past this area without any problems. You intentionally set me up." Chenbo angrily cursed. He might be an idiot, but he still managed to figure out what had happened. "You stepped in there yourself. I never pushed you in, so how is it my fault? You were simply careless, that's all. I also have another piece of advice for you. Just because I passed through an area safely, it doesn't mean you will as well. Not all men are created equal." Nyan gazed at Chenbo disdainfully before shaking his head. "You're too useless." Even before he reincarnated into the past, Nyan had long understood what type of personality Chenbo possessed: petty, vindictive, and unable to tolerate any kind of offense. If he held a grudge towards someone, he would simply carry out that grudge to the bitter end. Since this was the case, whatever schemes he had planned in his head, Nyan was ready to receive them all. "Nyan, you son of a bitch, I'll remember this. FCK your ancestors down to the 18th generation. I'll kick your ass if you've got the guts to fight me." Chenbo was foaming at the mouth with anger. "You'd be useless in that aspect as well. Maybe you should bring a few people with you too, otherwise it'd be too boring." Nyan was unfazed by Chenbo's outburst. He turned around and called out to Dumpling and his group, "Come pull him up. We still need to continue the run." As Dusk, Tang Yao, and the others glanced over, they felt Nyan had tormented Chenbo into quite a miserable state. System player Chenbo has withdrawn from the team. Chenbo felt too embarrassed to stay any longer, so he gave himself an out by leaving the team. "Good, since that annoying fellow has left, let's continue with the run. We're better off without him anyway." Nyan felt Chenbo acted rather tactful by leaving when he knew he was unwelcome. "Aren't you going a little too far?" Yulan said while knitting her brows. Although she somewhat loathed Chenbo as well, he was still a member of her team. She felt rather displeased when Nyan drove him away. "You all saw what happened earlier as well. I wasn't the one who had him foolishly walk into a slumbering treant, nor was I the one who made him carelessly walk into traps. His actions were his own, and their consequences were due to his incompetence. I barely said more than a few sentences to him before he quit in a fit of anger. You really can't blame those things on me, can you?" Nyan turned to face Yao Yao and innocently asked, "Am I in the wrong here?" Seeing Nyan's appearance, Yao Yao was already on the verge of bursting into laughter. This guy had already got what he wanted, but he still wanted to act as if he was being wronged. Big sister, Chenbo's attitude earlier was quite bad as well. Even if Nyan was a little excessive, all of the mishaps that occurred during this run really was due to Chenbo's own carelessness. Besides, he shouldn't have been shirking off his own duties and pushing them onto Nyan. Yao Yao didn't have a favorable impression of Chenbo either. Therefore, she spoke on Nyan's behalf as soon as she opened her mouth. "Ah, never mind. Let's focus on the dungeon run first. We'll discuss this after the run," Yulan said, shaking her head. "In any case, my cooperation with your team ends after this run. As long as Chenbo remains on your team, even if you invite me to another run, I won't come. As they say, what the eye doesn't see, the heart won't grieve over. Since these circumstances will never occur again, you no longer have a reason to get upset further. It will have nothing to do with your team even if he comes to me looking for trouble in the future," Nyan added. Were it not for Yao Yao's invitation, he would have never considered running a dungeon with Yulan's team. Chenbo was too much of an eyesore, so what if he drove him away? Even Buddha could be angered to some degree. He'd have been a weakling with no backbone if he let Chenbo walk all over him like that. "Nyan, I'm really sorry," Yao Yao said apologetically. Nyan had suffered because of her invitation. Yao Yao really was too much of a sweetheart. This incident had been Chenbo's fault, yet she still directed the blame towards herself. "It isn't your fault. I'm just that sort of a person. If there's someone I'm not on good terms with, I'll keep looking for trouble. I've already gotten used to being a solo player, and staying as one is fine too. If I enter a team, who knows what sort of restrictions they'll put on me. In the future, it'll be fine and dandy to just make my own team if I want to run a dungeon." Nyan laughed in a carefree manner. He had played down the incident and skirted around the issue. From Yao Yao's perspective, Nyan appeared quite easygoing and unworried. Her impression of him somewhat changed once again. "Right. After some time, we'll find our own people to make a team with," Tang Yao enthusiastically added. Nyan believed if he were going to invite people to create a team, at the very minimum, the members needed to be super experts if they wanted to join. If you guys make your own team, I'm afraid I can't join you, Yao Yao apologetically said. She was already in a fixed team. Although she loathed Chenbo, Yu Lan was in the team as well. She would never betray Yu Lan to join another person's team, even if it was Nyan's. Haha, don't worry, I already know. Alright everyone, let's switch our focus back to the dungeon run. Let's not give brother Chenbo something to mock at by getting wiped during the run. Nyan smiled and said, Brother Nai, well done, Dusk said with a smile. He felt Nyan was quite an interesting person. Deeper within the eerie forest near an opening between the trees, a community of treants were sauntering around, blocking the path ahead. Nyan drew closer to these enemies and counted their number 18 treants in total. They possessed 30% more health than their normal difficulty counterparts and gained noticeable bonuses in stats as well. Furthermore, there was also Bind a Crowd Control skill and Lasha skill that increased their Damagido be wary of. Their team could only handle 3 treants at once. Any more, and things could get a little dangerous. If they were unlucky enough to encounter more than 5 at once, they were guaranteed to be wiped. Since the game was still new, most priests still didn't have a healing or resurrection skill. In fact, the main purpose of coming to Treant Forest for most teams was to get a hold of a lesser heal skill book. There's 18 of them up ahead. I want you guys to stay where you are for now, Nyan ordered. He examined the terrain of the nearby area and began to formulate a plan. There's no way we can deal with so many treants, Yu Lan said. Frankly, the moment she found out they had entered this dungeon on specialist difficulty, she had already begun feeling a little restless. If they were wiped again, several of their members were going to drop a level, and climbing back to their previous levels would take quite a long time. What is he going to do? Yao Yao asked puzzledly as she looked to her side at Yu Lan and the others. Brother Nai has impressive perception. He was actually able to find such a good vantage point, Dusk exclaimed in admiration. He was much more knowledgeable compared to Yu Lan Blue Feather, Bai Kaishui Plain Bold Water, and the others. Naturally, this was because he frequently followed his captain, Sleepy Fox, into difficult dungeons. How could he not be knowledgeable regarding dungeon-specific techniques? Hey, tell us, what's he planning to do? Yu Lan asked. Although she held the position of team captain, she was only the captain of a run-of-the-mill team. Therefore, she and her team weren't proficient in aspects such as dungeoneering. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been wiped out in this dungeon on easy difficulty. When running dungeons, there's always one person assigned a certain designated task. That task is to find a suitable position to attack certain monsters within a large group. Optimally, that person should aggro 1 or 2 monsters over to the team without alerting the other monsters in the group. Using such methods, teams can break down large crowds of mobs into more manageable sizes. Generally, this job is assigned to the thief who uses a crossbow to carry it out. Presumably, you should all know these things by now. Those 18 treants just ahead are quite close to each other. The moment one of them is aggroed, many others will follow in tow. This difference in mob density is likely also one of the key differences in running a specialist dungeon. Even the minor obstacles are this difficult to deal with. Earlier, I had surveyed the area, but was unable to find a suitable position to start. It wasn't until I saw Brother Nai Yan scale the tree that I realized I was mistaken in my judgment. His current location is the most optimal for luring mobs. If one didn't have exceptional perception, they would be hard-pressed to find such a great spot. If we had such a thief in our team, our survival rate would increase by at least 30% or higher, Dusk explained. He was not in the least bit shy in expressing his praise and admiration for Nyan's skills. Yu Lan remained taciturn. Initially, she believed herself quite capable for being able to properly manage a team. However, it appeared that notion was simply due to her lack of experience. When Yao Yao gazed at Nyan standing at the top of the branch, her eyes shone with a peculiar splendor. Nyan's position within her mind had once again been elevated a few steps. Other than her senior sister, Yu Lan, there was no other person she admired more. However, finding a suitable position is one thing. Actually luring the monsters without attracting the rest of the group is another. The latter is a test of a thief's perception and reaction. If he's even a little off in the timing or hitting of his target, worst case scenario, he'll aggro the whole group towards us and cause us to be wiped. Even the most elite thieves have lapses in judgment and make mistakes. Dusk gazed at Nyan and said in a nervous tone. While standing on top of the branch, Nyan sheathed his dagger and wore it on his waist. He promptly retrieved his crossbow from his bag and propped it up on his shoulder. As he observed the treant's movements through the sight, his forehead dripped with a bead of sweat. The pressure and nervousness in his mind reached its apex. At this moment, the lives of all 19 members of his team would be decided by his hands. As the tension in the atmosphere increased, Nyan gradually tuned out the distractions around him until what remained was only the crossbow in his hand and the target through his sight. Even after the seconds ticked into minutes, he patiently awaited his opportunity to strike. Most of these treants stood idle. Occasionally, 1 or 2 of them would uproot themselves and roam about. However, they consistently remained within 2 meters of each other. The close proximity put him in an extremely risky situation. A single badly timed shot could cause a chain of aggro that would lead the entire group to his team. Below Nyan were 18 other players watching his every movement attentively. Earlier, they had been ignorant of the severity of their situation. It wasn't until Dusk's explanation that they realized their lives were held in Nyan's hands. Since this dungeon was a sealed space, they would have nowhere to run to if those treants came lumbering over after discovering their presence. With the crossbow propped on his shoulder, Nyan remained motionless atop the tree branch almost as if he were a statue. Time seemed to have stood still. Through the crossbow sight, Nyan's eyes focused on several treants in the distance. Periodically, a gust of wind blew past the trees, causing the leaves to fall and flutter as if they were butterflies. Nyan glanced at the fallen leaves floating in the wind. Wind speed medium. He abruptly pulled the trigger. The crossbow recoiled acutely after the first bolt fired. Before the second bolt flew out, he sharply shifted the crossbow in another direction. Whoosh, 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 3 bolts fired from the crossbow. As these bolts flew through the air, they surprisingly weren't shot out in a single line but in 3 separate directions. "We're done for." Brother Nye's hands were unsteady when he fired. Dusk called out in alarm. When firing a crossbow, the user shouldn't be nervous and absolutely shouldn't have shaky hands. Otherwise, a single slip-up could cost the lives of the entire team. No matter what class they were, the shooter must first have a calm and steady mind, because a single shot could decide the fate of their comrades. Under this kind of intense mental pressure, even an experienced expert could have a lapse in judgment due to nervousness. Consequently, such a lapse in judgment guaranteed death of the entire team. It seems Brother Nye couldn't handle the pressure. Every member of the team felt their hearts sink upon hearing Dusk's words. Bai Kaishui, prepare to hold position 2892888212. After firing the crossbow, Nyan didn't bother watching to see if the 3 bolts were on target. He leapt off the tree branch onto the ground and began running towards the team. Dusk and the rest of the team looked over in the area where the bolts were fired. Put, the first bolt passed in between the treants and struck a tree further in the back, while the second bolt struck a sapling in the west. Despite both bolts missing their supposed targets, the noise from the bolts striking bark alerted the nearby treants, and over 10 of them moved towards the 2 points to investigate the sources of the noise. The remaining bolt struck the treant nearest to the team and alerted a companion as well, whereupon the 2 treants began lumbering over to Nyan. These 2 treants quickly separated from their group as they chased Nyan from behind. He managed to lure 2 of them without aggroing the others. "Holy shit, that was amazing," Dusk exclaimed in surprise. The others might have not clearly seen what had happened, but how could he not? The crossbow in Nyan's hand was a type of semi-automatic crossbow that fired in 3 bolt bursts. The 3 bolts were fired in different directions. The first 2 bolts had drawn most of the treants away, while the last bolt drew 2 treants towards the team. He had been mistaken earlier in believing Nyan had unsteady hands when firing the crossbow. Rather, it was actually Nyan quickly changing directions to fire at different targets. He had only heard about this kind of highly advanced skill in rumors. Even with the same crossbow, if it were another person firing, the outcome would likely be vastly different. Dusk had been secretly recording during this entire run. Although this type of video couldn't be publicly viewed online, if it was recorded without the consent of the person in the video, it could still be shared privately with friends. He would definitely show this clip to his captain, Sleepy Fox, a true top-class thief. This method of drawing aggro was an innovation in dungeoneering. If publicly disseminated, it would certainly become textbook among thieves. 2 treants were nothing difficult. Since Bai Kaishui had already gotten into position, he easily intercepted one of the incoming treants, while Nyan used concussive blow on its companion. The rest of the frontliners arrived to surround the treants, and the mages began casting their magic. Boom, 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 a rain of spells exploded over the treants' bodies. One of the treants swept its arm out, repelling most of the frontliners away. However, Bai Kaishui held his position, refusing to retreat. He loudly roared and struck the treant using shield bash. The key to being a successful fighter isn't necessarily the ability to be aggressive, it's the ability to be firm and stable. It doesn't matter what situation, you mustn't create any openings that could lead to a break in the ranks, Nyan frankly advised after seeing Bai Kaishui's action. Although Nyan believed Bai Kaishui was a decent player, he was still far from being an expert in Nyan's eyes. In reality, before he reincarnated, those who were stronger than him could be found everywhere. It was just that everyone in the present was simply new to the game. The players were still gradually familiarizing themselves with the combat and different skills and techniques in the game. However, Nyan was different. He had over 10 years of experience in the game as a thief and was already quite familiar with the various aspects of the game. The saying goes, practice makes perfect, and Nyan, with his 10 years of gameplay knowledge, had already far exceeded any current player in the game. The techniques he used now that would cause others to exclaim in admiration would be standard 10 years later. There were still a few genuinely difficult techniques that even he wasn't able to grasp. Those were the true highly advanced techniques. Bai Kaishui tuned down his aggression after listening to Na Yan's advice. When they first met, he wasn't particularly impressed with Na Yan's ability. However, after witnessing Na Yan's display of skill just a moment ago, he became thoroughly convinced even if he wasn't able to see it clearly. Since Na Yan was elevated to the status of a super expert in his mind, he would firmly believe in any advice that he was given by Na Yan. After focusing more on defense, even though the Treant's attacks were fierce, he found it easier to hold his ground. He stood more stably, and the pressure he felt had immediately lessened. After all was said and done, Na Yan had knowledge of the next 10 years of gameplay, events, and updates. Just a few words from him to Bai Kaishui plain boiled water would allow the latter to reap endless benefits. Another wave of spells struck the Treants. After the third wave, the first Treant collapsed and exploded into a pile of wood debris. 10 seconds later, the second Treant collapsed as well. Na Yan walked over their corpses and rummaged through the wood pile. He found a few coppers and a pair of bronze-grade mage gloves with focus +2. A pair of mage gloves dropped. Decide who should have it among yourselves, Na Yan said and threw the gloves over to Yu Lan Blue Feather. Naturally, Tang Yao and Dusk declined as they had no use for such gloves. Even though the bronze-grade gloves were decent, it was still inferior to their set equipment. In the end, the player named Pirate had the winning bid and received the pair of gloves for 12 copper. The money from his bid was then evenly split among the other team members. In this fashion, players could obtain equipment inexpensively rather than paying higher prices in the marketplace. Na Yan, that move earlier was amazing. How did you pull it off? You should teach me next time. Yao Yao Dark Mystery exclaimed excitedly, since crossbow techniques similarly applied to magic as well. She was considered an expert amongst her friends, but in reality, she felt there was quite a large gap between herself and the true experts like Na Yan. Na Yan replied with a faint smile and said, sure, actually it's not really that difficult. I'll tell you later when we get out of the dungeon. After he finished speaking, he walked back to his prior position so they could continue the run. Na Yan lured the Treants over one after the other. Sometimes only one lumbered over other times. They brought 1 or 2 companions with them. However, there were never more than 3 Treants at once. Since they ran the dungeon on specialist difficulty, the drop rate was increased by over 500%. Moreover, the type of equipment dropped was of a much higher quality. When all 18 Treants were killed, the team obtained 2 more pieces of bronze-grade equipment with decent properties and 1 piece of silver-grade equipment. When Yu Lan and her team ran this dungeon on easy, they obtained no more than 5 pieces of bronze-grade equipment per run. The properties of the equipment they picked up weren't spectacular either. Yet at present, the value of their recently dropped equipment far surpassed the profits of an entire run for them on easy. Moreover, this was still the beginning of the dungeon. Such a fact put the members of the team in higher spirits. The profits from running a specialist dungeon are staggering. Dusk exclaimed. He felt the current drop rate was unimaginable. This is only the beginning, Na Yan replied. From his experience, these profits were simply a drop in the bucket. The total amount earned in a specialist run was much more. The path splits up ahead, Dusk called out. Everyone cast their gaze forward. The path between the forest thickets forked into 2 different directions. We'll head west, Na Yan replied. Aren't we supposed to go east? Dusk asked in surprise. He and Sleepy Fox always went east when running this dungeon because the path to the west was a dead end. Regardless of the selected difficulty, the map for the Treant Forest always stayed the same. You won't go wrong by listening to my instructions. While it's true the west path leads to a dead end, don't you think it's odd for the path to exist for no reason? In fact, that area actually contains something very special. However, we'll have to be a little more cautious. Many Treants lurk on the path ahead, making it quite dangerous, Na Yan replied. The secret to the dead end was hidden quite deeply. Very few people were able to discover it. If it weren't for the information from his past life, he might have missed out on a great opportunity. Smothering strike, Na Yan struck a Treant from behind and stunned it. He then turned around to attack another one nearby. Bai Kaishui and the rest of the frontliners rushed up to take aggro while the mages followed in tow. Boom, 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 a volley of spells bombarded the 2 Treants. The 2 Treants finally collapsed to the ground. From their corpses, they found 3 coppers and a single skill book. Skill book, Uncanny Dodge. Passive. Description increases the player's senses and ability to evade attacks. Properties, Evasion +2, Awareness +1. Restrictions, Thief, Warrior, Paladin can be learned by any faction. Since it's a skill book I can learn, I'll be taking it, Na Yan said to the team. The skill book was quite rare. Even its drop rate on Specialist was very low. The skill could be learned by thieves, warriors, and paladins. If he were to put it up for auction, it could sell for at least 2 silvers. Furthermore, at present, it was a skill book that had yet to appear on the marketplace. If such a skill book appeared in a run beside theirs, that team's members would certainly fight or even become enemies over it. However, Nyan directly took it without any opposition. Although many members drooled over the skill book, no one dared to say anything since they had already accepted Nyan's conditions before setting out. Besides, without him, let alone obtaining such a good item, they wouldn't even be able to take one step forward in this specialist dungeon. Each class had a maximum of 50 skill slots. For an average thief to fill even 25 of those slots was an accomplishment. Most players were able to comfortably get by with around 10 active skills. Players able to attain more than 20 active skills were in the top ranks among the player base. Therefore, the majority of players had their skill bars padded with passive skills. Some skills could be improved as time went on, however. Those were few and far between. The bulk of skills obtained by players generally couldn't be improved. Skills could also be forgotten to free up space in the skill bar. Therefore, once some lower-level skills outlived their use, they could be replaced with higher-level ones. Uncanny Dodge was classified as one of the skills that couldn't be improved. Nyan glanced at his character page after learning the skill. His evasion and awareness had increased. The stat bonuses from passive skills were permanent. He felt passive skills were much better, because the stat bonuses from equipment would disappear once the gear was unequipped. The team had walked halfway through the path just enough to see the edge of the forest. They could hear the gentle melody of a flute as the sound drifted between the leaves and floated into their ears. The clear melody moved the hearts of the members in the team. There's a delirious old man who speaks nothing but gibberish at the end of the forest. No matter how we inquired or interacted with him, he wouldn't give us any sort of quest. Since we could beat the Trink King regardless and the old man didn't seem to do anything, we figured he was just a useless NPC. Don't tell me he's actually part of a quest line or something. Dusk asked and turned to face Nyan. He didn't know whether Nyan had any thoughts on this old man. There's never an NPC who appears in a dungeon without reason. They have a 90% chance of being related to the main storyline, Nyan replied before continuing on the path. Dusk looked on in confusion. Could Nyan have found some clues regarding this old man? In any case, he feared this attempt would be futile as well. Nyan had read over detailed guides for every dungeon in the game. Moreover, he himself had personally experienced 99% of these dungeons. The matter of the senile old man was an easy case for him to solve. Nyan, have you been through this dungeon before? Yao Yao asked. She was quite curious. Why did he seem to know everything about this dungeon? I've run this dungeon with a team before, Nyan replied with a nod. On specialist as well. Nope, only on normal difficulty. Why were you so confident in entering the dungeon on specialist then? Like I said before, specialist isn't actually that hard. You simply need to have enough skill, and if you understand the dungeon well enough, passing it on specialist won't be difficult at all, Nyan replied. When Nyan spoke in a confident and certain tone, it almost seemed as if every matter that appeared before him could be easily resolved. Yao Yao quietly gazed at Nyan. The outline of his face, as well as his overall appearance, still looked somewhat childish. A little bit of stubble had barely grown out of his chin. He wasn't particularly handsome, but he had a peculiar personality that made her subconsciously feel she could trust and rely on him. As Yao Yao stared longer than what was considered polite, a thought suddenly emerged into her mind, and she quickly turned away. A faint tinge of red could be seen on her elegant face. Yao Yao, how did you meet him again? Yulan asked as she stood right beside Yao Yao. She also became quite interested in Nyan. The game servers had barely opened a week ago, so such a strong player was a rare sight. Remember when I was killing water spiders in Lake Rando? He was the one who saved me that day. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I would be a level lower right now, Yao Yao replied. She shuddered at the thought of losing one level. Actually, she didn't know how she got into such a mess in the first place, but she had found herself being surrounded by 6 water spiders. She managed to kill 3 of them after using up 2 scrolls and a basic health potion. However, the remaining 3 nearly ended her life. Yulan couldn't help thinking Yao Yao was extremely lucky to have met Nyan back then. Even if you searched every nook and cranny, you wouldn't necessarily find someone as skilled as him. Along the path, the team had killed another treant, and a jingling sound rang out. A white light then surrounded Nyan's body. I leveled up, Nyan said and glanced at his character page. He had finally reached level 4. Congratulations. Congratulations, the team members applauded one after the other. Nyan, you leveled up already. How are you so quick? Tang Yao exclaimed in surprise. Just yesterday, he was almost 50% ahead of Nyan in experience. How did Nyan suddenly get so far ahead of him in only one day? I handed in a quest before I got off last night. It gave some fairly decent experience, so my level rose by quite a bit. What kind of quest gives so much experience at once? Tell me, where is it? I want to try it too. It was a unique quest. Ah, so it was a unique quest. Oh well, forget it then, Tang Yao replied in a disappointed manner. Unique quests were generally quite hard to trigger. Though their difficulties varied, the rewards for these quests were always extremely generous. Nyan, you're already level 4. Yao Yao exclaimed in shock. Nyan was only level 2 when she first encountered him, yet he reached level 4 after only 2 days. Wasn't this leveling speed a bit too monstrous? Nyan nodded. Even more shocked to hear this news was Dusk. He had heard from Flying Stone 3 days prior that Nyan had only been level 0 when they first met. Barely several days have passed, and he's already level 4. No wonder he dared to start all over again. It's because he had the confidence to rise up. That's why he dared to delete his old warrior character. This guy is impressive. And not the average kind of impressive either, Dusk said to himself. Several days ago, Nyan didn't put much thought into his explanation for Stone. He made up a story by telling Stone he simply deleted his old account and was restarting. After all, it was an easy explanation for why he knew so much about the dungeons. Finally, level 4. Nyan glanced at his experience bar. Currently, the highest level player in the game had only reached level 6. Even groups like Sleepy Fox and his team averaged around level 5. If he kept going at his current pace, he was certain to overtake them. It was only a matter of time. As the team neared the edge of the forest, the members could see a distant cliff face ahead. Trees, shrubs, and flowers, along with other various plants, flourished and grew vigorously on its near vertical incline. Presumably, this steep rock face was the end of the west path. In addition to the cliff face, the team caught sight of a lone NPC at the edge of the forest, an elderly man in a shabby-looking cap. He sat beside a nearby tree with his back supported by the trunk, absorbed in playing the flute he held in his hands. The song was dreary and distant, as if its melody had drifted through the forest since antiquity. Nyan examined the old man. The name displayed above his head read Nameless Old Man, but Nyan knew this NPC's actual name, Impet the Treant Caretaker. He was this forest's protector. Under his supervision, humans and treants coexisted peacefully. However, around a month ago, the treants suddenly went out of control and began slaughtering any humans that entered the forest. When traces of dark elf activity were discovered in the area, the Viridian Empire's Council of Elders issued a statement. They called for the brave adventurers of the Empire to enter the forest and kill the most dangerous being inside of the Treant King. This was where the main storyline of the Treant Forest dungeon begun. Adventurers, you have traveled a long way, but please turn back now. This area is very dangerous. The Treants will kill anyone who enters the forest, so please hurriedly depart. When night descends beneath the light of the moon, they gain a strange demonic power that increases their strength immensely. The nameless old man stopped playing his flute upon seeing Nyan approach and advised him to turn back. Respected caretaker Impet, it's an honor to grace your presence. We've come here in order to exterminate the evil Treant King. While these treants have gone berserk, it is my hope that God will allow them to be saved, Nyan replied in a sincere and righteous manner. Damn those wretched beings from the underground. They should receive divine judgment. They stole my flute and hid it somewhere while snickering in the shadows. Caretaker Impet furiously exclaimed. This right here, it's clearly a prompt for a quest, but this old guy never gave it to us. No matter how we talked to him after, the old coot would only tell us to hurriedly leave. After that, we didn't bother with him anymore and went straight to killing the Treant King, Dusk said in the team chat. That's because you guys ran this dungeon on hard difficulty. If we don't trigger this NPC's dialogue in specialist difficulty, we'd have no way to beat the Treant King. The boss on specialist is much more difficult than its counterpart on hard, Nyan replied. He then glanced at the shadows in the distance before turning his head and continuing his conversation with Impet. It is them. I immediately discovered their presence the moment I entered the forest. May the radiance of light purify these wretched demons. Adventurer, you can actually detect their presence. Good. If not for those 2 damn dark elves snatching my flute, the treants wouldn't have gone berserk. Here, I personally created this disillusioning powder. It can reveal their true appearances and prevent them from escaping into the shadows again. Please kill them and retrieve my flute, then you'll be able to defeat the Treant King. Caretaker Impet rejoiced in surprise. System, you've obtained Disillusioning Powder. Quantity 3. Disillusioning Powder reveals all hidden players and monsters within a 30-meter radius for 20 seconds. After receiving the powder, Nyan glanced at the distant shadows once more. Along with transcendent insight, his awareness far exceeded other thieves of the same level. Therefore, he was able to keenly sense the malicious entities stalking the shadows ever since he and his team entered the dungeon. Out of everyone in the team, only Nyan had managed to notice the presence of those 2 dark elves. You received the quest, Dusk asked blankly. Prior to this, Sleepy Fox and their team had tried numerous methods but were unable to retrieve even a single clue from this old man. He never expected it would be so simple to receive the quest while under Nyan's lead. Yeah, let's keep moving. We've still got a lot of work to do, Nyan replied. Really, was there really something following us? Yao Yao followed Nyan's gaze. Besides the shadows, there was absolutely nothing there. She suddenly felt a deep chill run down her spine. Just a bunch of frail dark elves. There's nothing to worry about. Nyan then began strutting towards the darker areas in the forest. With 18 others following from behind, Nyan led the team out of the opening where the elderly NPC resided. He took them through a long and narrow path between the trees and brought them to the cliff face. At the base of the cliff, everyone could see a dense blanket of green covering the entire rock face where all sorts of vegetation grew. "Why did we come here?" Tang Yao asked. It wasn't just Tang Yao. Everyone else also felt puzzled as to why Nyan led them here. Nyan glanced upward at the cliff face above them and said, "We came here to look for an opportunity to catch those two dark elves. Hold on, I think I saw something over on that side." Nyan walked alongside the wall and jumped. He leapt 3 meters into the air before clinging onto the vegetation on the cliff face. He then shot a web line at a shrub 3 meters above him. Resembling a nimble monkey, he climbed higher and higher by grabbing onto nearby protruding rocks. "Guys, look over there." Yao Yao pointed above. Everyone looked in the direction Yao Yao pointed. Only then did they discover a faintly shimmering object slightly sticking out on the cliff face. From its appearance, it was likely a treasure chest, and a silver one at that. There was actually a chest so well hidden in this area. If it weren't for Nyan, they would have never discovered it. The real reason Nyan brought everyone here was solely for the sake of this chest, as it only appeared in the specialist version of this dungeon. Thus, in order not to arouse the team's suspicions, he acted as if he were looking for the dark elves. Nyan reached over and found the chest embedded deeply inside the crack on the cliff face. He didn't know who discovered this chest first, but the person who discovered it was surely an expert. After all, it was nearly impossible to notice such a well-hidden chest unless the player possessed exceptional observational ability. Even without his exceptional eyesight, this location could be found on the guides in his past life. Yet hidden chests, items, or information regarding their respective dungeons, they were all written down. The knowledge came from the experiences of the high-level experts before him. When these experts reached a higher level, they would write down this information and sell it to online publications for a hefty sum. Nyan had always looked at these guides and thoroughly researched them before actually entering a dungeon with a team. This aided him greatly in avoiding disastrous mistakes and taking the wrong paths. This chest wasn't locked, so Nyan stretched out his arm and opened it. System opening chest. Estimated completion 3753. Click the treasure chest's lid popped open. Nyan reached in and dug around. For the most part, items found inside dungeon chests were generated randomly, so anything could appear. Now it was all just a matter of luck. After digging around for what seemed like half a day, Nyan picked up a skill book and a necklace from the chest. "Ah, it's an accessory. Guess my luck isn't too bad." Nyan felt pleasantly surprised. Accessories such as rings, necklaces, and medallions were the rarest type of equipment players could receive. Since they were so difficult to find, they fetched a high price on the marketplace, and most players could only leave their accessory slots empty. Forest necklace. Properties unidentified. Nyan appraised the item using transcendent insight. Forest necklace silver. Requirements level 0. Properties defense 23, dexterity +2, awareness +1. Weight 1L base. Restrictions none. What a good accessory, it's a silver-grade necklace. Nyan felt quite elated. He then turned to look at the skill book. It's a lesser heal skill book. The lesser heal skill was the lowest level healing skill of the priest class. However, it was difficult to acquire since its skill book could only be found within dungeons. This was also one of the reasons its market price remained so high, to the extent it was even more valuable than some silver-grade equipment. Having received the forest necklace, Nyan didn't mind too much about losing the lesser heal skill book. If he were to place it up for auction, he'd only receive around 3 silver. Such an insignificant sum wasn't worth batting his eye over. Nyan descended the cliff and met up with the team. "We're pretty lucky." The chest dropped a necklace and a lesser heal skill book. "You guys can have the skill book since I don't need it, but I'll be taking the necklace," Nyan said. He didn't have to pay a single cent when taking an item. On the other hand, Yulan Blue Feather and her team had to share their profits with Dusk and Tang Yao. After all, the two were invited here and couldn't just leave empty-handed. It's a silver-grade necklace. Bai Kaishui's plain boiled water and the other's eyes practically fell out of their sockets. A silver-grade necklace. Now just how much was that worth? The group watched in anguish as Nyan put the necklace away. Ah, it's such a pity. Why does it have to belong to someone else? If it weren't for him finding this chest, we would have never gotten this lesser heal skill book in the first place. It would be better if we just buy this skill book off of you, Brother Nai, Yulan said. She wasn't willing to take advantage of Nyan's generosity. The skill book was brought back by his own efforts. They hadn't done anything to help at all. Since you put it that way, I'll be straightforward and sell it to you. The market price for a lesser heal skill book is around 3 silvers, possibly even more. However, I'll lower the price and sell it to you for cheaper silvers. How does that sound? This price can't be considered disadvantageous to you, right? Nyan replied. He wasn't the least bit reserved in agreeing to Yu Lan's request. Couldn't you have just politely declined instead? Yao Yao interjected, stamping her feet. Nian calmly laughed and replied, since someone is so adamant about spending their money, why should I refuse? Only fools would refuse money. If you want this lesser heal skill book, I can give it to you. Even if you wanted 10 of them, I would still help you find them. However, your captain wants to buy it instead because she doesn't want to owe me any favors. Let's say I disregard her sentiments and politely refuse her offer. Even if you wouldn't mind me being a hypocrite, I'd still be despising myself for being one. Our team funds are only around 5 silvers. Would it be possible to pay you the 2 silvers at a later date? Yulan asked in slight embarrassment. If she paid the 2 silvers now, their funds would be even more lacking than they were now. Are your funds that lacking? You even need to owe someone 2 silvers. Ah, whatever. You can pay me back whenever you want, Nian replied and waved his hands. An entire team couldn't even bring out 2 silvers. Although that appeared quite pathetic, most teams only had 2 silvers. In reality, Yu Lan and her team were quite well off. They were just naturally no match when paired up against a walking money bag like Nian. The entire team stared at Nian. These were 2 silvers. It wasn't a paltry amount, yet he still didn't attach any importance to them. This man was truly rich and overbearing. Yao Yao pulled at Nian's sleeves and gazed at him while blinking her innocent eyes. She asked in a harmless and sincere tone, Nian, would you really be willing to gift me 10 skill books? Sure, but you never told me where I could find those 10 skill books to give you. Nian felt a cold sweat run down his forehead. He knew exactly what sort of wicked thoughts were running through this enchantress mind. HMPH. You don't even have the least bit of sincerity, Yao Yao replied in feigned anger. Nevertheless, the corners of her mouth curved into a smile. Of course, she would never actually ask Nian to give her 10 lesser heal skill books. She only wanted to tease him a bit, that's all. Tang Yao glanced at the overhanging cliff. He was actually able to spot that chest all the way over there. He was increasingly unable to make sense of Nian. The changes in this childhood friend of his became even greater and greater, to the point where even he was having slight troubles recognizing him. However, one thing remained certain. No matter how much Nian changed, he would always remain as his brother. All right, let's focus on the matter at hand. We're going to have to kill those 2 dark elves that have been stalking us from behind. There's a ravine in the area. We'll split up into 2 groups. I'll lead the first group into the ravine while the second group trails us. Those 2 dark elves are quite crafty, so we'll have to lure them into the ravine and trap them in there by blocking their exit. Afterward, we'll use the disillusioning powder to reveal them. However, I want everyone to stay on full alert. Even though those 2 dark elves don't possess much fighting strength, they make up for it with their speed. We have to make sure they don't escape otherwise. It'll be very difficult to make them fall for the same trick twice, Nian ordered and began carrying out his strategy. The team separated into 2 groups. The first group of 10 remained on standby while the second group advanced into the ravine. While moving forward, Nian paid careful attention to his surroundings. He noticed the slight movement of a silhouette 11 meters ahead. The other one didn't follow, Nian questioned inwardly. However, he was then able to sense something following them from behind. The entity kept 10 meters of distance between them. They're both here. Nian's lips curved into a faint smile. These 2 elves are quite cowardly, afraid to even separate from themselves. Good, we'll wipe them both out at once. Nian and the group entered the ravine. On either side of them were towering walls of rocks around 10 meters high. In between was a small trail that was able to fit 5 or 6 players walking side by side. This narrow ravine was the perfect site to set up an ambush. However, they had to succeed on the first try. Those 2 crafty elves wouldn't be easily fooled twice. Nian sensed the 2 elves were hesitating at the entrance of the ravine. After a brief moment, they entered and followed. They took the bait. Good, now they're trapped just like a turtle in a jar. Nian inwardly rejoiced. He then ordered through the team chat, Yu Lan, you guys can come over now. Block the ravine's entrance and by all means, don't let those crafty buggers escape. Yu Lan felt strange and somewhat uncomfortable when Nian addressed her without any honorifics, but this wasn't the time to bother with such a matter. She led the remaining team members and rushed over to the ravine. We're here, Yu Lan informed. Nian retrieved the disillusioning powder and threw it in the air, whereupon the powder scattered and floated across the ravine. The powder's area of effect constantly expanded and eventually covered the entire ravine. When the powder landed on the nearby shadows, the figures of the 2 impish elves were gradually revealed. With pointed ears, their emaciated figures were nearly all skin and bone, while the color of their skin was a dark ashy gray. Besides their physical features, the clothing on their bodies were shabby and worn out. While the high elves in the game were beautiful and handsome, these 2 dark elves were so shamefully ugly, it was no wonder they were always hidden in darkness. RRYKGGTHH. One of the elves let out an ear-piercing screech. Both elves turned their backs and frantically dashed towards the ravine's exit. Like a pair of hares, their movements were quite nimble. Nonetheless, they were quite fragile as well and only had around 100 health. A single round of spells was enough to kill them instantly. You want to run, in your dreams. As if he were an arrow released from a bow, Nian quickly shot out from behind. The rest of the group trailed him and followed in pursuit. Right now, Yulan's group should have already blocked off the exit. Before the two elves made it too far, they were immediately stopped in their tracks upon reaching the ravine's passage. Sure enough, Yulan and her group had already arrived and firmly stood in place, blocking off the elves' only path to freedom. They were already trapped with no hope of escape. The two elves quickly glanced at each other before dashing towards the cliff face. When they had scaled 3 meters of the cliff, Nian arrived right behind them and suddenly leaped into the air. He reached out with his arm and managed to grab one of the elves by the leg. He then extended his left hand and shot out a line of webbing from his silk spinner ring. As the web line wrapped itself around the other elf's leg, he pulled back sharply and flung the two elves off the cliff face. Crash! Their bodies made heavy contact with the ground, causing a cloud of dust to form and rise in the air. With Nian's dexterity and jump range being so high, his range of movements and speed were astonishing to a frightening degree. These two dark elves simply weren't his match. Shortly after the rest of the team arrived and surrounded the two elves, the mages raised their staffs and prepared to unleash a rain of spells. Ryeg. The two elves revealed pleading expressions on their faces. Hold up, don't kill them for now. Nian's heart jumped in excitement. In his previous life, the player only needed to kill these two elves and Impat's flute would drop. When they handed the flute back to Impat, they could proceed with the dungeon. However, he had never come across a situation such as this, where the elves wouldn't fight back and instead pleaded for their lives. In his previous life, the highest completion rate attained for this dungeon was only around 75%. Even 10 years into the game, no one beat the dungeon to full completion. Yet at present, he couldn't say for sure these two elves wouldn't lead him to any information regarding the missing 25%. When he was level 4 in his previous life, the stats of his game character simply couldn't compare with his stats right now. At that time, he was only an average low-level player, unable to obtain even a simple set of bronze-grade equipment for himself. There was no need to even mention ludicrous aspirations, such as attaining the legendary Chapter of Courage. In short, the dexterity and jump range of his previous character were too inadequate, let alone capturing these dark elves. Even overtaking them was impossible. Therefore, every team at the time, including his own, could only blast them with magic when they attempted to scale the ravine's walls. With their two bodies curled up like potato bugs, the two elves knelt on the ground and gazed at Nian with begging expressions in the hopes that he would spare their lives. The elves spoke in an ancient language Nian wasn't proficient with, the language of the elves. However, from their body language and expressions, he could roughly tell they were begging for forgiveness. Who here can speak Elvish? Nian turned around and asked the team. The surrounding team members gazed at each other before shaking their heads. They only knew one language in the game, and that was the common language spoken in the Empire. As for Elvish, from the start, let alone understanding it, no one had even heard of its existence before. Nian silently pondered. If no one knew Elvish, communicating with these two dark elves would basically be impossible. He glanced at his own language menu. At present, there were only 4 languages: Common, Dragon, Ancient Common, and Cassate Giant. Suddenly, he had another thought. These dark elves are an ancient race and possess extremely long lifespans. Perhaps they'll understand other languages. Petty and frail dark elves, why have you come here? Nian spoke in dragon tongue. Nian spoke various syllables in a deep tone. The sound of his voice frightened the surrounding team members, however. They soon realized he was simply speaking another language. Upon hearing the dragon language, the two elves were badly frightened, even trembling as they gazed at Nian. One of the elves, who was somewhat more courageous, continued to stare at him with caution and bewilderment. Eventually, he drummed up enough courage and crawled towards Nian's feet, kissing them before he fell back and began to speak. The elf also spoke in dragon tongue. Long live the dragon god. This one's name is Vasarine. Lord, I sincerely ask of you, are you of the dragon race disguised as human? During the distant dark era, the dark elves were unlike the other races. As one of the races enslaved by the dragon race, they didn't join the rebellion with races such as humans, high elves, and dwarves in fighting for their freedom. Their society and faith remained pious in their belief of the dragons. Even now, those existences that were currently hidden within the deepest corners of the world were still worthy of their reverence and loyalty. Nian felt elated. Humans who knew dragon tongue were few and far between. This dark elf had been scared witless and mistook him for an actual dragon. It's best if I take advantage of this misunderstanding. Indeed, long live the dragon god. Vasarine, I do not wish to repeat myself. Why have you come to this place? Nian spoke in dragon tongue once again. Lord, our drow dark elf tribe suffered a crushing defeat at the Hilton stronghold. In the chaos and confusion, my companion and I passed through the plains and escaped to this forest, Vasarine replied. Vasarine, so it turns out you two were deserters from the battle at Hilton's stronghold. Lord, we are not deserters. This one named Vasarine is a brave and courageous soldier. We are gathering intelligence for our tribe. In the evening 3 days from now, our Drow tribe will strike back at the Hilton stronghold. At that time, Vasarine will once again return to the battlefield. Vasarine spoke with courage and conviction. System, new quest received. Bring the heads of the 2 dark elves to Sir Cavrot in the Hilton stronghold and inform him before the Drow tribe commences their counterattack. Branching quest line. This was an exciting discovery, however. Nyan still maintained a calm and collected outer appearance. He continued to speak to Vasarine as if everything was normal. As for the opposite party, Vasarine believed Nyan was a dragon. He truthfully answered each and one of Nyan's questions without exception and didn't dare to conceal even a shred of information. As Nyan and the dark elf continued to speak in the strange language, the team members had various thoughts. Just what were they talking about? Those dark elves seemed to be quite fearful of Nyan as well. Why was that? Everyone felt shocked. Just when did Nyan learn the language of other races? Vasarine, the Trink caretaker, is a friend of mine. He informed me that you've stolen his flute. Tell me, how shall I enact your punishment? Upon hearing Nyan's words, Vasarine kowtowed repeatedly and begged for forgiveness. He then took out the flute and handed it to Nyan. The entire flute was lacquer black while its surface was carved in turtle shell patterns. As Nyan examined it, he noticed the flute appeared very simple and unadorned. He then glanced at its properties. Einpat's flute quest item. Requirements level 0. Description: a flute used by the Trink caretaker, able to affect surrounding Trinks. Properties: willpower plus 20, strength plus 20, reflex plus 20, health plus 300. Reduces the stats of surrounding Trinks by 50. Restrictions: can only be equipped within the Trink forest. No mistake, that's the flute we're looking for. Once Nyan put the flute away, he sent an order through the team chat: kill them. The surrounding mages raised their staffs and began chanting their magic. To the team's surprise, the 2 dark elves didn't resist and remained kneeling on the ground. They stayed motionless and silent as they awaited their deaths. Boom, 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 the spells rained down on the 2 elves. They remained firmly kneeling even when suffering the assault. It was only until their health bars fell empty that the 2 could no longer hold themselves up. Their lifeless corpses slumped to the ground, collapsing with a gentle thud that brought a small cloud of dust into the air. System: you've obtained Dark Elf's head. Quantity: 2. Alright, now that's settled and done with. Good, they even dropped a pair of warrior boots when they died. Decide between yourselves who gets it. We'll be heading off to kill the Trink King next, Nyan announced. This is going to be the first time in history a team finishes this dungeon with a perfect completion rate. Capturing those 2 dark elves led to a pleasant surprise. Nyan, what did you and those dark elves talk about? Why did it seem like they were very afraid of you? Not to mention when we were attacking them, they didn't even dare to retaliate, Yao Yao asked after walking to Nyan's side. The rest of the team also stared at Nyan with inquisitive gazes. Even Yu Lan couldn't help but focus her attention on him. Dragon tongue, when did you learn the dragon language? Yao Yao asked. It appeared Nyan still held quite a few secrets since he continued revealing surprises one after the other. Yeah, I heard dragons were extremely rare, Tang Yao added. Nyan was truly becoming more and more outstanding, even the language of the dragons wasn't out of his reach. In the same moment, Dusk's eyes sparkled as he thought of a certain possibility. Could Nyan's ability to speak dragon tongue be related to the emergence of that dragon in Link Town? Nyan soon realized his slip of the tongue and turned to look at Dusk. From the expression on the latter's face, he could tell this fellow had grasped onto some clues. Yesterday, actually, I ended up accidentally stumbling into a ravine where I found an old book. When I turned the pages, I discovered it was actually an old history which recorded the events of past eras. Before I knew it, I received an announcement telling me I learned Dragon Tongue, Cassate Giant, and Ancient Common. Afterward, that dragon emerged and chased me around before I managed to make a lucky escape, Nyan replied in a casual manner. This explanation was specifically directed towards Dusk. He felt it was better to partially tell the truth than to allow the existence of the chapter of courage to be leaked. Dusk readily accepted the explanation. After all, he didn't feel too good sticking his nose so deeply into another person's secrets either. Truthfully, learning new languages isn't that hard at all. Head over to the library when your levels are higher, and if you pay 1 gold, you'll be able to learn the Ancient Common language. Also, if you head to the libraries belonging to the giant race, you'll be able to learn the Cassate Giant language after paying 3 gold. How do you know all this? Dusk and the others asked in astonishment. Head over to the library and look for yourself. Just browse through some of the books there, and you'll have an even better understanding of the entire Atlantic continent. There are various class-related books as well. If you manage to read them all, I guarantee you'll be experts as well. Who the hell goes to the library? An entire library has so many books. Even if you randomly pull one off the shelf, it'll still have up to million characters. If I had to read every class and history-related book in the library, it would take me a month at the very least. Who the hell has that much free time on their hands? Yeah, who has the time to read those thick and heavy books? I've only read a few myself. The biographies there are pretty well written, Nyan said with a smile. Nyan still had the leisure to go to the library and read. They had frequently risked life and death to reach their current level, yet they were still easily overtaken by Nyan. The crowd couldn't help but feel a little disheartened at such a thought. Many of the team members sighed deeply and no longer had the heart to inquire any further. Who knows what sort of rewards you'll receive after turning in that quest? By Kaishui Plain Boiled Water exclaimed, voicing out a similar thought among the crowd. Ultimately, the topic everyone still cared for the most was the quest rewards. What was that flute that dropped just a moment ago? It's a quest item called Einpat's flute. We'll have to return it to that old man before we exit the dungeon. Nyan displayed the flute's properties for the rest of the team to see, whereupon everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. The flute's properties were simply astonishing. If it could be brought outside of the dungeon, it would most certainly cause every player to go crazy over it. However, Nyan didn't feel too much of a loss regarding this flute because he already possessed the chapter of courage. Ah, it's such a pity. Why do we have to return it to the NPC? Many of the team members felt aggrieved. Nyan opened the trade menu and traded the flute over to Bai Kaishui. This item had to be handed over to the team's main tank for it to be used to its fullest potential. Holy crap, I have over 700 health. Even if it's the Trink King, I'll have nothing to be afraid of. Bai Kaishui confidently boasted after checking his improved stats. Don't underestimate the Trink King on Specialist. That thing is really difficult to deal with. Wait and see. You'll be eating your own words very soon. After splashing cold water over Bai Kaishui's parade, Nyan said, since our priests aren't able to learn Revive yet, we'll have a much easier time if two of them can cast Lesser Heal. I know another location that drops a Lesser Heal skill book, so we'll be heading there next. No way, right? Is the Trink King really that difficult to deal with on Specialist difficulty? Bai Kaishui asked in shock. After all, he had never faced the Trink King on this difficulty before. He quickly reined himself in after listening to Nyan's words. From the moment they entered this dungeon to now, the profits the team earned surpassed everyone's expectations. Even if they discounted the items Nyan took for himself, the amount of equipment and skill books they obtained still far exceeded their imaginations. They even thought it would be great if Nyan could continue carrying their team just like this. However, this was nothing more than wishful thinking. He was never part of their team in the first place, and his cooperation with them would end after this run. Furthermore, he would never join their team in another dungeon run again. When they thought back to his previous statements, they couldn't help but feel a little angry. They grumbled and voiced complaints in their hearts. Why did Chenbo have to go and piss off Nyan? Originally, they too had felt somewhat dissatisfied when they witnessed Nyan driving Chenbo out. After all, Chenbo was still a member of their team, and Nyan's actions at that time really did seem excessive. Yet at present they were having a subtle change of heart. Having obtained Einpat's flute, Bai Kaishui became a genuine and formidable meat shield. With a priest casting Lesser Heal from the backline, he became an unequaled tank that was able to contend against 5 Trinks alone. After he equipped the flute, it became much easier for the team to clear the path ahead. As they progressed through the run, the amount of equipment they looted quickly piled up. They obtained another Lesser Heal skill book and 2 pieces of silver-grade equipment. One of them was a pair of thief gloves which was given to Nyan. They increased strength by 3 and awareness by 2. The other piece was a recently dropped round shield that raised defense by 15% and increased physique by 5. When the shield dropped, everyone's eyes went wide with shock because it was the first time they had seen such a high-quality shield. Round shields were fundamentally different from normal shields. Their defense was relatively lower compared to regular shields. However, their low weight meant they didn't hinder a player's movements as much as a regular shield would. Thus, round shields with high defense were a hot and very costly commodity in the marketplace. Damn. Even the round shield we got from Blackflame Forest wasn't as good as this one. Dusk widened his eyes in shock. What kind of drop rate was this? Good equipment was just dropping one after another as they progressed towards the boss. He didn't mind passing on the previous drops because they were only bronze grade. However, at present, such an amazing silver-grade round shield suddenly appeared. If you guys are willing to sell, I guarantee my captain would be willing to pay 10 silvers or even higher for that round shield. Everyone present understood the significance of a heavy knight with a good shield. A tank that was able to withstand a boss attacks ensured the survival of the whole team. Therefore, heavy knight equipment with high defense was extremely expensive on the marketplace. The bidding on this type of equipment in the auction house reached new records. However, even so, they remained targets for teams from the larger guilds. We don't plan on selling this shield. Yulan took in a deep breath of air. This shield meant they could still try and take on higher-level dungeons even without Nyan's help. let alone 10 silvers. Even if it was for 20 silvers, she still wouldn't sell. Yulan Bluefeather glanced at Nyan, who stood off to the side in a laissez-faire manner. She thought of the ever-increasing amount of favors they owed him. If this continued, it would soon reach a point where they couldn't possibly repay him. Miao Yao replied. She then walked to Nyan's side, her bright eyes examining his expression as she approached. What are you looking at me for? Nyan glanced at Yao Yao and smiled. We'll be taking the round shield. You really don't mind losing out on it. Yao Yao faintly smiled, and a pair of dimples emerged on her unblemished face. Nyan's pulse slightly raced after seeing her elegant yet bewitching smile. However, when he thought of Zai Yao, he immediately regained his composure. It's just a round shield. Do you really think I'm that stingy of a person? In any case, I'm already pretty satisfied as it is. I get to take any useful drops I want, and the Featherfall jewel from the Trink King goes to me as well. When we entered the dungeon, did you guys not put in effort too? I definitely couldn't clear this dungeon on my own, he replied. Oh, Nyan glanced at the nearby Yulan. She was tall, slender, and had a voluptuous figure which could be called perfect. If there were a few more smiles on her face, then she would be rated as quite decent. Moreover, from his memory, he recalled she was quite a prideful figure. It was seldom that she would ever lower her head to someone. As for what he knew about her, it was limited to a certain event where a player took too many liberties with her, and she retaliated by going on a rampage and killing him until he dropped back to level 0. At that point in time, the only thought on Nyan's mind was that this woman was extremely terrifying. However, after becoming more familiar with each other, he came to understand she had a quiet and amiable personality. Thus, she never left him with any sort of bad impression. Besides glancing back at her figure every once in a while, he didn't really have many opinions of her. He had never really chatted much with her either, and by the end, they were nothing more than nodding acquaintances. With the new equipment spurring them forward, the team members became even more spirited as they cleared mobs, especially by Kaishui Plain Boiled Water, who charged into every battle. Nyan and the others took a detour and headed onto a smaller path where they encountered a group of 5 treants. Shortly after making swift work of those treants, another lesser heal skill book dropped from one of their corpses, just as Nyan had said earlier. From then on, the number of priests who could cast lesser heal on their team rose to 2. As their group progressed, they completely cleared the path of any and all treants. Eventually, they penetrated into the deepest part of the forest and entered a clearing. The surrounding vegetation visibly lessened. Moreover, no more treants emerged on the path, and even the presence of fauna and insects disappeared. We're almost there. Be wary of the vines beneath your feet, Nyan warned as he raised his guard. He walked at the front of the group and opened up a path by disarming each and every trap along the route. As the team drew closer to the center of the forest, 2 vines which were lying motionless on the ground suddenly sprang to life. Like real serpents, the 2 vines snaked their way closer and shot towards Nyan. Nyan sidestepped the attack and switched to a reverse grip, slash. The vines were severed upon meeting his blade and fell to the ground. The people in the back also suffered attacks, however. They were safer due to their numbers. Even if actual danger befell one of the members, the others around them could come to the rescue. Therefore, no problems occurred in the back. After passing through the clearing, Nyan and the team finally caught sight of the Trink King. It resembled an immense tree towering at over 10 meters high and several meters wide, many times larger than the average treant. Its leaves and branches shrouded the entire sky and cast an immense shadow over the area. However, its most distinct feature lay in the ash-black bark that covered its entire body. The Trink King awoke from its deep slumber, aware of the approaching players as a cold, sinister glow radiated from its ancient eyes. Trink King Lord, level 5. Health 10,000, 10,000. Its Lord class, Dusk screamed in shock. The Trink King had only been an elite class monster when he and his team ran this dungeon. Not only did this version have much more health than its normal difficulty counterpart, it was even upgraded to a higher class. If it weren't for such an overpowered item like Einpat's flute, even if the entire elite team from Holy Empire came over and joined them, they'd likely still end up being wiped. Everyone, prepare yourselves and get into formation. Wait for the heavy night to engage before going in. There's no need to feel anxious. Just listen to my commands, Nyan reassured before sprinting towards the Trink King. He stopped upon entering the boss line of sight. Wretched humans, for trespassing onto my territory. Die, the Trink King roared deeply and slammed a gigantic branch towards Nyan. Boom, its gigantic arm left a deep mark on the earth. However, Nyan had already rolled out of the way. At that moment, Nyan had already fled and circled around its side. The Trink King raised its gigantic arm again and swept it towards Nyan. As he watched the massive arm spanning towards him, Nyan abruptly lowered his body and slipped into a slide. Voom, the Trint's sweeping attack hurtled above and past his head. The fierce pressure alone was enough to cause pain as the wind scraped against his cheek. Just a little bit slower, and I would have been swatted into the air by its attack. Nyan got up and fled in the other direction. Although the Trink King was overbearing and fierce, during the whole course of events, none of its attacks were able to reach Nyan, who evaded like a slippery loach. An average team would have most likely sent their heavy knight, who held Einpat's flute, to engage first, since only that player could withstand the attacks of the Trink King. However, they would have neglected one key point: heavy knights, as their namesake would suggest, wore heavy armor, which caused their movements to be hindered and clumsy. They were unable to dodge the Trink King's attacks, which had a strong knockback effect. Thus, they had no chance of closing in on the Trink King without others covering for them. However, if another player were to be struck by an attack, they would undoubtedly die. Nyan's movement seemed awkward whenever he evaded the Trink King's attacks. Each time the team believed he was going to die from one of the attacks, they would discover he miraculously survived by dodging, rolling, or jumping out of the way at the very last second. More or less, he appeared to be more scared than hurt, as he survived every encounter without mishap. Dusk, however, felt shocked by Nyan's actions. Holy shit, he can even do this. What a godly thief. He subconsciously began comparing Nyan with the other thieves in his team. However, he suddenly came to the realization that there wasn't a single thief within Holy Empire who could compare to Nyan. If there were a thief with even half of Nyan's skills in his team, they'd already be quite terrific. From Nyan's perspective, the Trink King's attacks were slow and predictable. Each attack gave more than a second of reaction time to get out of the way. Thus, evading its attacks really wasn't much of a problem. It was simple and extremely easy, just like an adult being asked to do a grade schooler's math homework. After making sure the boss aggro was fully on him, Nyan gave an order through the team chat. By Kaishui, take the lead and engage the boss. The rest of the frontliners will follow after. Backline, under no circumstances are you to go within 30 meters of the boss. Bai Kaishui rushed towards the Trink King. Since the boss' attention was completely focused on Nyan, he quickly arrived in front of it. He struck the boss with Shield Bash and followed with Heroic Strike, 3652. Damn it, the Trink King has such high defense. Even with Einpat's flute, his attacks still dealt so little damage to it. Shortly after Bai Kaishui engaged the boss, the other frontliners arrived as well and firmly surrounded the Trink King. Under Bai Kaishui's fierce assault, the boss aggro quickly shifted. It swept its arm and began attacking him instead. Mage's attack. Just when Nyan finished speaking, numerous spells flew into the air. Bang, 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 the spells bombarded the Trink King's body. Roughly a dozen damage numbers appeared above the Trink King's head before drifting upwards and fading away. Most of them were in the low 10s and some of them were even misses. However, 2 of them were in the 30s. These were the attacks from Dusk and Tang Yao. Dusk's Dark Winter set and Tang Yao's Fire Chaser set were both from Black Flame Forest. Thus, both of their damage numbers were rather decent. The Trink King's extremely thick bark served as an effective defense against the player's attacks. Therefore, the damage they dealt could be considered quite decent. The king. Those strikes were quite horrifying, each one reducing his health by 80 or so points. However, he was the sole person able to withstand its attacks, as the other frontliners would inevitably die within 2 strikes. Beams of gentle light fell on the players who were in a melee with the boss. In the meantime, Nyan evaluated the strength of the team's healers. Of the 3 priests who knew lesser heal, the main one healed roughly 60 health while the remaining 2 barely reached 50. Not that high. Things will likely get dangerous later. Seems like it's best to remain careful and not leave anything to chance. Due to the efforts of Bai Kaishui and the other frontliners, the flow of the battle stabilized. Thus, the mages could begin steadily casting their magic. Cast fire elemental magic as much as possible and avoid ice magic. It won't be effective since the boss ice resistance is too high. Nyan ordered and circled round the Trink's back since his class received a damage bonus, 30%, while attacking opponents from behind. Paired with his exceptional equipment, his attacks easily pierced its strong defenses. Sparks flew off its body and into the air as magic poured from the sky. Its health had been gradually chipped away and now neared 70%. Do any of our priests have Dispel? One of them does. Great, pay attention to Bai Kaishui. Immediately cast Dispel when the boss casts the fear debuff on him. Don't be slow, even a second can cause us a lot of trouble, Nyan said. The priest felt somewhat anxious as he listened to Nyan's instructions. After all, he was still a novice at the game. He was nicknamed Bamboo Pole by Bai Kaishui and the others due to his naturally lanky build. He felt quite nervous at the moment, anxiously gripping his staff while his muscles appeared to have been frozen stiff. However, Nyan noticed his apprehension and spoke reassuringly. Relax a bit. I'll remind you when the time comes, so all you'll have to do is cast Dispel on my signal. Just as its health reached 70%, the boss released a deep roar that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Meanwhile, Bai Kaishui halted his attacks and involuntarily retreated back while his movements became extremely rigid. Dispel, Nyan shouted through the team's voice chat. Without delay, Bamboo Pole cast Dispel and a bright light illuminated Bai Kaishui from above. Bai Kaishui had only retreated a few steps when feared. He charged back into battle and slammed his shield at the Trink King with Shield Bash. Not bad, Nyan praised. Bamboo Pole instantly felt relief seeing as his spell succeeded. Following Nyan's directions, the entire team fell into the rhythm of battle. Coupled with the fact that he knew the Trink King's actions in advance, its health bar steadily fell lower. It's using Lash. The Trink King lifted its vines and sent them lashing at Bai Kaishui. Priests prepare to heal Bai Kaishui in 3, 2, 1, now. Nyan, on the other hand, released a flurry of attacks from behind. Roughly 3 minutes later, the entire team had steadily chipped away as its health fell to merely 25%. Priests, how much mana remaining? 67, 56, 23. Though. Priest with 23 mana, drink your mana potion. The priest downed a basic mana potion after Nyan called him out. Suddenly, the Trink King transformed into a shade of red. Finally, everyone get ready. Bai Kaishui switched to a defensive stance. Mages, increase your damage output. Priests, prepare yourselves, Nyan shouted. Bai Kaishui, in the moment he heard these instructions, held the shield to his chest and switched stances. The Trink King let out an explosive roar. It raised its arms and slammed down on Bai Kaishui. Bang! The Trink King's gigantic arms landed on Bai Kaishui's shield and sent him several steps back, losing over 200 health in the exchange. However, even after such a terrifying attack, the Trink King was unwilling to give up. It raised its arm once more and relentlessly smashed. Bang! Bang! The assault left 2 more craters in the earth, while a gentle shower of light fell on Bai Kaishui in between the attacks. 221 plus 60, 256 plus 52. Above Bai Kaishui's head, 4 numbers floated upwards as he was repelled back. Such high damage. If it weren't for Einpat's flute, just one of those attacks would instantly kill even the most powerful fighter. Bai Kaishui felt a cold chill run down his spine as he glanced at his health bar. If it weren't for the timely heals from the priests, he would have long been dead. The Trink King had finished its 3-hit combo and seemed to have come to rest. However, a moment later, it continued its onslaught of battering their tank. Bai Kaishui, pull back. The rest of you guys, hold the line for a bit. Nyan began running to Bai Kaishui's side. Bai Kaishui dodge rolled the Trink King's next attack and downed a basic health potion. However, the amount of health restored was basically negligible compared to his current total health. The other frontliners rushed up to take Bai Kaishui's place, forming a human shield as they blocked the Trink King's advance. However, they could only hold it off for a limited time, since their defense and health were much lower in comparison to the one they were replacing. Nyan arrived at Bai Kaishui's side and applied an intermediate combat bandage. Plus 20, plus 20, plus 20. Drink a basic recovery potion. I already drank one. Wait for the next round of healing from the priests. 2 priests cast lesser heal on Bai Kaishui. After 10 seconds, more than half of his health had recovered. The other frontliners couldn't hold on much longer. There was no one left to take another attack. After all, 2 hits and any one of them would be dead. If the Trink King scored a critical hit, even if they were full health, they would instantly die. Furthermore, 2 of their members had already been killed and sent to the graveyard. Bai Kaishui, go back in, Nyan ordered when Bai Kaishui's health had recovered past 400. Bai Kaishui raised his shield and ran up to meet the boss. They had been in a state of crisis just now. Thus, no one dared to be any more careless. Tang Yao, Dusk, and the rest of the backline took out their most powerful spells, unloading each and every one on the Trink King. I'll be out of mana soon, Tang Yao anxiously said. Cast Arcane Fireballs. It expends the least amount of mana. Warriors and paladins go all out. Use Flame Slash. Nyan replied. They only needed to hold out for a little longer. Victory was right before their eyes. They absolutely couldn't fail at the final stretch of the battle. He circled behind the Trink King and used Vital Strike followed by Assassinate. The Trink's health steadily fell 9%, 8%, 6%. The team became increasingly nervous. None of them were willing to slow down by the slightest degree. Bang, 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 fireballs landed on the Trink King's body and left deep wounds upon impact, 3%. All frontliners retreat. Mages, give it everything you've got, Nyan suddenly instructed through the team chat. The warriors and paladins didn't understand why Nyan would have them retreat at such a crucial moment. However, they still listened to his orders without the slightest hint of hesitation and pulled back. Nyan had been the one who carried them to this point in the run. Thus, they had unwittingly come to acknowledge his ability and held faith in his commands. Heaving one of its massive stumps into the air, the Trink King forcefully stamped on the ground. War trample, boom. Like a giant hammer striking the surface, the stump transmitted a powerful force deep into the earth which violently shook the ground. Soon, large fractures began forming on the surface, spreading to the nearby surroundings, appearing as if they would rend the entire world asunder. Then powerful shock waves erupted from the depths, pouring volatile magical energy onto the surface. The frontliners felt their hearts tighten as they witnessed the tyrannical might of this skill, because likely then and there, they would have been instantly killed were it not for Nyan ordering them to retreat. Furthermore, with their absence and only the ranged units remaining, the team would certainly lack the damage necessary to finish off the boss, leading to a possible wipe as a consequence. Oftentimes, even the slightest of mistakes could reverse the outcome of a battle. Ray, engage. The boss doesn't have much health left. Faster, everyone, faster, Nyan shouted. Their next step was to simply finish off the Trink King, then everything would be fine. Besides, with so little health remaining, it couldn't possibly do any more to reverse the situation. Heroic strike, radiant slash, a volley of magic poured into the sky. Bang, 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 the spells blasted its body, depleting the boss of what little health it had remaining. Upon entering its death throes, the Trink King mournfully moaned as cracks began appearing all over its body. A moment later, boom, an explosion rocked the area as its body splintered into pieces and fell to the ground as a pile of wood debris. The Trink King is dead. We succeeded. All of the team members excitedly cheered. For a team like theirs, clearing this specialist dungeon was simply a remarkable and unimaginable achievement. In the exact moment they toppled the Trink King over, everyone felt like they were in a dream, as if everything that happened wasn't real. However, this dream was in fact reality, and an indescribable feeling of admiration arose in their hearts. Before meeting Nyan, their team hadn't even been able to clear this dungeon on easy difficulty. Yet while following his lead, they were able to directly beat it on specialist difficulty, truly an inconceivable feat. Seeing everyone's joyous and excited expressions, Nyan broke into a smile because he was very much the same when he cleared a dungeon for the very first time. Tang Yao, Yao Yao Dark Mystery, Yulan Blue Feather, and Bai Kaishui Plain Bold Water were among the 8 people who leveled up. Meanwhile, Nyan's experience bar had risen to 52%. As one could quite easily tell, the Trink King had given an ample and generous amount of experience. Nyan dug through the pile of wood. Despite finding 2 pieces of equipment, they weren't the item he was looking for, so he continued his search. He brushed aside the branches and twigs and jolted in elation when a bright blue gem entered his vision. This is exactly what I was looking for. This gem was completely different from ordinary gems. Resembling a diamond, it was carved with many facets and blossomed with a dazzling radiance. He quickly appraised the gem with transcendent insight. Featherfall Jewel. Ah, it's the Featherfall Jewel. I finally have it in my hands. 2 pieces of equipment and a jewel dropped. One of them is a silver-grade hat for arcane mages, and the other is a silver-grade armor for paladins. As for the jewel, I'll be taking it for myself, Nyan announced. Even if he wanted to take the equipment, he wouldn't have to pay money. However, the other members had to pay the rest of the team with their bid if they wanted the equipment. At this moment, not a single person raised any objections. What kind of jewel is that? Share the properties with me, Dusk asked. He was rather curious about the jewel in Nyan's hands. After all, the only reason the latter ran this specialist dungeon was for the sake of this jewel. Nyan shared the Featherfall Jewel's properties. Featherfall Jewel Dark Gold, Ornament. Requirements Level 0. Properties Defense 810, Strength +7. Can be equipped with the accessory slot or embedded into jewelry slot where applicable. Featherfall activate to allow the player to fall like a feather through the air. Duration 3 minutes. Weight 1 lb. Restrictions none, excluding rings, necklaces, and medallions. Every player had 5 slots which players could equip accessories. Nyan equipped the Featherfall Jewel into one of his accessory slots, so it was a dark gold accessory. No wonder you cared about it so much, Dusk exclaimed in surprise. The properties on this Featherfall Jewel weren't that great, but its Featherfall ability was quite rare otherwise. It wouldn't be classified as a dark gold grade. Through this entire run, even if they were to add up all the equipment they received up till now, it still wouldn't be equal in value to the equipment Nyan obtained for himself. Some team members felt this was a little unfair, however. They quickly erased this thought and quickly got over it. Without Nyan, let alone clearing this specialist dungeon, they wouldn't have even obtained a single hair. How many honor points did your team receive? Nyan glanced at Yulan and asked. So much. Even when my team cleared Blackflame Forest, we only received 800, Dusk exclaimed in fright. He began to think specialist difficulty truly wasn't simple. This was merely Trink Forest. If they were to run Blackflame Forest or Agmoda Muddy Wetlands on Specialist, he'd imagine the rewards would definitely be much more generous. You guys can head to Blackflame Forest or Fallen Shaman Camp now. If you haven't gone to those dungeons before, you should take some time to prepare, Nyan said. Will you come with us? Yao Yao gazed at Nyan and asked. Yulan and the rest also perked their ears up while waiting for Nyan's reply. However, Yulan also understood her team's little temple wasn't big enough for a deity such as Nyan to stay in. Nyan faintly smiled and said, "Like I said before, I won't be following you guys to Blackflame Forest." He definitely wouldn't have a pleasant time running a dungeon together with a person like Chenbo. However, if Yulan and the others kicked Chenbo out of the team, he would think it over. Even then, it was simply thinking it over. He'd have to check whether he had the free time. Oh, Yao Yao felt somewhat disappointed. In a few days, Brother Nai is going with us to run Agmoda Muddy Wetlands, Dusk interjected. He was now thoroughly convinced of Nai Yan's ability. Being able to run another dungeon with this expert was truly a wonderful matter for him. Tang Yao gazed at Nai Yan with expectation in his eyes. He wanted Nai Yan to bring him along as well. Nai Yan sent a whisper to Tang Yao. "Your skills aren't there yet. Agmoda Muddy Wetlands has very high requirements for mages. You can practice by following Yu Lan and her group for now. Then when you're good enough, I'll bring you along on the harder dungeon runs." "All right, I understand." Tang Yao nodded his head. Nai Yan wouldn't lie to him. If he did tag along for Agmoda Muddy Wetlands and couldn't keep up, he'd likely lose face for Nai Yan. He calmed himself before resolving to run a few more dungeons with Yu Lan and her team. That way he could polish up his skills. "How about letting Tang Yao tag along with you guys for Blackflame and Fallen Shaman Camp? As for those dungeons, I can give you guys a bit of advice," Nai Yan suggested. Yu Lan nodded her head and said, "We're extremely glad to have him. From now on, he'll be part of our team." Tang Yao's magic damage was quite high. His contributions in this run were great as well. For this kind of person to be willing to stay on their team, she couldn't be any happier. Moreover, with Tang Yao here, Nai Yan would definitely give them some advice instead of keeping it from them. With the item distribution finished, besides the Uncanny Dodge skill book, the Forest Necklace, and the Featherfall Jewel, Nai Yan also received 3 silvers. Meanwhile, Tang Yao earned his first large profit and received roughly 60 coppers. "Is there anything we still need to do?" Dusk asked. "Return the flute to Impat," Nai Yan replied. He glanced at Bai Kaishui plain boiled water and said, "Hand the flute to me." At the end of the day, the flute was a quest item and never belonged to him in the first place. Bai Kaishui inwardly sighed and handed the flute back to Nai Yan. Nai Yan eyed the forest thickets and spotted a decrepit old man walking unsteadily towards them. "Respected senior, we've punished those despicable dark elves and retrieved your flute." Had Nai Yan and the others tried to keep the flute, they would have incurred Impat's wrath and likely found themselves in a perilous situation. Ultimately, the Treant Forest would have become a resting place for their bones. System, side quest Impat's missing flute has been completed. You have received 28,596 experience points. Shortly after Nai Yan received this notification, a thick fog emerged and enveloped the team. The elderly Impat disappeared as well. When the fog finally dissipated and everyone could see clearly again, they discovered they had been returned to the entrance of the forest. "We can still collect another reward by going to the commander in Kalor." Nai Yan glanced at his experience bar. Among his teammates, he received the largest share of the experience because he had contributed the most during Impat's quest. Moreover, after gaining the experience from the side quest, his experience bar rose to 73%. Everyone was in high spirits. It truly felt great following Nai Yan into a dungeon. After receiving the reward, their experience bars once again rose by a large chunk. After traveling back to Telak Town, the entire team took the transfer point to Kalor. Upon arriving, Nai Yan headed directly for the barracks. Their destination was to the southwest of the city. When they arrived at the outer perimeter of the barracks, they saw tall walls with many sentries posted atop. Overall, it appeared the defenses and security of this place were fairly tight. Nai Yan and his group didn't enter the barracks, but rather the lofty white tower that stood beside it. This was the building where Commander Kavrote was stationed. As they entered, the group could see there weren't many NPCs within the building. However, a tall, middle-aged man still walked over to greet them. He had a face full of scars and wore the military uniform of the Viridian Empire. Nai Yan used Transcendent Insight to examine this NPC Commander Kavrote. "Youngsters, what business do you have coming to this place?" "Lord Commander, we caught 2 dark elves lurking inside Treant Forest. After interrogating them, we received some information that concerns the safety of Hilton's stronghold. Here are the heads of the 2 dark elves we caught." Commander Kavrote followed up with a few more questions, while Nai Yan answered accordingly in the formal manner, which was standard in player-to-NPC interaction. Afterward, he handed the dark elf heads over to Commander Kavrote. "System, side quest deliver the information has been completed. System, your influence in Hilton's stronghold has increased by 11. System, your influence in Kalor has increased by 11. System, you have received 32,320 experience points. System, you have learned fighting from Commander Kavrote. System, you have gained +2 strength. System, you have received 2 silvers. Some hidden quests gave additional stats as quest rewards. Nyan never expected this quest was one of them or to be so lucky as to receive 2 additional points in strength. Each member of the team received decent experience and money as rewards. Meanwhile, Nyan's experience bar rose to 97%. As for the 2 silvers he also received as a reward, they simply didn't count for much considering the amount of wealth he already possessed. Rather than grinding mobs, it seemed much easier to level up by doing quests. However, quests were divided into different levels. The higher the difficulty of the quest, the more experience points it would give. For example, relatively simple quests such as gathering animal furs would give very little experience as a reward, while in team quests, the rewards each individual received would be based on their own contribution in the quest. In the case of this quest, as well as Einpat's, Nyan had contributed the most, thus he received the most experience, while the other members received much less in comparison. Well, we've handed in the quest, so I should probably get going now, Nyan said to Yao Yao Dark Mystery and the others. What are you gonna do now after handing in the quest? Yao Yao asked. She was somewhat reluctant to part, killing monsters and leveling up. However, where I'm going you guys are certainly unable to follow, Nyan replied. Since he now had both the Featherfall Jewel and Silk Spinner Ring, there were many places he could try going to. Since he's busy, let's make our team and level up, Dusk suggested. With so many high damage mages on this team, it would be too much of waste if they separated now. Fatty over here has the Meteor spell. It's got good area of effect and is decent at mobbing groups of monsters, so you probably won't be leveling slowly with him on the team, Nyan suggested. He was planning to have Tang Yao familiarize himself with the others, so he would no longer have to worry about not being able to find a team. After receiving numerous pointers from Nyan over such a long period of time, Tang Yao's skills had soared in proficiency. Though he still couldn't be called an expert, he would have absolutely no problems assisting this team. After all, low-level dungeons and killing mobs generally weren't too challenging for an arcane mage. Meteor, everyone was surprised. At this point in the game, mages who knew offensive area of effect spells could best be described as being as rare as a phoenix feather. Why didn't we see you use it earlier in the dungeon? Bai Kaishui asked. Using that skill in the dungeon, do you think I'm looking to die? Before entering, Nyan specifically warned him not to cast Meteor while in the dungeon. Tang Yao had taken this warning very seriously, therefore he sounded quite blunt and forceful in his reply. Oh right, haha. Bai Kaishui awkwardly smiled and scratched his head. Casting large area of effect spells would frequently alert many mobs and build up a lot of aggro at the same time. In such a case, the frontliners wouldn't be able to keep the monsters from getting to the backline, so it turns out he had Meteor. Why are we still wasting our time here? Dusk rubbed his hands together. He was getting a little impatient to see the might of the rare Meteor spell for himself. I'll be taking my leave first then, Nyan said goodbye to everyone. Though after seeing Yao Yao's unhappy appearance, he laughed and said, next time I'll kill monsters with you guys. How about it? Remember those words because you're not allowed go back on them. Yao Yao widened her eyes, sounding pleasantly surprised. Her bright and colorful smile was as dazzling as the sun. She didn't know why, but she felt like she had known Nyan for a very long time despite them only being acquainted for a few days. They seemed to have a sort of unusual familiarity and understanding with each other. Nyan laughed and said, sure. After leaving the group, Nyan began walking over to Kalor's auction house. Meanwhile, the others in the group gazed at Nyan's departing back. Only when his figure disappeared into the crowded streets did they finally regain their senses. Come on, let's go and train. When Dusk saw Nyan disappear into the crowd, he turned around and said, yeah, let's head out. As they departed the area, he sent a message to Sleepy Fox. Captain, take a look at this video. What kind of video? Just watch it and you'll know. In the lesser werewolf spawn area near Telak town, a group of players was in the middle of combat. At the front of the group amongst those players was Sleepy Fox. He turned to the warrior nearby and said, hold the line for a moment, before retreating from the fight. All right. As he retreated, several spells whizzed past him and blasted the lesser werewolves behind him. He was currently in the middle of leveling. For Dusk to dare disturb him at this point in time, it would definitely be an important matter. He opened up the video and pressed play and was surprised to discover the person in this video was Nyan. His interest was now piqued, thus he continued to watch. While he observed Nyan and the others killing the mobs, he furrowed his brows. This is Treant Forest, right? Why do the Treants have such high health? He was quite knowledgeable in the game. With but a glance, he was easily able to spot something strange about this video. They're running the dungeon on Specialist. Treant Forest on Specialist. Did you guys actually clear it? Sleepy Fox sent a message to Dusk. He was shocked, however, he soon regained his wits. Such crappy equipment and their team still dared to enter a specialist dungeon. Quite a rare sight indeed. We did clear it, Dusk replied a moment later. His skills with the crossbow are amazing, Sleepy Fox exclaimed in admiration. He was on the part of the video where Nyan first began luring the treants with the crossbow. Even if one had exceptional skills, accurately firing those 3 bolts in such a short time frame and under such pressure was nearly an impossible feat. Nyan's skills were beyond exceptional. The players at present had just entered the game, so in regards to skill, they were a far distance away from Nyan. These 3 bolts might be nothing more than a common everyday skill in his former timeline. However, in the eyes of Sleepy Fox, Dusk, and the others, it was no different from the skills of a god. Sleepy Fox had never valued or noticed the importance of a thief during a dungeon run. After all, many teams who lacked one still managed to clear dungeons just fine. Therefore, he never attached any importance to what Nyan could do as a thief when he invited him. Though at present, he began to think having a good thief in a dungeon expedition team was somewhat of a significant matter. He had always felt the team was lacking a certain something, yet only now did he realize what it was. What they were lacking was exactly an expert-level thief like Nyan. Stone was correct, he really is an expert, Dusk said. Stone's judgment had always been somewhat lackluster, yet this time around, they didn't know how or what, though a good analogy would probably be something like a disabled cat finding a dead mouse, but he somehow managed to invite a godly expert to their team. We should be able to clear Agmoda muddy wetlands now. After finishing the video, he understood the phrase, a successful thief can increase the team's survival by 30% or higher, slightly better. This line didn't only apply to 3-player parties nor only 5-player parties, it meant the same with 20-player and even 30-player teams as well. Besides his individual skill, Nyan's leadership abilities were certainly commendable too. Were it not for him, Yu Lan and the others would have found it impossible to pass the dungeon because of their subpar equipment. The moment Nyan found out Dusk was part of Holy Empire, he knew the progression of the run would be seen by Sleepy Fox. Therefore, the least he could do was to eliminate some of the doubts in Sleepy Fox's mind. Now that the Featherfall jewel was in his hands, Nyan was reminded of a famous elite monster, Gato the Lion King. He still needed to make quite a few preparations if he wanted to get rid of that overgrown feline. Nyan took a stroll around the auction house. Since the demand and selling price of black phenol wasn't bad, many alchemists gathered whatever leftover ingredients they had and concocted it into black phenol to put up on the auction house. At the moment, there were a little over 100 bottles and several dozen recipes for sale. In but a few days, the value of these items would soar considerably. However, a few days hadn't arrived yet, so Nyan pressed purchase without the slightest hesitation and cleaned the entire auction house out of all its black phenol recipes, and even the ingredients used to create black phenol. After purchasing all of the black phenol and black phenol-related items, Nyan sorted by price and bought 9 of the most expensive crossbow quivers up for sale, 2,000 black gold bolts, 3,000 nightmare bolts, and 4,000 tempered poison bolts. Black gold quiver 1,000 bolts, damage plus 12 price, 2 silver. Nightmare quiver 1,000 bolts, damage plus 10 price, 1 silver, 50 copper. Tempered poison quiver 1,000 bolts, damage plus 9 price, 1 silver, 10 copper. These bolts cost Nyan a pretty penny. Besides a few players from the larger guilds who were in charge of luring monsters, absolutely no one could bear to use these expensive bolts. Truthfully, even those wealthy guilds would find it a bit too wasteful squandering these bolts on luring monsters. Therefore, the demand for these types of bolts wasn't much at all. However, their prices still remained high because they were relatively uncommon. Hence, only ridiculously rich players like Nyan would purchase these things. After purchasing the quivers, Nyan teleported to Mordor using the transfer point and headed off in the direction of Violet Dream Hills. He went past the town walls and traveled north for roughly 10 or so kilometers before encountering an unbroken chain of mountains. Arriving at the base of one of these mountains, he ran up the path leading to the mountain peak. Upon reaching the peak, he gazed far into the distance and saw an open plain. Due to how high up he was, everything on this plain looked extremely small. He then looked at the landscape directly beneath him, which was nothing but desolate terrain. Standing atop the peak where the wind whistled through the air, he observed the forest of conifers that ran along the mountain range. The trees flowed like the waves in an ocean of green. The peak he stood on top of was roughly several hundred meters above ground. For the average player, it would mean certain death if they tried to jump off this peak. Nyan paced back and forth around the peak, occasionally glancing down to examine the landscape directly below. However, he halted upon finding a certain tree situated near the peak's edge. He stood directly under this tree and faced east. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. This should roughly be it. Yep, it's right here. There's no mistaking it. Nyan then leaped off the mountain peak. Though his actions stated otherwise, the purpose of making this trip wasn't really so he could commit suicide. It was because the lair of the level 7 elite monster, Gato the Lion King, was located beneath this cliffside. This monster was the field boss who ruled over this desolate terrain, and many unsuspecting players who came to this area to train would find themselves killed by this mighty lion. Gato would respawn within a day if he was killed. Moreover, he had a high probability of dropping the Blackblood set, which consisted of 3 items: cloak, gloves, and shoulder guards. At level 5 silver grade, the set was currently one of the best thief equipment sets in the game, coming second to the Covenant set, which could only be found in the yet-to-be-opened Saucil Valley dungeon. By obtaining the Blackblood set, Nyan could at least guarantee that he was fully geared in first-rate equipment. Beside the aforementioned set, Gato also dropped various thief skill books. In Nyan's previous life, many players gathered here to hunt Gato the Lion King. Plenty of chaotic battles occurred for the sake of snatching the equipment he dropped. Oftentimes, a large expanse of players covered the entire area, so wanting to grab the Blackblood set wasn't a simple matter, while trying to complete the set was even more of an ordeal. This was due to the fact that Gato would also spawn several hundred lions with him each time he respawned. Therefore, players needed to clear the surroundings of lions before facing off against the boss safely. However, the numerous ordinary level 7 lions were extremely difficult to deal with as well. The player base at present was too low level. At the very least, it would take 25 level 5 or higher players to hunt Gato. However, those sort of players were few and far between. Moreover, those who were at that level were certainly experts as well. In any case, gathering so many top-ranked players together certainly wouldn't be easy. Let alone Gato, players didn't even dare to come to this area to hunt the ordinary lions. This vicinity was a level 7 monster spawn area, so very few people would come. Even if they did, none of them would be able to reach Gato's lair. This was the reason Nyan could feel at ease while carrying out his plan. The wind blew past his hair as he continued descending in altitude. When Nyan reached 4/5 of the way to the ground, he activated the Featherfall Jewels skill, whereupon he immediately began slowing down. He felt like he was as light as a feather as his speed slowed down to a steady rate. Under the effect of Featherfall, Nyan's falling speed was only somewhat faster than the actual falling speed of a feather. The distance between him and the ground grew increasingly short. He estimated his current altitude at about 20 meters above ground. He shot out a web line from his silk spinner ring which stuck to the rock face and stopped his fall. Now suspended in the middle of the air, he looked below to discover a robust brown lion with a large mane of hair and an imposing royal aura. By coincidence, this lion was also within his firing range. Obviously, this was Gato the Lion King. Nyan recalled this was the exact location where he spawned. Perfect. The web line connected to Nyan's left hand was firmly secured on the vegetation growing on the rock wall above. His right hand reached into his bag and took out a crossbow. He lined the sights on the lion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bolts shot out of the crossbow and went in a straight line towards Gato. Since the majority of the player base was too low level, very few players were able to reach this destination, which led Nyan to believe his actions were far from prying eyes. However, unbeknownst to him, in an area not far from the cliff face he overhung, a group of 10 or so players were hunting mobs. The strongest among them reached level 6, while the lowest was level 4. Even their highest level member was still a level lower than these lions, thus none of them dared to penetrate too deeply into Violet Dream Hills. Although they received 300% bonus experience for killing these level 7 lions, it was offset by their numbers. Moreover, their expenditure was too great. In the game's current state, even a single basic health potion was an expensive luxury, yet they were consuming these potions at a ludicrous rate. Were it not for the fact that their profits were somewhat decent after recently picking up a Leo shield and a few fur pelts, they would have long stopped hunting these high-health, hard-to-chew monsters. Bladelight, let's leave after another hour or two. We should have enough lion pelts by then, said the priest to the level 6 fighter at the front of the group. The fighter named Bladelight raised his shield and blocked an incoming lion's attack. Brandishing his sword, he countered with heroic strike and kited the lion as the mages whittled its health away. Once its health fell below a certain point, he finished it off with whirlwind slash. All right, we'll leave in an hour then. Since we've already got a Leo shield, it'd be perfect if the Leo armor dropped as well. Resplendent Bladelight nodded and replied he unhurriedly collected the items that dropped from the monster's corpse. That's impossible. I read online that the drop rate for Leo armor is 1 in 500, said an elementalist who walked to his side. He and Resplendent Bladelight were the only level 6s in their team. His character was named Haiju Black Amazing. The two of them could be counted as experts in the game. Although they were friends, neither was willing to admit they were weaker than the other. In terms of skill, Bladelight was superior, but Haiju's influence in their guild was higher. Their guild was named Unhindered and was established using both of their names. Since Bladelight wasn't interested in the management aspects of the team or guild, Haiju naturally took on this role. Under his leadership, not only did Unhindered become a successful guild, it became somewhat famous as well. What? The Leo shield's drop rate is only 1 in 1,000, yet we still managed to get one anyway. Bladelight rebuked. That's only cause you got lucky. Haiju's complexion paled. Bladelight's tone made him somewhat speechless and angry. However, he still managed to mumble out a few words in reply. If I can equip the Leo armor, I'll have the highest defense out of any player in the game, Bladelight said in a confident tone. Egotistical prick, Haiju thought in disdain. His expression, however, did not betray his inner thoughts. He and Bladelight, on various occasions, competed in sparring matches in the arena, though the difference between them was clear. Out of 10 matches, it'd be considered amazing if he could even beat Bladelight in 2 of them. Bladelight was famous, quite skilled, and he was well respected among players in several professions. In truth, Unhindered was established solely on his reputation alone. Thus, Haiju had no choice but to rely on Bladelight. However, as the guild continued to expand, Haiju's authority over it grew as well. As a result, he was slowly inching out Bladelight in terms of position within the guild. As he and his team prepared to continue their hunt, Bladelight happened to gaze over at the distant cliff face and was surprised to discover a player jumping off its peak. Geez, I'm seeing stranger things by the day. People are even committing suicide in video games. Can't this guy be a little less morbid? However, to his astonishment, that player's falling speed continued to decrease, to the extent where they were unlikely to die even if they hit the ground. Guys, look at the cliff face over there. Bladelight exclaimed in an amazed manner. Why? Haiju asked as he inadvertently looked to the side, whereupon his expression immediately froze. He also noticed Nyan. At that moment, he saw Nyan shoot out something from his hand and suspend himself in midair, whereupon he took out a crossbow and began firing below. What the heck is doing? The surrounding members stared blankly. Amazing, this guy can even think of a strategy like this. Haven't you guys figured it out? He's killing monsters. Bladelight straightened his back and replied. The player overhanging this cliff deeply interested him. For being able to figure out such a unique method of killing mobs, this certainly wasn't an average player. That item on his hand should be the silk spinner ring. Haiju recognized this item because he was knowledgeable of most equipment in the game. If we also had this silk spinner ring, could we also be like him and hunt monsters like that? No, even if we had that ring, we still wouldn't be able to. Unless we have equipment with the featherfall ability like him, the force of the fall would likely snap the web line, Bladelight replied. The silk spinner ring was already quite a rare accessory that held considerable value. There was even less of a need to discuss equipment with the featherfall ability, which happened to be rarer. These 2 unique items couldn't necessarily be bought even if one did have the money. Yet for the sake of hunting monsters, this person obtained both. Just who the hell was he? Damn, I'd like to be able to kill monsters like that. If I never have to worry about being attacked while firing bolts, I'd be able to rise several levels in no time. Not necessarily. The number of mobs in his range is limited. His leveling speed won't be that high because the mobs don't respawn fast enough at the rate he's killing them. After clearing all the mobs in his range, he'll have no choice but to go back. A somewhat knowledgeable member of the team voiced their opinion. Haiju didn't utter a single word while listening to his teammates' discussion. They couldn't penetrate too deeply into the area because the nearer they approached that cliff, the higher the mob density. Since they didn't dare to get anywhere near that area, they would never know what sort of monsters that player was hunting. ROAAR. The deafening sound traveled all the way from the cliff face to where they were standing. The surrounding members paled as they all looked on in horror. A robust lion leapt 5 meters into the air and threw itself at the cliff face. The pounce was quite powerful and ferocious, even managing to shake the cliff face on impact. Yet no matter how high that lion leapt, it was far from being able to reach Nyan. Its body halted on the cliff face and involuntarily slid off. All the while, Nyan dangled calmly in midair and steadily fired more bolts. It's the elite-class monster, Gato the Lion King, Haiju shouted, his voice cracking in astonishment. Each member of the group looked at each other in dismay and shock. Gato the Lion King, even if they were to form a 20-player team right now, they still wouldn't be able to kill this lion. Yet this level 7 elite-class monster was currently being turned into a pincushion as it was slowly shot to death by a single player overhanging a cliff. When they thought of this, they felt resentment boiling up inside of them, perhaps even more so a feeling of envy and jealousy. Can we rush in and steal the equipment from him after he kills it? One of the members asked. Impossible. We simply don't have any means of going there, unless guild leader Haiju can call a bunch of people over here. However, the losses we would suffer far outweigh our potential gains. Ah, forget it then. As Bladelight, Haiju, and the others contemplated, the earth violently trembled. The vibrations they felt on the ground resembled a stampede. Each of their faces paled, and they quickly looked into the distance. What they saw was a giant dust cloud rising into the air and several hundred lions running in their direction. The Lion King's roar had stirred up the lions in the vicinity. We're done for. Everyone, retreat immediately. Haiju shouted in alarm, but it was already too late. the stampede of lions had discovered their presence. At that moment, they were simply awaiting their impending doom. Bladelight realized how difficult it would be to escape, so he raised his shield to welcome the enemies. Meanwhile, the perpetrator of this disaster was hanging leisurely over the cliff face. He didn't need to expend much strength. All he needed to do was steadily fire his crossbow. The bolts that were fired all had the additional property of dealing bonus on hit damage. Even if it was the level 7 Lion King, it still had no more than 5 or 6,000 health. Under his steady fire, it soon had less than half of its health remaining. The Lion King's aggro was fully on Nyan, but it was incapable of attacking him. Thus, there was nothing it could do. Since it only knew physical attacks, all of its abilities were related to raising its physical damage. Even when it leapt at its highest, it only reached 6 or 7 meters while its opponent was suspended 20 meters in the air. Killing monsters that surpassed him in level became much simpler with these bolts that dealt bonus on hit damage. Each and every bolt would deal real and genuine damage. Nyan specifically chose this location after making certain the Lion King didn't have any ranged attacks. Gato was the boss that resided at this cliff base, and Nyan recalled that there were at least 10 other monsters like him. However, Gato happened to be the easiest one to deal with because it only knew physical attacks. Naturally, Nyan would choose to challenge the pushover over the others. The Lion King tried every which way to get its claws on Nyan. However, as time elapsed, its health eventually fell below 20%, and it entered a berserk state. Its robust and muscular body, though weakened, suddenly filled with energy and unyieldingly pounced at Nyan. However, no matter how hard it struggled, all of its efforts were futile in the end. Before another half-hour even passed, its health bar fell empty. The Lion King raised its head to the sky and resentfully roared, unwilling to resign to its fate before collapsing onto the earth. Gato the Lion King, the boss that would be fought over by numerous players in the future, had its life ended just like that. Nyan hadn't lost a single drop of health in the process of whittling it to death. Ding, a clear melody rang into the air. He received 800% bonus experience for killing a monster that surpassed him in level. After hitting level 5, his experience bar continued filling up and only stopped upon hitting 36%. The Lion King had dropped 2 pieces of equipment. Both items lay sparkling on the ground beside Gato's corpse. Equipment dropped. Excitement arose within Nyan, however. He still couldn't come down. He could see 10 or so lions still roaming around in an area not far from Gato's corpse. In order to retrieve the dropped items safely, he needed to clear them out first. Thus, he continued firing the crossbow until each lion was shot to death. Unlike other games, dropped items never disappeared after a certain amount of time. The game resembled real life, as in items thrown on the ground would never just evaporate into thin air. As for items players didn't need or couldn't sell, they could be broken down into raw materials by the recycler to recoup some of their value. Seeing as there were no monsters left in the area, Nyan released the web line and dropped to the ground. After falling 20 meters, he only lost 60 health. This sort of height wasn't enough to kill him with fall damage. Nyan walked up to the Lion King's side and collected the 2 pieces of equipment that dropped. Since both items were unappraised, he revealed their properties with transcendent insight. Blackblood Cloak Gold. Requirements Level 5. Properties Defense 1921, Resilience +5 Mauve, Speed +6. Weight 2 Elbay. Restrictions Thief can be equipped by all factions. Lion King's Shield Gold. Requirement Level 5. Properties Defense 3951, Block Chance +12, Resilience +5, Magic Resist +7. Weight 10 Elbays. Restrictions Fighter Paladin can be equipped by all factions. Nyan felt quite satisfied when he saw that a piece of equipment from the Blackblood set had dropped, though he didn't expect the Lion King's shield to drop as well. Its value was much higher than the Blackblood cloak. To illustrate a point, if he brought it to the marketplace, he absolutely wouldn't sell it for anything less than 20 silvers. In the best-case scenario, he could exchange it for a couple pieces of thief equipment. The price for a fighter's shield remained high in the marketplace, always occupying the top positions in terms of price. Out of the 10 most expensive pieces of equipment sold in the marketplace, 8 were fighter shields. What a good piece of equipment. Along with the Blackblood cloak, I've made a decent profit. Nyan stored the shield and cloak into his bag. I'm finally level 5. Nyan glanced at his stat page, due to the chapter of Courage's effect. He gained 2 additional stat points and 1 additional mastery point upon reaching level 5, meaning he had a total of 7 stat points and 2 mastery points to allocate. He allocated 2 points in strength and 5 in dexterity. Since intermediate marksman couldn't be improved any further at his current level, he distributed his 2 mastery points into dagger and dual wielding. As a result, he gained a 10% attack bonus along with increased proficiency in wielding daggers. Moreover, he could at long last dual-wield weapons. Yan brought out all the level 5 equipment he had been carrying with him just for this occasion. After switching out all his level 0 equipment, he glanced at his character info. Main weapon, Horn Dagger Bronze. Secondary weapon, Assassin's Decree Gold. Armor, Headhunter's Silver Leather Armor Silver. Cape, Blackblood Cloak Gold. Boots of Swiftness Gold. Yan's upgraded equipment drastically changed his appearance. The Headhunter's silver leather armor, with its dull silver-white luster, gave off a chilly aura of slaughter and death. From his back hung a dark, blood-red cloak that emitted a faint golden glow. In addition, the pair of daggers he held in his hands flickered with a cold glint. The style of thief equipment was generally reserved compared to other classes, and Yan had also concealed the equipment's visual effects, but from a quick glimpse, one could still discern that his equipment was out of the ordinary. Yan became much faster with his level 5 equipment. He moved like the wind, leaving afterimages behind him. Not bad, he muttered to himself. He felt quite satisfied with his new equipment. In this period of time, where good equipment was still scarce, his own equipment would cause the overwhelming majority of players to look at him in admiration. This new equipment would enable him to freely roam around any level 6 or 7 monster area as he pleased. Yan would need to wait a day for Gato to respawn, so he began heading out of Violet Dream Hills. His next objective was the level 8 elite class monster Ogre Devourer, who resided in an area not far from this one. The loot the Ogre Devourer dropped was also rather decent, as it dropped items for every class. In his past life, there was even a player who'd obtained a piece of dark gold thief equipment. Of course, the drop rate for equipment of this grade was extremely low. The Ogre Devourer was also a monster that took a day to respawn. Yan made sure to carefully avoid the lions as he left the area. Moving forward, he heard a rustling sound coming from a nearby bush. Yan looked over just in time to see a fighter clad in white armor with an ashen silver great shield in his hand leap out of the bush and come running in his direction. Just moments later, 3 lions also emerged from the bush and pounced after the fighter. That fighter's footsteps were steady and unhurried. However, his situation was a little unfavorable, as his health was running low and the lions' attacks became increasingly ferocious. Intimidate. The fighter's sudden and explosive roar startled the lions and halted their movements for a brief moment. Taking advantage of this small opening, he followed with Tendon Break and targeted the closest of the 3 lions before rapidly pulling back. The lion struck by Tendon Break temporarily entered a crippled state. The 2 other lions fiercely growled and leapt into the air, pouncing on the fighter. The fighter retaliated with heroic strike, striking one of the lions and repelling it. He then firmly raised his shield to meet the other lion's attack. Even for a level 6 fighter, it was still quite difficult to deal with 3 level 7 lions while low on health. Yan had activated stealth the moment the fighter appeared and blended in the background. Instead of leaving, he idled around the fighter. If Yan were to take advantage of the situation and act, the fighter would undoubtedly die. However, he still held some reservations. Judging by the other party's firm and collected movements, he could tell with a single glance that they were an expert. He was currently contemplating whether it was worth becoming enemies with this expert over a single piece of equipment. In the end, he decided it was best to wait for the 3 lions to kill this expert first. After all, when 2 sides fought, it would always be the third party that benefited the most. As for saving this person, Yan had no interest in such an idea. He had been in too many situations where the person he saved repaid his kindness with malice. In this world, everyone fought for their own interests, so it was necessary for him to learn how to be cold-hearted. Since this person dared to come to this area, they were presumably not weak. Yan examined this fighter with transcendent insight, resplendent blade light. Level 6 fighter. Yan raised an eyebrow after reading this player's name. He knew almost all the players who rose to fame in Kalor, even if they held just a little bit of reputation. Naturally, this resplendent blade light was no exception. How could it be him? Yan muttered to himself. Though he had no dealings with resplendent blade light, he still recognized this name because it was quite influential in his past life. Blade Light held impressive renown as he stood amongst the top 3 fighters in the game. That said, the rankings were an inadequate indicator of their strength due to the minuscule gap between him and his 2 rivals. This made it near impossible for others to determine who truly reigned supreme therefore. Despite not being the absolute strongest, Blade Light was still a celebrity Yan had heard of. Now that Yan thought about it, he seemed to recall there was a story surrounding resplendent Blade Light. It was about one of his friends, an elementalist named Haiju Black Amazing. The 2, who jointly established a guild named Unhindered, were considered the closest of friends. However, Blade Light didn't care much for managing Unhindered, so full authority over the guild eventually fell to Haiju. Later on, Bladelight found out his girlfriend was having an affair with Haiju, while he, of course, had absolutely no clue this had been occurring. He was a proud and arrogant person, so how could he bear this sort of humiliation? In retaliation, he brought many of his brothers away and left the guild. From then on, Unhindered separated into two factions with irreconcilable differences. As for what happened after, Bladelight could be considered a hero of sorts, kept to his promises, valued loyalty, and was well respected among other players. Moreover, no one disputed his position as one of the top 3 fighters in the game. Hence, without Bladelight, Unhindered went on a continual decline and eventually degenerated into a second-rate guild. As Bladelight resisted the 3 lions, he felt a cold chill run down his spine and a peculiar sensation arose in his heart. He steadily retreated as he fought, occasionally glancing behind to look around, yet he saw nothing but empty space. However, his instincts would never betray him. He knew this odd feeling came from the gaze of a thief. Even with 6 points in awareness, he was still unable to locate the other party's position. This isn't an ordinary thief, ho. I didn't think he'd be able to notice me. Na Yan pondered for a short while. He would only obtain a single piece of equipment if he killed Bladelight. The equipment he'd acquire wasn't for his class, and its value wasn't something he highly regarded. In contrast, being owed a favor by a top-tier fighter held much greater appeal than a single piece of equipment. Moreover, from his previous life, he knew Bladelight was known for being a trustworthy person. The lights and shadows in the background blurred, followed by a figure emerging into sight roughly 3 meters from Bladelight. Na Yan had emerged. He lowered his body and swiftly struck one of the lions with a sweeping kick. Concussive blow. The blade of his daggers flashed with a cold glint. Among the 3 lions, the one he struck with concussive blow was low on health. Na Yan chained his prior attack with Assassinate followed by Vital Strike and instantly killed the lion, whereupon he drew back immediately and pulled out a crossbow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bolts shot out of the crossbow and pierced the air. Put, 37, 38, 32. Na Yan's attacks caused the 2 remaining lions to switch aggro. They turned around and pounced on him. Taunt, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Na Yan fired his crossbow once more and 3 bolts shot through the air. Put. The lion that was already low on health from being struck earlier died after the second round of bolts. Na Yan withdrew his crossbow and pounced toward the remaining lion. Cleave. Bladelight leapt high into the air and struck the remaining lion. The attack ensured its attention was fixated fully on him, while Na Yan circled round its back and released a flurry of attacks. 52, 50, 51. Thieves dealt 30% more damage when attacking an enemy from behind. A brief moment later, the lion went limp and collapsed to the ground. Bladelight felt a mix of shock and relief when he saw Na Yan's nimble movements and high damage. What a strong thief. Just a moment ago, if he had decided to attack me instead, I'd have 0 chance of survival. Na Yan walked up to the 3 lion corpses and searched around. To his disappointment, nothing had dropped. Well, that's settled. Too bad nothing dropped. Anyway, if you plan on keeping your promise, this means you owe me one now. My name is Na Yan Nirvana Flame, Na Yan said, examining Bladelight. He appeared to be near his mid-20s. He also looked mature and rugged, giving off the impression of someone who could be relied on and trusted. I, Resplendent Bladelight, am a man of my word. I'll remember this favor. In the future, just call if you need me. As long as it's within my capabilities, I'll do my best to lend a helping hand, Bladelight replied in a straightforward manner. He wasn't the type of person who backed out on his promises. Bladelight then glanced at Na Yan's face and was shocked at his immature appearance. He never thought this thief would be so young. He only looked to be 18 or 19 years old. Moreover, he didn't think Na Yan would appear in this area for no rhyme or reason. Presumably the player he had seen earlier, suspended over the cliff face and shooting the Lion King, was Na Yan. Why did you come here all by yourself? Na Yan asked. It was quite dangerous for a lone fighter to burst into a high-level monster area. Thieves might not have a problem coming here, but that was only because they could avoid danger by activating stealth. I entered this area in a party with my friends, but we got separated when we met a large group of lions. I'm the only one remaining, everyone else died. I was constantly fending off those lions, and there was never a chance for me to use a return scroll. If it weren't for my high health and defense, I would have likely died as well, Bladelight replied in a calm manner. However, Na Yan could imagine how bitter and desperate of a situation he had been in. I guess you're lucky then. You're right. I am pretty lucky for being able to somehow survive. How about we add each other as friends? Resplendent Bladelight is too much of a mouthful. You can just call me Bladelight. Na Yan accepted Bladelight's friend request. His new friend was a powerful fighter, which was worth being happy over. At least from now on, he'd no longer have to worry about finding a good tank when running a dungeon. This isn't a safe place for you to idle around. It's best for you to hurry up and return to town, Na Yan suggested. If a pride of lions were to catch sight of them, he could still easily escape, but Bladelight was different. He had no way to hide himself. Moreover, with his large build and bulky equipment, he'd likely become a free meal for the lions in this area. For Bladelight, these words weren't pleasant to the ears, but he had no means to refute them. Besides the fact Nyan seemed to be much stronger than him, fighters couldn't compete with thieves when it came down to survivability. All right then, I'll leave. I owe you a favor, so if you ever need me, just send a message. As long as it's within my capabilities, I'll try my best to help. Bladelight nodded his head and retrieved a return scroll from his bag. It really wasn't safe for him to stay here for too long. Wait a second, Nyan shouted, stopping Bladelight just when he prepared to activate the scroll. His impression of Bladelight was quite good. What's the matter? I have a shield that you might want. I don't mind selling it to you if you can give me a decent price, Nyan said. It would be too much of a pity selling this shield through the auction house. If an acquaintance could afford it, he might as well sell it to that acquaintance instead. Either way, by selling the shield, he'd have more money to do other things. Let me take a look at it. Bladelight seemed quite interested. Nyan was the person who suspended himself over the cliff face to kill the Lion King. To be able to use such an ingenious method of hunting a boss, he was certain to have good equipment. Nyan placed the Lion King's shield inside the trade window. This shield should be worth over 20 silvers, but I don't mind selling it for only 20. This dropped from the Lion King when you killed it. Bladelight was left shaken after examining the shield's properties. He couldn't even begin to imagine how much better the Lion King's shield was in comparison to his own. In fact, there really was no comparison. The two weren't even on the same level. Nyan furrowed his brows. How did Bladelight know he killed the Lion King? Seeing Nyan's reaction, Bladelight hurriedly explained, "Oh, my apologies. It seems I got a bit too excited. However, you can rest assured that I won't leak this information." Then he returned his gaze to the shield. This Lion King's shield really is worth over 20 silvers. If it were to appear in the marketplace, it definitely wouldn't sell for less than 25 silvers. Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of money on me right now. Would you be willing to wait for me to scrape up enough funds after returning to the city? Sure, I can wait, Nyan replied, nodding his head. Oh, I also have a few pieces of thief equipment in my personal storage. Several of them are pretty decent, and some of them should hold your interest. Would you be interested in exchanging them in place of money? Bladelight asked. As long as I can use them, I'm fine with it, Nyan replied. He had actually been worrying about being unable to find good thief equipment, so Bladelight's suggestion came at the perfect moment. All right then. I'll contact you after I collect the money. Please don't sell the shield to anyone before then. Bladelight felt tense and anxious as he stared the Lion King's shield in Nyan's hand. Nyan thought for a moment before he replied, I'll wait a day. If you're not able to raise enough money by then, I can only look elsewhere to sell. Out of the people he had frequent contact with, only Bai Kaishui Plain Boiled Water from Yulan's Blue Feather team was a fighter. However, it was highly unlikely, if not impossible, that Bai Kaishui could afford the 20 silvers he wanted for the shield. Nyan felt a little hesitant, putting the shield up in the auction house. He'd much rather keep the fertile waters flowing in his own fields. After all, it was more beneficial to give such equipment to his acquaintances rather than strangers. One day is enough, Bladelight promptly replied. He was a straightforward person and didn't haggle over the shield's price because he understood he had already received a great bargain. Normally, if it was sold to someone else, such a shield wouldn't sell for any bid less than 25 silvers. For it to sell for 30 silvers or higher was a reasonable, albeit unlikely possibility as well. Nevertheless, 20 silvers was still a significant sum. Seems that I'll have to borrow some money. Filled with excitement and anticipation, Bladelight activated the return scroll so he could raise the funds he needed in the city. Oh, there's one other matter. Is Haiju Black Amazing your friend? Nyan asked. After thinking it over, he still felt it was best to warn Bladelight. The type of people he detested the most were two-faced backstabbers. Haiju and Bladelight were friends, yet the former still chose to have an affair with the latter's girlfriend. This sort of behavior. Nyan truly found it condemnable. Yes, he is. How did you know? Bladelight asked, a hint of bewilderment mixed in his tone. I've heard many unpleasant rumors surrounding what kind of person he is. A little incident happened between him and one of my friends. My friend met him and a woman called Jiyan Beautiful Angelica at Midnight Charm at Kalor, and they got into a scuffle. Nyan glimpsed at Bladelight's expression. In his previous life, this bar was where Bladelight discovered his girlfriend and Haiju were committing acts of adultery. Nyan didn't mind exposing Haiju's deeds at an earlier date. Sure enough, after listening to Nyan's words, Bladelight's complexion slightly paled. Jiyan was his girlfriend whom he met online. Later on, they met each other in real life and had been living together since. If she and Haiju really were committing indecent acts within the game, it would truly be difficult for him to find out. Haiju and Jiyan were the most trusted people in his life. He didn't believe this was true. No, he wasn't willing to believe it could be true. Yet, deep in his heart, he felt a hint of uncertainty and restlessness. Could it be what he's saying is actually? No, Bladelight shook his head. It's absolutely impossible. If I ever meet Haiju, it won't be on friendly terms. Of course, it'll have nothing to do with you. Yan was only warning him out of the kindness of his heart. Regardless, he wasn't the one being cuckolded. If there comes a day where you plan on leaving unhindered, come and find me. I'd be happy to have you by my side. Yan said all that he wanted to say. He turned around and began walking into the distance. I'll never leave unhindered, Bladelight coldly replied. He convinced himself Yan was just another one of those people trying to poach members for their guild. Truthfully, Yan really did have the intention of recruiting him. After all, it would be a great boon for him to successfully pull Bladelight to his side. However, this little setback was of no matter. He had never hoped for immediate results. His goal was already accomplished. A seed of doubt had been planted deep within Bladelight's heart. Sooner or later, as it slowly germinated, he would one day at last catch whiff of what was being done behind his back. And at that moment, once he realized his short-sightedness, he'd recall Yan's invitation. This much was enough. Yan didn't bother explaining. He activated stealth and disappeared from Bladelight's view. For a short while, Bladelight stood there in a daze. Eventually, he unfurled the return scroll and activated its magic within. A brilliant light flashed through the surroundings, and he was teleported away. Yan was currently dashing through Violet Dream Hills. At the base of a mountain in the distance, he could see an enormous tree several dozen meters in height. It would take at least 7 full-grown men to link their arms around this tree, and its immense treetop resembled a roof blocking out the sun. Such a landmark seemed especially lofty when placed within Violet Dream Hills. Surrounding this tree was a forest of smaller trees and vegetation. The ogre devourer he had been searching for was located here. A level 8 elite class monster. If he and it were to go head-to-head, he'd stand absolutely no chance. However, when it came to hunting monsters, he didn't necessarily need to face this ogre devourer in direct combat. The boss frequently roamed around the vicinity. Therefore, there was no set position where it could be found. If one were unlucky or careless, they would end up encountering it by accident. Unlike Gato the Lion King, the ogre devourer wasn't as well known, and the items it dropped were a bit worse. Add on the fact that its skin was coarse and thick while its health was high, many players would find it very difficult to deal with. Furthermore, it possessed a skill named Petrifying Gaze, which had the effect of paralysis. Average players were advised to keep as far away as possible if they encountered this boss. Yan neared the giant tree as he passed through some thickets. His cloaking stat wasn't low. Thus, once he hid in the background, even if he wasn't in stealth, he wouldn't be so easily discovered by monsters or players. The wind was surprisingly strong at the base of the mountain, and it carried the faint scent of blood. Amid the sounds of leaves rustling in the wind, Yan also heard distant footsteps. He hurriedly hid behind a nearby bush and looked towards the origin of the sound. Whereupon an obese, 2-meter-tall, blue-skinned, 2-headed ogre entered his vision. The ogre wielded a giant wooden club in its hand. Its movements were clumsy, and its 2 heads were looking around endlessly. Only after a long while did they finally start walking again. With a single glance of its body, Yan could tell this wasn't the ogre devourer, but merely a common ogre. Yan didn't have any interest in killing small fry. He took a detour around the ogre and continued his search. After exploring the area for what seemed like ages, he finally heard the sound of heavy footsteps coming from the depths of the forest. He could distinguish these ogres from the sound of their footsteps. The one approaching him definitely wasn't ordinary. Finally, the ogre devourer is coming. Yan dashed towards the immense tree at the end of the forest, which was roughly 80 meters away. Near the large tree, there were 6 other smaller trees. They were also thick and sturdy. Roughly 2 grown men were required for their arms to surround a single tree. He decided on these several trees as the location for his ogre hunt. As he arrived near the source of the sound, which also happened to be in the direction of the immense tree, he gradually recalled the incident that prompted him to head to this area. Before he reincarnated, after the servers had been open for over 2 years, a level 5 thief single-handedly killed the level 8 elite class monster, Ogre Devourer. Despite the player base having outgrown this boss, such an unprecedented event had still caused quite a stir. An enormous figure entered Yan's sight after 10 or so seconds. It stood at an evident 2-fold the height of an ordinary ogre, while it spanned a much greater width. This was the Ogre Devourer. Yan hid behind a tree with one of his knees on the ground. He retrieved his crossbow, holding it up with his left hand while his right gripped the trigger. He gazed forward and aligned the crossbow sight with his target. A level 5 thief had killed the Ogre Devourer with a crossbow by chipping away its health. Yan had to admit, that person must have been quite courageous. Nonetheless, if they were to compare, Yan wouldn't lose to this thief in any aspect. There was absolutely no doubt he too could accomplish this feat. After all, he was a great thief who had been on the cusp of becoming a shadow dancer. He reckoned the shadow dancers in his era could also do the same. Yan had a thorough understanding of the process, used to whittle the Ogre Devourer to its death. Nevertheless, the execution was still going to be a challenge. In his past life, that thief had killed the boss without a hitch, but his success was partially attributed to luck. Through the sight, the figure of the ogre devourer drew increasingly near. Nyan redirected his aim to a certain area on the boss' chest, its weak point, the heart. He held his finger on the trigger and prepared to launch a few bolts. However, out of nowhere, two common ogres entered his line of sight. They were roaming in the vicinity of the boss. Nyan stopped himself from pulling his trigger finger and paused for a moment. Though there was a sudden introduction of two unknown variables, whether they could influence the success of his plan remained to be seen. The ogres are big and clumsy. I should be fine as long as I don't get hit. That said, it still isn't an easy task to shave their health down without receiving any damage. Raising his crossbow once more, Nyan took aim at the ogre devourer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the pull of the trigger, 3 bolts shot out, aimed directly at the devourer's heart. The 3 bolts whistled in the air. Put, 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 as if the bolts had struck thick bark. Hard muffled sounds rang out. Ogre Devourer Elite, Level 8. Health 6,000. Although this boss didn't deal as much damage as the others, it made up for it with high health and thick skin. Either way, the Ogre Devourer certainly wasn't easy pickings. Due to its strong defense, normal crossbow bolts dealt limited damage. Nyan's current attack only enabled him to deal 2 to 3 points of damage at most using normal bolts. Fortunately, he had bought those special bolts which dealt on hit true damage. One of those bolts would take out at least 15 health, which was quite impressive. The Ogre Devourer turned around in the direction of its assailant. It lumbered forward and moved towards Nyan while brandishing its large wooden club. The Devourer's heavy 5-ton body resembled a humanoid fortress as each of its steps caused tremors in the earth. Seeing that he had successfully aggroed the boss, Nyan dashed towards a nearby tree and chose a path with denser vegetation. The Ogre Devourer was awkward and clumsy, and it seemed as if it were running slowly due to its large build. However, its large strides covered quite a bit of distance, and it was actually closing the gap as it chased Nyan. The other 2 ogres could also be seen following the Ogre Devourer from the rear, though it soon became apparent that they weren't going to catch up. They continued trailing further and further behind. After running for about 50 meters, Nyan de-aggroed the Ogre Devourer because it wasn't able to catch him. It turned around and looked as if it wanted to depart. However, Nyan turned around and shot 3 more bolts at it before dashing off again. After being attacked again, the Ogre Devourer re-aggroed onto Nyan and chased him with renewed zeal. While running, Nyan noticed only the Devourer was chasing him. The other 2 ogres had long stopped chasing and were now wandering around in a distant area. Hey, I guess my luck isn't bad. It'll be much easier dealing with the Ogre Devourer alone. The boss gradually closed the distance, and only 20 meters separated them. As it chased Nyan, the Ogre Devourer began emanating a dangerous aura. Its 4 eyes suddenly turned red, and its body radiated a scorching light like a cartoon bomb on the verge of exploding. The 2 pairs of eyes locked onto Nyan. Petrifying gaze. Nyan felt his chest tighten when he noticed the Ogre Devourer's abnormal behavior. These types of monsters that could lock the player down were especially terrifying. If one were careless for just a moment, that player would find themselves unable to even budge an inch. In the same moment the Ogre Devourer used Petrifying Gaze, Nyan rolled out of the way and ducked behind a tree. Miss. The Ogre Devourer roared in anger when it failed to hit its target. It strode forward and covered a large distance with each step while it charged at Nyan. The 2 ogres behind it were also alerted. However, after only a few meters, they turned around and began wandering around again. Nyan sucked in a deep breath of air while he hid behind the tree. The information he previously read in a guide was correct. After attacking the Ogre Devourer twice, it would use Petrifying Gaze 6 seconds later. If a player was struck, they would become frozen for 6 seconds, incapable of any movement. At present, the only method of dodging Petrifying Gaze was to get behind cover before the skill activated. Furthermore, the player couldn't be a second late. In the event that the skill hit Nyan, the Ogre Devourer would have caught up and smashed him to death with its giant wooden club. This was the reason why it was considered extremely difficult soloing the Ogre Devourer. Not just anyone could accomplish this task. Even long after the video of it being killed had been published, it still remained as one of the toughest early game bosses to contend against. Whoosh, 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 Nyan fired another round of bolts. He nimbly traversed between the trees and fired the crossbow from time to time. Crash, 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 the Ogre Devourer continued brandishing its club. Each swing proved fruitless since trees were all they struck. The key point in killing this boss revolved around making sporadic movements while traversing past obstacles. Although its running speed wasn't slow in spite of its immense size, it was rather lacking in agility. An excellent thief could take advantage of this weakness by circling around several large trees, making it so that the Ogre Devourer would miss its attacks. However, this strategy was not one that could be pulled off well by anyone. If the player lacked spatial awareness, couldn't properly judge the ogre devourer's movements, or carelessly got hit by petrifying gaze, they'd likely be sending their lives to the boss. In order to avoid being caught, the player had to always run in a curve and never in a straight line. They also couldn't stop moving for more than 3 seconds. With so many years of combat experience supporting him, many actions became instinctive and ingrained on the deepest level, enabling him to easily fire the crossbow while smoothly navigating the terrain. Seeing as the ogre devourer wasn't too difficult to deal with, Nyan felt much more relaxed. His nimble body weaved between the large trees while he fired the crossbow between the gaps. The boss had no way of dealing with Nyan. Unable to figure out how to catch him, its two heads turned in every direction, eventually getting dizzy and confused. With top quality gear and 10 years of experience, if he couldn't even match that level 5 thief in his past life, he shouldn't have even bothered playing this game. Put, the bolts nailed themselves into the ogre devourer's skin. Its health was gradually being chipped away as it repeatedly roared and brandished its club, smashing it at Nyan. Crash! The club smacked the large tree. Nyan had leapt backwards and avoided the attack. It was unable to harm even a single hair on his body. Whoosh, 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 another 3 bolts pinned themselves on the ogre devourer, eliciting furious roars that brought over 2 normal ogres. Now this was a bit troubling. Nyan glimpsed at the ogre devourer's health. Barely a third remained after 30 minutes. If he put aside this sub-elite monster to deal with the normal ogres, its health would return to full, and his work would go to waste. Whatever, finish it off first. Nyan accelerated his rate of fire as the 2 normal ogres joined into the battlefield. The pressure he felt rose precipitously. There was no end to the 3 monsters' pursuit. They made attempts to surround and kill him, but they underestimated his agility. He was as slippery as a loach through the gaps between several large trees. He shot bolts that seemingly came from nowhere. An enraged roar came from the ogre devourer's throat, and it swung its enormous club at Nyan, but the swipe could not reach him. The 2 normal ogres weren't of any help to the ogre devourer either due to Nyan's meticulous pathing. Not only that, they even became obstructions. Every time it attempted to move, there were 2 ogres blocking its way like brainless pigs. Nyan was unperturbed by his perilous surroundings. When he prepared to fire another round of bolts between the trees with one knee on the ground, the ogre devourer's eyes suddenly emitted another dark red light. Shit, it's petrifying gaze again. Nyan put away his crossbow and rolled under the cover of the trees. Miss. Nyan now had a greater understanding of petrifying gaze after successfully avoiding the skill 3 Timished be able to dodge so long as he hid behind a tree when it started casting. Before he even found his footing, however, a massive shadow loomed from above. One of the 2 ogres had circled behind Nyan, avoiding his detection entirely, and its enormous club strewn with nails smashed down. Nyan didn't have the slightest thought of staying still. He threw himself forward, out of the club's range of attack. Boom! The impact left a small pit and sent fragments of stone and dirt into the air. Nyan had no issues imagining his fate if he had delayed by even a second. The knockback effect from the ogre's attack would have sent him flying. Disastrous consequences would occur during the 2 seconds it'd take to travel through the air, fall to the ground, and climb back up. Nyan regained his stability, but much to his surprise, he had been surrounded by the 3 ogres during that time. With their clubs raised high into the air, the ogre devourer and 2 normal ogres approached steadily. I'm done for. It seems that this is the end of the line. Such an accident was beyond his expectations. He swept his gaze over the surroundings. His path had been completely sealed by several large trees and the 3 ogres. There was no escape in sight. The ogre devourer bellowed, and a deafening roar reverberated through the forest. It raised its club, then slammed it down at Nyan. Within the blink of an eye, a spiked club covered his entire field of view, could even see the individual nails embedded in the wood. Nyan tried retreating, however. The 2 ogres flanked him from behind. His situation couldn't be any direr, and his heart felt like it was going to burst out his chest. In the brief moments before his seemingly imminent demise, he happened to notice the branches in the tree above. They were roughly 8 meters from the ground and flourished with leaves of a vibrant green. However ordinary they were, they seemed like an extension of a holy tree. There. Nyan leapt to the side, slipping away from the ogre devourer's club. He put full force into his legs and jumped, simultaneously shooting a line of webbing from the silk spinner ring. The power of his jump brought him 3 meters in the air, while the silk spinner ring ejected a line of webbing of roughly 5 meters length. The line of webbing shot through the gaps between the leaves and stuck on the branches. He was suspended in the air, but with a nearby foothold, he leapt up again and flew past the ogre devourer's head. Boom, boom, boom. 3 clubs smashed onto Nyan's position, sending dirt and pebbles scattering into the air. However, no blood nor flesh stained the ground. All 3 ogres' attacks struck naught but air and earth. Their dazed expressions revealed their confusion. Upon landing, Nyan bolted to build up some distance. He stopped between two trees and knelt. With his right hand supporting the crossbow and his left finger over the trigger, he shot 3 bolts. Put, put, put. Although the ogre devourer had briefly lost its target, the oncoming attack prompted it to turn its head towards Nyan, whereupon it raised its club and charged. Contrary to expectations, Nyan did not stop shooting, even when the ogre devourer had approached. Seeing as the enormous club was about to crush him, Nyan didn't dare to hesitate. He rolled to the side and evaded the ogre devourer's attack. Its health had already been dropping quickly, and since Nyan now intensified his assault, the ogre devourer would soon fall. Only 40 or so health remained. Nyan circled to the ogre devourer's back and withdrew his crossbow. He unsheathed his dagger and pounced at the sub-elite monster. Vital strike, lacerate. Taking advantage of the few moments the ogre devourer took to turn its head, Nyan's dagger left deep gashes on its back, and scarlet blood stained the air and earth. Nyan's new set of equipment raised his attack significantly. In addition to the extra 30% given to a thief when striking monsters from the back, he dealt fairly impressive damage. As it felt a sharp pain shoot up from its back, the ogre devourer waved its club and let out a miserable roar. Due to his honed reflexes, Nyan ducked his head as he could sense an object quickly flying towards his head. Voom! A giant club swiped over his head, only missing by a hair's breadth. Phew. Too close, he raised his dagger and struck the ogre devourer's chest with assassinate. At last, the final sliver of its health dwindled away. A short stagger, then its colossal figure collapsed. Bang, dust rose into the air and gently floated amidst the thunderous noise. From the side, the 2 remaining ogres charged towards Nyan. He quickly fished the items from the ogre devourer's corpse and backed away swiftly before he retrieved his crossbow and fired rapidly while darting between the trees. The normal ogre's strengths weren't all that noteworthy, nor were their health points even close to the ogre devourer's. So, when facing the assault of Nyan's fire, they both fell to the ground in quick succession. The party of ogres was now dead, finally allowing Nyan a brief respite. Another field boss down. If it weren't for such an ingenious method of killing monsters, there was absolutely no chance Nyan, with such a great disparity in levels, could have challenged that sub-elite monster and come out alive. This was the culmination of countless players' knowledge in his past life. He glanced at his experience. Barrett had risen greatly once again. The ogre devourer had thick skin, high health, strong attacks, and a special ability, petrifying gaze. As a result of all those factors, the experience received was naturally a generous amount. By killing the ogre devourer, Nyan received a 10-fold experience bonus. As a reward, his experience bar rose by 37%, and he was now level 5 with nearly 3/4 of his experience bar filled. Nyan had only killed 1 elite monster and 1 sub-elite monster, Gato the Lion King, and the ogre devourer respectively. At the amount of experience other players obtained after grinding for several days could not even come close to what he received from those 2 monsters. His level was rising like a rocket. One would never feel greater satisfaction in grinding normal monsters than killing elite monsters levels above themselves. Unfortunately, there were quite few elite creatures that could be killed by using terrain bugs or special techniques, and since elite monsters had quite a long respawn rate, Nyan could only take this slowly. Nyan would have to wait until tomorrow for Gato the Lion King and the ogre devourer to respawn. As for leveling, his speed was already sufficiently quick, so there was no need to grind normal monsters. With the time remaining, he could do some small businesses on the side. The ogre devourer dropped a total of 2 items, both of which were rather decent. Crossbow of blood gold, single-handed crossbow. Requirements level 5. Properties attack plus 11, 10 armor piercing effect, triple shot. Shooting speed 16, deviation 3, restriction none. Staff of Moonlight Worship gold. Requirements level 5. Properties attack 32-38, level 3 holy explosion, 20 extra damage against demons. Restriction, holy mages can only be equipped by a member of the righteous faction. Nyan had challenged the high-level elites alone and had successfully defeated them despite the level gap. As such, the chances of receiving additional drops were multiplied, and reasonably, the system's rewards were especially munificent. Nyan had acquired 4 pieces of gold tier equipment by now, and every single piece was extraordinary. Crossbow of blood particularly. It brought a great surprise to him. The 10% armor-piercing effect was fairly decent. When compared to such a substantially superior crossbow, the one in Nyan's current possession was of such a poor quality that there was absolutely no need to hesitate in switching. When comparing goods, there would always be one inferior. The crossbow bought from the NPC had finished its quest. It had served him well, and its times of glory were now coming to an end. Thus Nyan equipped the crossbow of blood. As for the old one, it should still fetch some money on the auction. It had a price tag of 37 copper coins when he bought it, so its resale value should be some dozen copper coins. Yan returned to Kalor, having finished examining the new equipment he acquired. There were quite a few people within the city, but the vast majority of players had gone outside for leveling. The streets were bustling with people, many of whom were visiting Jadin's shop, the high-level alchemist, on the corner. All players who exhausted their stock of potions when leveling outside had to replenish their supply at that place. The auction house that sat in the heart of the city teemed with an even greater number of people. On the nearby streets, many players laid out their booths, and once in a while, some eye-catching items would appear. Yan entered the auction house and sold off equipment he no longer had any use for. He also continued buying all available black phenol formulas, black phenol, and the ingredients required. He left nothing unbought. After the opening of the new instance tomorrow, many guilds would go and spearhead the investigation. They would discover, to their amazement, that all traces of the low-priced and relatively unknown black phenol had vanished. Alchemists would occasionally produce several bottles of black phenol, but they'd be bought before one even had time to blink. As for the black phenol Yan collected, they became commodities worth being stockpiled. He could starve the marketplace and slowly rid himself of the black phenol and black phenol formulas bit by bit, thus inflating the prices. The larger the development into the new instance, the greater the player's need for black phenol, and the easier the prices would rise. He could start by first selling black phenol and its ingredients, then he'd sell the formula at the later stages. He could gather a large sum of wealth with a method like this. Other investment options would be considered only after earning the money, since he had spent quite a sum purchasing black phenol. As usual, Yan went over to several small towns to collect bat teeth. He sold them off and earned 30 or so silver coins. He even bought most of the bat teeth on the marketplace, and he was now waiting for players to continue grinding. When they came by more bat teeth, he would return. However, Yan felt slightly puzzled because he hadn't even bought a single set of bat teeth at Link. Odd, as it was one of the larger sources of bat teeth. "Mr. Cade, these are the bat teeth you asked for." After Yan's influence in Kalor had been raised, the NPC started using honorifics with him. It was evident, as Cade was much more amiable. He came out of Cade's store, the high-level blacksmith. Yan raised his head and saw a paladin with silver armor entering with a hammer in his hand. This person seemed a bit over 30 years old. He was very tall and a bit fat. He had quite a unique appearance. The paladin looked at Yan with a cautious gaze. They brushed past each other before the paladin walked into blacksmith Cade's store and went to chat with him. Yan recalled this person. He was the paladin who discovered the blacksmith quest in his past life, with the person who made over 10 gold coins. The person who truly discovered this bat teeth quest had arrived, increasing the total number who knew of this money-making method to 2. If there were 2 people simultaneously collecting bat teeth, one would raise the prices to increase competition. The opposing side would raise the prices as well, and it would turn into a repeated back-and-forth situation until the profits became marginal. The players would also begin to suspect whether the bat teeth held special uses, and thus start holding on to them. Last time, there was a thief that followed Yan, and now there were a total of 2 players buying bat teeth for high prices. That would elicit more suspicion, and soon, someone would follow that paladin, and blacksmith Cade would be revealed. "I won't be making much profit off this quest any longer." But to Yan, Cade's bat teeth quest was now dispensable. He had already acquired sufficient starting capital, and he also had many other methods of making money. This quest was not a necessity for him. Yan checked his total assets. There were over 60 silver coins in his bag, and there were also large amounts of black phenol, its ingredients, and the formulas, all of which were going to inflate exponentially in value. It was absolutely fine even if he lost this source of income. Without even realizing it, he arrived at the Alchemist Guild's entrance after finding his way through the crowd. His mind had been wandering about before a vendor disrupted his thoughts. "High-level potion ingredients and a swift retreat skill book for thieves. It's a pretty decent skill book. This brother here, would you like to have a look?" yelled a white-robed holy mage. He had laid out a booth at the Alchemist Guild's entrance, and when Yan passed by, his eyes brightened. He decided to draw attention to himself. The holy mage was a shrewd person. With a glimpse, he knew Yan's equipment wasn't common gear, and several of them were quite high quality. This skill book, Swift Retreat, was something good for early-level thieves. However, it went for a rather expensive price at demanded a silver. Obviously, it was tough to find a buyer for such a costly item. If it were put on the auction, he'd likely find someone, but he would only receive money, and there was even a fee. The reason he chose to set this booth here was because he wanted to trade this skill book for holy mage equipment. His chances were greatly increased, while people were converging here to form groups for the new instance. Normal thieves simply couldn't afford to buy such a skill book. As a result, even though he had been yelling for 20 minutes and there were thieves who came up to inquire the prices, they all shook their head as they departed. However, the holy mage couldn't help but call out for Nyan since he appeared rather well off. Nyan turned his head around and glanced at the holy mage. With an ash-black staff in his hand, he was clad in a white mage robe and seemed to be around 20 years of age. With his sharp judgment, Nyan instantly recognized his equipment. The robe he wore was called the Holy Walker, and the ash-black staff was the Wind of the Fallen Moon. Although these weren't the best equipment at this level, they were still rather decent. "You're pretty lucky. Swift retreat dropped for you," Nyan said, faintly smiling. "It was a very useful skill." "Yeah. My luck's always been good. I have a few friends who were grinding for several days at Holy Canyon, yet they haven't even gotten anything good. I, on the other hand, just grinded for 3 hours, and this swift retreat dropped. Right now, one of these is even more expensive than a silver-grade equipment on the marketplace." Nyan's response to the Holy Mage's advertisement immediately triggered this chatterbox. He was like a radio that had been turned on. "The Holy Apostles at the Holy Monastery have pretty decent drop rates. Have you guys gone there? Assuming your group cleared that instance, you should have more than just the Swift Retreat skill book. Just wondering, do you have the Desperate Strike skill book as well?" Nyan asked in a casual tone. Since the other party had Swift Retreat, he might as well try to procure the other skill book he needed. The Holy Mage was momentarily dazed upon hearing his mention of the Holy Monastery. He examined Nyan from head to toe and shook his head. "No, we're far from being able to obtain a Desperate Strike skill book. We haven't gone there yet because the monsters are too strong for us. Friend, seeing as your equipment is good, I take it that you've already cleared dungeons around that level." "No, I just know a bit about it. I've never gone there myself. Anyway, how much for the skill book?" Despite his disappointment, obtaining Swift Retreat wasn't too bad either. The Holy Mage felt a little skeptical. Most players who wore such good equipment should have already been through every dungeon at least once. Moreover, as a thief player, how could Nyan not have entered the Holy Monastery? The dungeon was practically brimming with all sorts of thief items, and it was a location all expert-level thieves visited at least once. "I'm looking to trade this skill book for equipment." "Elementalist, Holy Mage, or Paladin equipment, any of those are fine," the Holy Mage replied. He believed that the value of the Swift Retreat skill book was sufficient for several pieces of equipment. Nyan made an awkward expression. He had already thrown all the equipment he didn't need up on the auction house. The only equipment he had right now was the Staff of Moonlight Worship, but he didn't know if Yao Yao Dark Mystery wanted it or not. "I can still sell it to you instead of trading if you don't have equipment. Give me an offer, my friend. If it's reasonable, it's yours. My name is Godslayer of Yore. There might be some distance between us right now, but second encounters will bring us closer. Even if our trade fails, I hope we'll remain on good terms." He noticed the other party's calm demeanor, and he considered his own judgment to be decent therefore. He felt that Nyan was definitely an expert, Godslayer of Yore. Of the people he knew, Nyan vaguely recalled of hearing such a player in the past. Though just slightly famous, Godslayer of Yore was known for having gone into a conflict with victorious return at some point. He and his friends massacred several hundred members of their guild, only to vanish into thin air afterward. Alas, solo players who didn't have strong backings were destined to always be met with setbacks if they tried to take on a guild. Numerous players had suffered at the hands of victorious return, Nyan himself being one such person. And perhaps because he felt they had experienced similar fates, he now held a more favorable impression of Godslayer of Yore. At that point in time, Godslayer of Yore's fame outstripped his by a great margin. He had chosen to fight, unlike Nyan and his friends who had no choice but to hole up in the mountain ravines when they were being hunted by victorious return. "I'm Nyan Nirvana Flame. Since you want me to make an offer for the skill book, 1 silver and 50 coppers, how does that sound?" Nyan was rather wealthy, so he could offer a high price without even batting an eye. No matter how expensive the Swift Retreat skill book became, it certainly wouldn't be worth more than 1 silver and 50 coppers. That's too much. Even this skill book wouldn't be sold at such a high price. 1 silver's enough. Godslayer of Yore didn't shy away from Nyan's frank and straightforward attitude. Since the other side wanted to befriend him, why shouldn't he reciprocate? Inside the game, having another friend meant having another option. Be it trading equipment or forming a team for a raid, befriending a few more experts would make all these things much easier. "How many people are in your group?" Nyan asked. Since he needed a team to run dungeons, he'd eventually have to find some members to form one. Perhaps he could follow Godslayer of Yore and his friends into a dungeon run. The game had just recently opened, so the number of players who had fixed teams were quite few. As for experts, they needed to carefully choose the right team before entering any instances. However, good teams were hard to come by. Thus, many of these players who were looking for teams were likely to group together to form one. Nyan's inquiry brightened Godslayer of Yore's eyes. "You want to run a dungeon? I have 6 people on my side. They're all classmates from the same university and decently skilled. We have 5 players who are level 4 and 1 that's level 6, but he always runs dungeons with other people. However, he'll definitely come with us if we call him since we're all classmates. Our group is divided into one berserker, 3 mages, and 2 paladins. I might make a team, but I haven't made any plans for now. Depending on the circumstances, we'll see when the time comes, Nyan said with a light smile. Godslayer of Yore felt slightly disappointed, but Nyan's answer made more sense after some thinking. After all, forming a team wasn't an easy affair. Our equipment is more than a little lacking, so it'll be somewhat inconvenient for us to run the lower-level dungeons just to improve our gear. Not to mention, with the way our group is composed, we often can't find a team to join. The equipment isn't a problem. How about this? When I find some more people in the future, I'll come looking for you guys, all right. Nyan replied, then sent a friend request to Godslayer of Yore. No worries, just call me whenever you're ready. Godslayer of Yore's heart was filled with expectation. Nyan felt if he wanted to continue developing in the future, it was a must that he secured his own team. While finding the right players was a troublesome matter, randomly picking people off the streets would often lead to mixed results. It would be a tragedy if he ended up recruiting a bottom feeder who didn't put in any effort and impeded the team instead. However, this sort of matter should be set aside for after he formed the team. In any case, even if they were bad eggs, all he needed to do was kick them. Since Godslayer of Yore insisted on 1 silver, he didn't argue any further and bought the skill book for that price. Swift Retreat was an escape skill. In other words, it was a skill used in a situation where a player couldn't beat an opponent and chose to run a situation that was fairly common. Swift Retreat increased a thief's movement speed by 30% for 1 minute when escaping, enabling them to quickly put some distance between their pursuers or even completely escape. Occasionally, such skills aided the player in avoiding a disaster. Nyan continued to chat with Godslayer of Yore. In any case, he wasn't in a hurry to level because there were plenty of opportunities out there. It was a matter of time before he'd catch up with those top-ranked players. Where did you guys find so many medicinal plants? Nyan asked. He noticed that plants occupied the majority of items for sale in Godslayer of Yore's booth. We can't help it. 3 of the members in our 5-player group learned the gatherer skill. He didn't really train much and picked herbs instead. Godslayer of Yore replied and forced out a somewhat helpless smile. Nyan more or less understood what he meant. For players without a guild, if they didn't improve other side skills such as gatherer, they'd have a difficult time keeping up. Godslayer of Yore, he was doing well for himself since he could equip Holy Walker and Wind of the Fallen Moon. His equipment was even better than many players who joined guilds. Nyan pondered for a moment. He thought about the people he could call when he wanted to form his own team. There was Tang Yao, Godslayer of Yore, and his 5 friends. As for a good fighter, he wasn't confident that Bladelight would come. However, since he was selling the Lion King's shield to Bladelight, it was certain he would reciprocate this favor by giving face. Perhaps he could call a few others to join as well. After that, he could recruit a few strangers to fill the remaining spots and form a passable team. No wonder you set up next to the Alchemist Guild's doorway. Nyan laughed. Only alchemists would want so many medicinal ingredients. You keep on selling your things then. I'll be taking my leave. We'll talk some other time. All right, Godslayer of Yore replied. Amidst Godslayer of Yore and Nyan's farewell, 2 players near the entrance of the Alchemist Guild erupted into a heated argument. One of the quarrelers, a young man who looked barely 20, wore plain cotton clothing and the Alchemist Guild's badge on his chest. His level was low, so most likely he was only an apprentice in the guild. The other quarreler, an elementalist who looked to be in his 30s, wore equipment of much higher quality. Tall and robust, he dwarfed his opposition so much that the apprentice alchemist seemed like a child. The failure in concocting isn't my fault this time. Not your fault. Are you implying it's mine? Yes, they set me up to fail when I was concocting. Our captain provided you with so many ingredients, yet they were all turned into useless garbage. We can't even recoup our losses. I heard you got lucky and learned some sort of hidden skill. Good, get lucky and get out of my sight before I make you eat shit too. Obscenities and curses poured out of the elementalist's mouth. The moment he finished speaking, he slapped the apprentice alchemist in the face and knocked several alchemy tools and other items to the ground. The slap sent the apprentice alchemist tumbling down the guild entrance staircase. As he lay sprawled out, he lifted his head and hatefully glared at the elementalist. Ah, what the hell are you staring at? You got something to say. Keep staring and I'll make you eat the dirt even harder. Get lost. The elementalist's eyes bulged out of their sockets as he glared threateningly at the apprentice alchemist. The apprentice alchemist glanced at the elementalist once more. Eventually, he lowered his eyes and silently collected his tools off the floor. Bitch, the elementalist stamped on the apprentice alchemist's chest and knocked him back to the ground. The apprentice alchemist didn't retaliate, he remained silent, simply staggering back to his knees and continued picking up his things. Isn't he too much of a pushover? After being kicked, he didn't even make a sound. Godslayer of Yore couldn't help voicing his opinion. The scene had left a bad taste in his mouth. The way he dealt with the situation isn't wrong. Right now, he probably has no choice but to endure. I believe by the time he rises in standing, it still won't necessarily be too late for him to retaliate, Nyan said with a peculiar expression in his eye. Despite taking on the abuse, the determination still hadn't faded from the apprentice alchemist's eyes. Those who could patiently tolerate were especially terrifying. Godslayer of Yore tilted his head back to look at Nyan. Those words took him by surprise. Nyan was likely someone similar to himself, a person who refused to be on the short end of the stick. If anyone were to offend him, then they would definitely be met with an appropriate retaliation. However, Godslayer of Yore suddenly saw Nyan's expression change to pleasant surprise. He was gazing at the apprentice alchemist like he found some kind of treasure. So it was him. It really is true, be they enemies or friends, both are bound to be met on a narrow path. Nyan muttered to himself in a low voice. He recognized this apprentice alchemist, but it wasn't because they were friends. No, rather they were enemies. If things stayed on course, this person would eventually become one of Victorious Return's most faithful dogs. In his original timeline, over a tenth of Victorious Returns, various high-level potions, pills, tonics, and other concoctions were prepared by this one person, several of which could only be concocted by him. Nyan had suffered heavily due to the oppressive manpower Victorious Return possessed, but those vile concoctions were also one of the factors that led to his many defeats. While in the wilderness, he had once encountered a squadron of Victorious Return members. At that time, he was unaware those players were escorting this alchemist on a quest, and usually he and his friends wouldn't be at a disadvantage when facing off against such a group. However, beyond their imaginations, each and every one of those players had taken out some crafty, eccentric pill that bolstered their combat power by many times. Under the effects of those pills, he and his friends were beaten to a wretched state. The apprentice alchemist before him was called Bird Leaves No Eggs. Owing to the fact that his name was unpleasant to the ears, as the bird in his name could also be read as penis, the members of Victorious Return didn't feel comfortable addressing him directly by name. Thus, they gave him the nickname of Alchemy King. This title was rather suitable, considering the numerous contributions his concoctions brought to the guild. However, at this moment, Bird was merely an apprentice alchemist. He had just been kicked, both literally and figuratively, out of the Dark Hero Guild. In a month's time, Victorious Return would recruit and attach great importance to him due to their guild leader showing him kindness and recognizing his worth. This was the reason for his unwavering loyalty and dedication to the guild. In other words, he was a person who did have somewhat of a moral compass. Even if he's the Alchemy King, he's only an apprentice alchemist right now. Whether he'll be worth the investment remains to be seen. After considering his current financial resources, Nyan decided fostering the Alchemy King would pose absolutely no problems. If he wished to succeed in the future, he needed to slowly build up his influence in the present. He wanted to set up his own line of businesses in the game, an alchemy store, equipment shop, auction house. He couldn't lack a single one. However, what he was in most urgent need of was talented people, and fortunately, an opportunity to recruit one such person had presented itself. He felt taking Bird under his wing would undoubtedly be the correct choice. The elementalist departed after abusing Bird a few more times, his mouth still spitting out obscenities as he walked away. While Bird picked up his tools, he lifted his head and coldly swept his gaze over the elementalist's back. A few moments later, "Hey, what was that elementalist's name?" Nyan asked as he walked up to Bird's side. He slightly bent his knees and overlooked Bird, who was still tidying up the mess. "Razor, why does this concern you?" Bird glanced at Nyan. "Why should I trust you?" Bird replied in a suspicious tone. He raised his head and stared at Nyan with sharp focus. He couldn't comprehend such a sudden appearance. A stranger had just walked up to him and wanted to recruit him after a single exchange. Wasn't that just a little bit too conspicuous and bizarre? My intuition is telling me you're not some sort of useless waste. After being kicked out of your guild, you probably feel quite resentful, correct? Well, I just wanted to see if you had the determination and ability to confirm that assessment. Besides, you're broke and have nothing to your name. From the moment I approached, I had nothing to gain in scamming you, no. Nyan finished his speech, turned around, and began walking away. During his departure, he anticipated the moment when Bird would run up from behind and catch up. If this was the Alchemy King he knew from the past, then Bird wouldn't let this opportunity slip by once it presented itself in front of him. "Wait up," Nyan faintly smiled. Bird had resolved himself when he saw Nyan's back farther and farther away, his expression betraying the conflicting emotions in his heart. He had just been miserably humiliated and shunned by the Dark Hero Guild. This was a disgrace he would never forget. He held an extreme wariness towards Nyan because he wasn't completely clear on his intentions. Moreover, the sudden appearance was rather odd. Despite this, one point remained certain: he was completely broke and penniless. Even his funds in real life were barely enough for him to live for 2 or 3 more months before being kicked out. Those who walked in bare feet didn't fear others in shoes. In other words, he had nothing to lose, so he wasn't afraid. So what if he was swindled? What other choice did he have? belonging to the lowest rung of society. He was a cockroach who held the will to survive. As long as someone gave him a lifeline to hold on to, he would continue to live on. Bird struggled back onto his feet and followed Nyan. Godslayer of Yore witnessed all the entire course of events while still sitting beside his items laid on the ground. He stared pensively at their receding silhouette and felt that Nyan's ambitions couldn't be satisfied by merely forming a team. However, this was good as well. There would be plenty of shade under a big tree. Increased influence also came with increased benefits. What do you want me to do? Bird asked, while following Nyan's footsteps. Besides concocting, there was nothing else he was good at. Even then, he would still end up messing up the simplest of recipes when creating medicines. He couldn't count how many materials he ended up squandering. If not, why else would he have been kicked from his guild? Naturally, it's still concocting. Out of curiosity, what was that hidden skill that Elementalist mentioned? Nyan asked while continuing to walk. After successfully concocting a potion, pill, tonic, or other medicines, there's a 2% chance of strengthening its effects. Bird quickened his footsteps. As he followed from behind, he didn't know why, but he had a strong premonition, from the moment he decided to chase after Nyan, that his destiny had subtly changed. He didn't know what the future held, whether it was good or bad, but he was sure of one thing. He had already made his choice, and he was going to walk down the path he chose. MHMM, not a bad hidden skill, but what use does it have for me? When I concoct pills, my success rate is only 1/3 of those around me. If someone came looking for me to create a pill, potion, or whatever, it'd only be a fluke if I succeed. Bird suspiciously glanced at the contract in Nyan's hands before taking it and carefully reading over its contents. As he slowly read it through, word for word and line by line, he realized the clauses were rather simple. In layman's terms, Nyan would provide him with the ingredients and materials required to train his alchemy. In exchange, jurisdiction over how his creation spills, elixirs, tonics, potions, and so on were used would all be decided by Nyan. Moreover, he would receive a 30% share if the sales of his concoctions produced a net profit. The conditions on this contract were roughly the same as the ones given by guilds when they recruited an alchemist. However, he could see one key difference. The contract Nyan presented him stated a 30% cut. In contrast, nearly every guild would only share 20% of the revenue at most, even if the alchemist was highly valued. In terms of benefits, Nyan's terms were much more generous than those guilds. Yet, nurturing an alchemist gave rise to enormous expenditures, all of which would be taken on by Nyan. The number of responsibilities he needed to assume were staggering. This contract, you're really willing to let me sign this contract under these terms? Bird asked, his heart stirring with emotion. Even if you searched high and low, it would still be quite difficult to find such generous terms. MHMM. Since the moment I learned alchemy, I've always been a failure in concocting. Why else would have my guild kicked me? Calculating the worth of all those medicinal ingredients I've destroyed to this day, it would probably reach 2 silvers at the very least. Please don't blame me if you end up making a loss. Consider carefully, it's still not too late to renege on this. Bird presented the contract back to Nyan, gesturing he could take it back. As the piece of paper fluttered in his hands, he felt a mix of apprehension and anxiousness in his heart. What if Nyan were to take it back? What would he do then? I'm not lacking in money. Even if I make a loss, then so be it. I know how to recognize my own faults. However, my insight has never been wrong. Rarely do I ever make mistakes when it comes to these things. Still, isn't 30% too high of a price to pay for me? Bird's voice was lacking in confidence. Even in those guilds that paid well, their alchemists would still receive no more than 20%. It's already been decided. I believe you're worth the price, Nyan replied, waving his hand and motioned Bird to hurry up. To gain his absolute loyalty, it wouldn't do if he simply gave him money. No, Bird needed to have goodwill, and bolstering his confidence and making him feel appreciated was a good place to start. Bird truly didn't understand just where Nyan's trust in him came from. However, he could tell from both actions and words that Nyan believed in his ability. When a person was at their lowest point and felt like a failure, what they needed the most wasn't anyone's pity, but rather only a single line of acknowledgement. Nyan's words were unremarkable, his tone was normal, and there was no hidden meaning, yet they were able to bypass the guard Bird had raised and entered his heart. All right, Bird paused for a moment to compose himself. I'll sign the contract. I'm also fine with you lowering my share, but please don't blame me if you make a loss. Bird couldn't help but repeat the last clause as he gave his response. Rest assured, even if you fail, I won't blame or trouble you, Nyan replied in a calm tone. After traveling back to the past, he had absolute confidence in himself, and he certainly wouldn't be short on money, be it inside the game or real life. The first opening month of the game was merely the starting point of when the real-world economy would connect to the in-game one. Roughly 2.5 weeks later, in-game property would be available to purchase or bid on. Shops, auction houses, land, and so on would all transform into privately owned entities. Various guilds backed by financial groups would certainly go into a bidding and buying frenzy for them. When real-world currency could be converted into in-game currency and vice versa, the value of these properties would skyrocket. The players would discover the shops they bought for tens, hundreds, or even thousands of gold would go for millions, possibly even tens of millions of credits. As for auction houses, even if you listed them up for 100 million credits, they would sell in an instant. This was the result of various large financial groups and adventure capitalists frantically investing in the scene. Nonetheless, owning a store or auction house truly would enable a player to reap enormous profits. By using prophetic foresight, earning a profit certainly wouldn't be a problem. Why would he be afraid of raising an alchemist like Bird? Come the day this apprentice alchemist truly becomes the alchemy king, his returns would be well worth the initial investment. The reason failure struck his father after he invested into conviction was because he had come too late. He had missed the opportunity to buy in-game properties before the real world and in-game economy fully connected. By the time his father entered the scene, the large financial groups had already long divided the game world's assets between themselves and formed stable markets. When his father tried to forcefully enter, he was inevitably met with an iron plate known as the large financial groups. Nyan entered conviction before his father did in order to lay out a path. Only then could his family avert the tragedy that befell them in his original timeline. The sole reason he became Bird's benefactor was because he wanted his loyalty and dedication. After receiving Nyan's unconditional trust, Bird couldn't deny that he wasn't at least somewhat swayed. He silently made his resolve. Come hell or high water, he would dedicate himself to Nyan in order to live up to that trust. He had been similar to a drowning person, in desperate need of a lifeline. The lifeline happened to be someone's acknowledgement, and Nyan happened to be the person who threw it. As for why Nyan would go out of his way to recruit him or trust in his ability so much, he didn't know, though he felt this was fine, because those questions no longer mattered to him. Bird grabbed hold of the game-generated pen and scribbled his signature on the contract. Hereafter, all of Bird's crafting profession-related expenses would be recorded by the system and covered by Nyan. In the event Bird violated his contract, he would have to pay an exorbitant fee. However, if Nyan voluntarily chose to null the contract on his own, he wouldn't receive a single cent from Bird. As he followed Nyan, he still had no clue what fate had in store for him. Am I really suitable as an alchemist? He wondered, in the future, if he still remained a failure, would Nyan tell him to pack it up and go? All these questions were like a riddle that lingered in his mind. The expenses required to improve the alchemy skill were immense. Would Nyan really be able to provide him with the necessary supplies? Two people, one in the front and the other in the back, entered the auction house. As long as you concentrate on concocting, I'll be satisfied. Let me prepare a few ingredients and materials to start you off. If you run out, feel free to send me a message at any time, Nyan said. As they walked down the auction house's halls, he turned on his bidding device. Nyan began to sort through the prices of the goods and bought 4 bags in a row. Why did you buy so many bags? How could I not? An alchemist's bag is too small. They're for me? Bird asked in surprised tone. Out of the guild leaders he had met in the past, not a single one was willing to purchase these bags for their alchemists. The only times these guild leaders would go out of their way to purchase various gifts were when the alchemist was extraordinary or in danger of being snatched away by others. Who else would I be giving them to? Nyan replied in a matter-of-fact tone. He also purchased an entire set of alchemy-related wares. They were of a higher quality and possessed the additional property of increasing an alchemist's success rate by 5% when concocting. The price for the set cost him 3 silvers. Apart from the set of wares, he also purchased a large quantity of medicinal plants and formulas. Bird witnessed one item after another being purchased, and all of them were for him. Besides being surprised, he couldn't help but feel touched as well. He had good reason to be surprised too. Nyan was so wealthy. He felt truly fortunate to have found a backer with such large capital. The reason he felt touched was because Nyan was actually spending so much money for his sake. This boss of his was definitely worthy of his admiration and respect. However, at the same time, a certain question popped up in his head. Was Nyan certain he had the ability to return a profit? Nyan had a large sum of wealth in his pockets. He could use it to rapidly nurture Bird into the alchemy king. In the coming years, a high-level alchemist would become as precious as gold. Many of them would be valued at upwards of 100 million credits. The alchemy king in his original timeline had a worth in the several hundred millions, and out of all alchemists, he was ranked number 3. Considering his current financial strength, he didn't believe he wouldn't be able to nurture Bird into the king he was before. Nyan's act of generosity proved effective at persuading this apprentice alchemist's heart, though the unbridled manner in which he spent his money held a much more devious purpose. The further he invested into Bird, the further he would become irrevocably bound to his ship, thus making it all the more difficult to leave. In the event Bird truly wanted to leave, he'd have to pay an exorbitant price to do so, and considering his financial situation, trying to break away was basically impossible. In other words, Nyan had accomplished another one of his objectives. By the end of his shopping spree, he had bought Bird 10 silvers worth of alchemy recipes and a vast quantity of ingredients and materials, filling all 5 bags until they were practically bursting. Here, use these supplies for now. Even when I'm not around, focus on raising your skill, Nyan said. These alchemical ingredients were enough to last Bird a long period of time. The bags packed to the brim with various plants and recipes moved Bird's emotions. No matter how much of an idiot he believed himself to be, he could tell these ingredients were more than enough to rank him up to a junior alchemist. His experiences with Nyan after his termination from the Dark Hero Guild felt like being pulled out of the depths of hell and placed into heaven. There were even several instances he believed this to be simply nothing but a dream. Expressed his gratitude once more and took his leave. Nyan paused for a moment and began to ponder. Such a chance encounter was analogous to having picked up a gem off the streets. Even if Bird couldn't reach the Grandmaster level, only reaching the Master level wouldn't be too much of a loss either. He planned to slowly gather a few people to serve his purpose in the future. Alchemy King Bird from his original timeline had become the first among these individuals he successfully recruited. After returning to the past, Nyan was filled with wild ambition. Establishing his own elite team, acquiring an alchemy shop, recruiting a master tailor. There were many things he wished to do. Perhaps one day he would even be able to establish his own guild. He might not interact alongside them all the time, but there were other methods to manage the guild as well. By using his knowledge of the game and future events, he could still develop his elite forces from afar. Many mysterious and wondrous new areas would be released in future patches. Included, of course, would be new dungeons, crafting materials, and other items as well. Furthermore, there would be intense struggles over strongholds and enormous guilds wars beyond the scope of one's imagination. Even cities, provinces, or entire nations could get involved in these virtual battlefields. In the previous timeline, countless financial firms across the globe had established their presence within the game. The potential commerce and booming economy within the game left many of these firms watering at their mouths. These major figures split for themselves slices of this enormous cake. They opened stores, established guilds, took over cities, and even became powerful forces reigning over their regions. Armed with the knowledge of the future, he was absolutely unwilling to surrender himself to surviving in the cracks and crevices these numerous figures overlooked. Therefore, he required power and influence of his own in order to contend against them. He might not have any significant influence at present, but do remember, great oaks grew from the smallest of acorns, and even the tallest skyscrapers were built from the ground up. The foundations to realizing his wild ambitions were already steadily budding. He withdrew from his daydreaming and began thinking of more immediate matters. No matter what the future held, his most urgent goal right now was still to speed his progress in the game and strengthen himself and his assets. He worked hard to recall the locations of the several other chapters from the Book of Order. As he quietly deliberated over the problem of acquiring them, he also began wondering which ones were attainable at his current level. However, after a brief moment, he reluctantly decided that it was best to abandon such thoughts. All chapters were protected by a guardian of order. Were he to even attempt to retrieve another chapter in the hopes of surviving and succeeding, his actions could only be accurately described as foolishly throwing his life away. A few days ago, prior to his decision in retrieving the Chapter of Courage, he didn't have much to lose. He didn't have any valuable equipment on him, and at worst he'd only drop a level. However, even he didn't expect himself to succeed in the end, as he had only gone in with a try-and-see attitude. Moreover, the reason it was a success had a lot to do with the Chapter of Courage's location, a closed ravine by the mountainside. They were natural barriers he could cross over and take advantage of, and the ravine itself was near a town. The other chapters certainly weren't located in such convenient places. In addition, he now held the Chapter of Courage. If he were to go and retrieve the other chapters and somehow an accident befell him, he'd lose that as well. The risks compared to the rewards were simply too high. Ever since he entered the game, he had never played with the intention of leveling up at the fastest possible pace. Yet he still managed to amass quite a few good things: the Silk Spinner Ring, the Featherfall Jewel, the Chapter of Courage, and numerous skills and stat points. These things represented the strength he had slowly built up for himself and would allow him to walk even further in the future. What else can I do? Diverting his train of thought, he began to recall of something else. The chapters from the Book of Order might be the sacred objects of those who guarded order. However, for thieves, there was another item that was heavily coveted, a pair of legendary boots called Sulgada's Shadow. If he were to equip a piece of legendary grade equipment, he imagined his stats would be high enough to frighten others. Unfortunately, in the distant past during the War of Sulgada, These boots were damaged and separated into 3 pieces, which were scattered across the Viridian Empire. Only by retrieving and assembling these 3 pieces together could this legendary item be restored to its original form. A piece of Salgada's shadow was located in an area not far from Kalor. The area was an ancient city that became swallowed by marshland. There were some memories from the Dark Era that remained in Salgada City. The ancient city of Salgada. Tusk, what a troublesome area, Yan muttered to himself. In the previous timeline, he had been to this location before, but by that time the piece had long been taken. Over the course of centuries, the city had transformed into an extremely peculiar place. The respawn rate and density of the monsters there were high as well, and trying to enter without a team certainly wouldn't be a simple matter. However, for a thief, it wasn't necessarily an impossible feat. Perhaps he would be able to enter without arousing notice. Legendary grade equipment was truly too difficult to collect. Simply having an opportunity to retrieve Salgada's shadow, even if only a part of it, was extremely valuable, and he wasn't willing to let it slip by since, after some time, he couldn't say for sure that there wouldn't be a guild preparing to storm the city. I should give it a try. Who knows, I might actually succeed in collecting all the pieces. Before departure, he purchased a few consumables that he deemed necessary for this trip, before leaving through Kalor's west gates and teleported to the surface. After reaching solid ground, he traveled to his destination and passed through a patch of wilderness. The warm sunlight shone down on the abundant vegetation like a blanket of green over this stretch of land. Passing through the wilderness, he eventually encountered an open plain. After traversing through for about 10 minutes, he turned around and gazed east, looking off into the horizon. There he could see Kalor with its enormous walls and pearly white buildings, suspended high in the vast azure and over the open fields. Above the highest buildings, above the city itself, he saw a hovering ring of light revolving in the air. Under the illumination of the mid-afternoon sun, the ring shone with a dazzling splendor. This indestructible, impenetrable city in the sky represented the Viridian Empire's greatest achievement in architecture. The Viridian mages, with all their wisdom and matchless abundance in mana, had controlled powerful magic beyond imagination to prop this imposing city into the sky, where it would stay suspended for past and future generations. Going by foot is too slow. How long will it take for me to start riding a horse? It'd be so much faster and more comfortable. However, Yan knew it would actually take over 2 months for horses to become commonplace as a method of transportation. They were simply too expensive. At present, even the lousiest of breeds still cost upwards of 10 gold. It just wasn't worth it. He retrieved a basic haste scroll from his bag and crumpled it in his hand, activating it, before sprinting off towards Salgada. If there were players nearby, they would see a silhouette dashing across the open field and soon disappearing into the distance. Half an hour later, he encountered a new area as the surroundings transitioned into a dark marshland. This location was far from town, so very few players could be seen hunting here. Almost no one actively sought out this strange place inherently filled with danger. However, every so often, a rare bunch would decide to explore this marsh. Many of them were thrill-seekers who happened to be high-level experts as well. On his journey here, he had encountered many such players traveling in groups. Short, stubby bushes flourished all over. A dense fog lingered in the air and blocked the sunlight from above. Once in a while, a cold wind blew past. The marsh left an eerie impression on those who came across it. The earth was mudded and filled with basins of festering waters, where one would occasionally discover the corpse of some unlucky animal rotting inside. A slight rustle or movement periodically came from the shrubs as a few snake-type monsters slithered by. All sorts of hidden dangers lurked inside this dark marsh. You've discovered. Natlan Marsh. I'm finally here. He examined the everlasting fog of the Natlan Marsh. Passing through this area will take a bit of effort. He cautiously moved between the bushes, wary of the potential monsters lurking nearby. He did his best to evade their sights. However, after passing through a dense patch of shrubbery, his high awareness warned him of impending danger. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A large silhouette charged past the shrubs and pounced at him. He instinctively dodge-rolled and avoided the sudden attack, but not before getting a good look at the enemy's appearance. It was a marsh monitor, a species of large lizards that roamed this map. The one that appeared was over 2 meters in length, and black speckled its dark green skin. Sharp protrusions grew from its head and tail. These protrusions, along with its claws, were covered in a viscous green poison which caused paralysis, and those unlucky enough to be struck by this poison would be unable to move for 3 seconds. It was the marsh monitor's most dangerous weapon. It's these guys. He felt a bit apprehensive. Although these lizards had relatively low health and were quite frail, the consequences of being struck by their attacks were fatal. In his previous life, an expert had once left some words of advice. Under no circumstances should you underestimate a monster. since even the weakest of marsh monitors were still capable of killing you. At the lower levels, these lizards were the nemesis of all mages and thieves, as these classes relied on their mobility to survive. In the event a thief or mage became paralyzed, these marsh monitors could freely rip them to shreds. Even heavy armored fighters were susceptible to being killed by these lizards if they were careless. Marsh Monitor, Level 6. Health 360. The marsh monitor's attack struck nothing but air as it fell back to the ground. Crash, its heavy-set body sent mud and water flying. At the end of the roll, Nyan retrieved his dagger and wielded it in his right hand in a reverse grip. He returned with Concussive Blow, Assassinate, and Vital Strike, 79-83-97. Then he finished with a flurry of attacks before Concussive Blow's stunned duration timed out. The marsh monitor trembled and collapsed. These lizards truly were frail. As long as the player wasn't hit, they were extremely easy to kill. Under Nyan's assault, the marsh monitor hadn't been given the slightest bit of leeway and was killed in their first exchange. After switching over to level 5 equipment, his attack rose to over 60 points. Honestly, to the present player base, such a high attack was simply unimaginable on a thief. Coupled with his class, innately fast attacks, his damage per second rose to an unprecedented degree. Apart from the leaders of the major guilds, very few players wore equipment of his quality. Even if they did, he still possessed the chapter of courage. Even though he had fought and killed the marsh monitor, which was above his level, he didn't feel the slightest bit of tension, as he held complete control over the entire battle. This was the result of his high willpower and awareness, overbearing attack power, extreme maneuverability, and fast attack speed. He killed several more marsh monitors along the way. Due to his agility and speed, not a single one was able to reach him with their attacks. The further he traveled into the marsh, the denser the fog became, which obscured his vision even more. This forced him to vastly raise his guard and attentiveness with every step forward. Although he could easily kill these marsh monitors, if he were struck even once, they could do the same to him. The dense fog rolled and drifted in the air. From time to time, he would see strange shadows appearing and disappearing within it. These illusions were the remnants of a forgotten battlefield. The sounds of soldiers roaring and cavalry charging into battle could be faintly heard in his ears. However, as soon as the cold wind blew again, these desolate illusions of a distant play would drift away with it. Suddenly, he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. They were heavy, but amidst the other sounds, he couldn't distinguish if they were real. He didn't notice anything unusual until he felt the ground begin to shake. Only then did he realize his disastrous situation. He swept his gaze towards the footsteps and saw a lizard crawling out of a nearby brush. The moment he saw its scarlet-red tongue flicking out of its mouth, a strong fishy smell assaulted his nose. This lizard was 5 meters in length. It was supported by 4 powerful limbs and a thick, long tail that was covered in spikes. Its entire body was shrouded in ash-black scales save for a patch of white which formed a strange pattern on its neck. Even for the native inhabitants of Natlan Marsh, this lizard was a horrifying existence. The white pattern on its neck represented an old mystery as well as death. This lizard was clearly different from the others he had met. The giant lizard noticed his presence and charged. Its tail twisted and turned as it ran in an awkward gait. Though odd as it may be, its speed was not to be trifled with. In reality, this unique gait was the reason it could move so quickly. In merely a brief few seconds, it had already come up to Nyan. He activated Swift Retreat to build up some distance while simultaneously examining it with Transcendent Insight. Serpentine Lizard Sub-Elite, Level 7. Health 1,200. Shock washed over his heart when he read its name. Why the hell did I end up meeting this guy? These lizards only roamed around the Natlan Marsh and were sub-elite monsters. At his current level, let alone a level 7 sub-elite, even if he met a leader-class monster at his own level, he'd still have no choice but to flee. The only reason he was able to take on Gato the Lion King and the Ogre Devourer was because they spawned in areas with exploitable terrain. However, in this marshland, there was no such terrain to speak of, and it was impossible for him to face it head-on. These lizards were the true overlords of this map. Although the Serpentine Lizard didn't have very much health compared to other sub-elites of the same level, it compensated with an exceedingly high attack. It could also release its poison into the mud and spread it through a mist. Level 10 or lower players were simply no match for this monster in a one-on-one fight. Only a party of 5 or more level 10 players would dare to take on this overgrown lizard. In his original timeline, since many players ended up dying at their hands while training in this area, it was nicknamed the Killer of the Marsh. The Serpentine Lizard closed the distance in an instant and spewed out poisonous mist. The green mist rapidly dispersed into the surroundings upon leaving its mouth. Only a slight whiff within this mist was sufficient to cause one to become confused and dazed. 2020. What a strong corrosive poison. Nyan didn't dare to meet the Serpentine Lizard head-on. He rolled out of the poisonous mist, slipping past its head and landed right next to it. In fact, he was so close he could see each ashen black scale. The serpentine lizard immediately swept its thick and powerful tail at him in response. The tail resembled a whip as it whistled through the air at a ridiculous velocity. He'd be done for if the lizard's attack were to land. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he'd still end up losing the greater half of his health. Swift retreat. His movement speed explosively increased by 30%. Even then, it barely allowed him to keep up with the serpentine lizard. He quickly pulled away and evaded the attack by a hair's breadth. Then he turned tail and leapt over a large patch of shrubbery, whereupon he gracefully landed back on the ground and fled for his life. The serpentine lizard shifted its massive 5-meter body and went in immediate pursuit. Two silhouettes, one large and the other small, rapidly traversed the marshes. Yan glanced back from the corner of his eye and noticed the serpentine lizard shortening the distance by every second. He activated a basic haste scroll and bolstered his speed by another 20%. Although its target had pulled further away, the serpentine lizard didn't falter and continued to give chase. They were known as the most difficult monster to deal with in the marsh. The moment they set their sights on their prey, as long as it was still within the boundaries of the marsh, they would be unrelenting in their pursuit. Yan's mind was in turmoil. He knew swift retreat's duration wouldn't last long, and when the timer ran out, the serpentine lizard would close the distance and catch up. His eyes frantically swept over the surroundings as he searched for some way to live. Although he knew it would be incredibly difficult to survive this encounter, he didn't want to sit and wait for death. When all seemed lost, a surge of electricity emerged amidst the gaps of some distant thickets. His pupils contracted as his heart rapidly beat with excitement. He immediately moved towards the source of this magic. Though a forbidden zone for low-level players, the Natlan Marsh was a wonderland for experts, a statement which held especially true for elite teams. Many of them came here for no other reason than to retrieve a certain item that could be found in this marsh revived skill book. The marsh monitors had a 1 in 10,000 chance of dropping this skill book. Despite its low drop rate, it was heavily sought after because of its incredible value in a team, so much that its importance far outstripped everything else. A priest who learned the skill could revive a fallen teammate. Such an effect was a substantial buffer against potential losses in a run. At times, it could even save the team from being completely wiped. Other than the revived skill book, players could find decent equipment such as the Moon Chaser Staff, which gave lightning damage +9 and intelligence +5, and the Sacred Wind Mallet, which gave Holy Shield +8 and resilience +5. The common mobs in the marsh did drop silver or gold grade equipment, but like the Revive book, their drop rates were quite low. The equipment that came out of this map were of good quality. Moreover, since a team had recently found the Revive skill book while training here, increasingly more players flocked to this map in search of it. Therefore, the number of experts in the marsh weren't all that few. Elsewhere at an earlier time, "Why hasn't Candy returned yet?" asked a dark-faced man in crimson bone armor. His name was Dark Eternal Sin. He could be considered a well-known figure, though his fame lay outside the game. Before Conviction's release, there were several other famous virtual reality games such as King's Tree and Purgatory. Dark Eternal Sin was the guild leader of Dark Empire and a powerful overlord in these games. However, to the surprise of others, he had chosen not to re-establish his guild when he entered Conviction, and instead he had only formed a team with his close friends. Nonetheless, he and his team were not to be underestimated. In fact, they were quite amazing. His Death Sacrifice +2 armor set was proof of this. It belonged to a level 5 gold grade equipment set, and he had successfully upgraded it twice with Fortune Gems. Its properties could be rated as one of the highest among similar equipment. Dark Eternal Sin chose Berserker as his class. He had a tall stature, a fairly tan skin tone, and a ferocious appearance. Wherever he stood, he seemed like an immovable iron tower. At the center of his bone armor was a giant skull that radiated a crimson glow. His weapon of choice was a black greatsword which he currently held in his hands. It was excessively broad, over 2 meters in length, and permeated with destructive power. Dark Eternal Sin had brought over 6 of his members to train here. Excluding him, there were 3 mages, 1 priest, and 1 thief. The person he had previously mentioned was the team's thief. "There are probably no more monsters left for her to aggro," the holy mage replied. She wore a pure white robe that emitted a faint glow. Her staff appeared to radiate light as well, specifically from the clear crystal embedded at the end. Her appearance was beautiful, and she held a faint, seductive charm. Her figure wasn't bad either. She was relatively tall, and her cleavage was full of allure. When paired with her dancing light gown, she became quite enchanting. You're probably right. There aren't many monsters in this spot anymore. If she doesn't go a bit farther, she won't be able to pull any over. Eternal Sin nodded his head in agreement. At the same moment, a thief appeared within their sights. She could be seen leading roughly a dozen marsh monitors towards their location. Her appearance was exceptionally delicate and pretty. Her skin was fair and worthy of making any woman feel jealous. However, for some reason, she gave off a dark, murderous aura that couldn't be put into words. She was quite agile. She gracefully dodged the Marsh Monitor's attacks while bringing them over. In the former Dark Empire Guild, she was absolutely someone who shouldn't be overlooked. Was known as the deadliest member of their roster. The type of classes she previously played in other games were always assassins, thieves, and the like. During her run in these older games, numerous experts ended up dying by her hands. Her reputation was so terrifying that expressions would change into horror upon the mention of her name. Suyan White Smoke, prepare your magic, Eternal Sin commanded. He prepared himself for Candy's approach alongside the monsters in tow by grasping both hands on his greatsword firmly. The spot they chose to station at held advantageous terrain. Su Yan and the two other mages, an elementalist and an arcane mage, brandished their staffs and began casting their spells. Soon, magical energy rapidly gathered in the air. However, the one that brought the most attention among the three seemed to be the elementalist. The air above him flashed and surged with electricity. As he held his staff with one hand, the other was raised in the air with his palm facing the sky. The electricity slowly began condensing above his head and transformed into a massive sphere, yet the elementalist continued to chant his magic. It seemed like a high-level spell that required at least one set of syllables to cast. As he persisted with his incantation, the magical symbols appeared like tadpoles swimming in the air, dissipating as they rose into the sky. Eternal Sin observed the 10 or so Marsh Monitors charging closer. In the next moment, he brandished his greatsword and ran up to meet them. He let out a roar and used Whirlwind Slash, clashing with 3 of them in close distance. At the same time, a brilliant beam of light and an arcane fireball fell over the group of Marsh Monitors. Boom, boom, the 2 spells exploded on impact. Even after their spells landed, the elementalist named Lei Fa Lightning Magic was still in the middle of casting. Meanwhile, on the front line, Eternal Sin was chugging an anti-paralysis potion. After he finished drinking it, he violently cleaved at a nearby Marsh Monitor that was low health and killed it. Damn it. Elemental Hall magic is too inconvenient. It's been so long yet it still hasn't finished casting. Just as he spoke, a giant of ball of lightning whistled past his head and flew towards the group of Marsh Monitors ahead. Boom, the sphere of lightning exploded like fireworks. Electric sparks crackled and scattered in every direction. In a single flash, the spell had annihilated 6 Marsh Monitors. 360, 360, 360. A cluster of damage numbers rose above the group of lizards. There was a wide crater left in the earth from the impact of the spell. Marsh Monitor corpses were littered everywhere, while the ones that weren't directly hit suffered heavy damage nonetheless. Though its destructive power is pretty good, Eternal Sin swept his gaze over the scene. This spell was extremely powerful, but it was only good for mobbing. A spell that took such a long time to cast was completely worthless in PvP situations. After casting the spell, the elementalist's mana bar was completely drained. He sat to the side cross-legged and drank a flask of spring water to replenish mana. Elemental Hall magic, which could only be learned by elementalists, came from the various elemental shrines scattered across the continent. It was divided into 16 ranks, with rank 16 denoting the highest possible rank. The Thousand Swallows burst from just a moment ago was classified as a rank 1 elemental hall magic. It had a long channeling time, requiring a full set of syllables to successfully cast. The long casting time made it impractical in 1 versus 1 battles. As for team battles, it could be easily cancelled by a paladin using silence. Such reasons made it unsuitable for PvP, not to mention its lengthy cooldown period, which came to a total of 2 entire days. Hence, elementalists that learnt rank 1 elemental hall magic would only cast them during emergencies. Naturally, if it was a high-level elemental hall magic, for example the rank 16 Mantra of Silence, it would be an entirely different case. After Thousand Swallows burst ended, Candy stealthily circled round a Marsh Monitor's back. She raised her dagger and struck the back of its head with smothering strike. The dagger flickered with a cold glint as she arced the blade through her target's neck. Her methods were efficient and brutal. The low-health Marsh Monitor stood no chance and collapsed to the ground. Flame slash. Eternal Sin cleaved down as his greatsword was enveloped by an intense blaze. Boom, his blade directly beheaded and cauterized a Marsh Monitor's neck. The raging flames continued burning until its entire body was charred black. The 5 remaining Marsh Monitors charged past and made a beeline for the 3 mages in the rear. However, Eternal Sin roared and stopped them in their tracks by using taunt. The moment his taunt came out, the 5 lizards immediately aggroed onto him and unleashed a flurry of attacks. 15, 16, 18. Several damage values emerged and rose above his head. Fortunately, his defense was solid, so despite being encircled, these lizards posed no threat. The priest in the rear cast Dispel, removing the paralysis debuff, then followed up with Lesser Heal. As a result, Eternal Sin immediately recovered a large chunk of health. With all 5 Marsh Monitors aggroed onto him, Eternal Sin brandished his greatsword and activated Whirlwind Slash. Immediately, his spinning blade swept through their bodies and dealt over 50 damage to each. Suyan White Smoke and the arcane mage continued casting spells in the rear. Despite being besieged by marsh monitors, Eternal Sin firmly held his ground like an immovable boulder. The earth was splattered with blood, some from the lizards and some his own. Amidst the madness that shone in his eyes, he erupted in a frenzy intertwined with ruthlessness and bloodlust. His entire being was akin to an enraged beast, his every action hammering fear into one's heart. Suyan and the others couldn't help but tremble when witnessing Eternal Sin in such a state. He was simply a killing machine that maniacally swung his sword for slaughter. The only one who remained unperturbed was Candy. She curled her lips and uttered, boring, before lightly yawning. She then rummaged through her knapsack and took out a piece of fruit candy that could be bought at the NPC general store. Popping it into her mouth, she entered stealth and approached a monitor lizard from the rear. Smothering Strike. Upon activating the skill, she struck the lizard on the backside of its head with the pommel of her dagger. Now that it was stunned, her blade easily pierced its flesh and sent out a spray of blood. Eternal Sin and his team had fairly good synergy. Within a brief time span, they were able to easily make short work of the dozen or so lizards. Candy retrieved her dagger from a marsh monitor's corpse and calmly wiped off the blood. "Big guy, the monsters here are too scarce. Let's go somewhere else," Candy said to Eternal Sin. Only Candy would dare to call him in such a way since the others didn't have the nerves to do so. This sense of familiarity came from having known each other for a long time. As for how long, no one knew. However, one fact remained consistent throughout the years. Whenever Dark Empire was overturning the entire world of those previous games, Candy was never absent. Although Candy and Eternal Sin didn't establish a guild, the rallying power they held within conviction was still extremely astonishing. Eternal Sin strapped his greatsword on his back and turned to face the other members. "Let's take a small break. We'll switch locations afterwards." And so, atop a mound of dry earth under the shade of a tree, 6 players rested while eating bread and drinking spring water. Although the clamor of battle had recently ended, Nyan continued heading towards its source as he dashed through the marsh. Eventually, 6 players entered his sight. At the same moment, Eternal Sin and his party also discovered him and quickly stood up in response. Nyan observed the other party's equipment as he neared, and he was particularly surprised by Eternal Sin's equipment. What a strong group of players. Even then, the serpentine lizard was closing in from the rear, so he had no choice but to disregard their strength and press on. "It's a thief," Eternal Sin said, after getting a better look at Nyan, though in no way did he believe this single thief would pose a threat. Why? Because the strongest thief in the game was standing right here beside them. Not to mention, with his high health and defense, there was simply no reason to fear any thief in the first place. Even if Nyan's equipment did look somewhat decent to him, to this day, there had never been a single thief that could defeat him. This wasn't confidence born out of arrogance, but rather confidence that came from absolute strength. Oh, Candy's figure gradually faded before completely merging with the greenery in the background. As Nyan ran, his eyes fell on a certain patch of shrubbery off in the distance. The other side's prowess using stealth was near flawless. Ordinary players or even experts might not be able to detect her presence, but she definitely wouldn't go unnoticed by him. Candy felt a tinge of surprise as she saw Nyan's gaze focus on her. Oh, it seems they encountered an interesting fellow. Though he could clearly sense the open hostility in the moment he appeared before them, his circumstances were quite dire since the serpentine lizard was already close to his heels. He had to take this gamble, but he wasn't naive enough to believe these 6 would help him out of the kindness of their hearts. So, he was left with no other choice. He would pass the serpentine lizard off to them and make use of their power in order to survive. He accelerated his pace and bolted straight for Eternal Sin and the others. Eternal Sin unstrapped his greatsword and firmly grasped it in his hand. The blade was at an inclined angle and firmly planted on the earth so he could be ready to receive his opponent. He stood no further than 2 meters from his mages. Though he personally wasn't afraid, things could get quite dangerous if he let this thief enter their rear line. Eternal Sin, who wore the Death Sacrifice set, resembled an iron wall that blocked the path to the 3 mages behind him. Just as Eternal Sin was prepared to cut down this thief, the bushes in the distance stirred with activity, causing his heart to leap in surprise. Don't tell me there's more people at his rear. He soon discovered what followed the thief from behind wasn't a player but rather a gigantic lizard. It was several times larger than the ordinary lizard monsters in this area. Shit. It's a serpentine. Candy drew in a breath of cold air upon seeing the lizard's distinct gait. They were a terrifying existence, apex predators, killers of the marsh, and capable of reaching lightning-fast speeds. Level 7 sub-elite. Eternal Sin stammered and retreated several steps back to the mound. They could have easily handled the situation if the second figure had been another player, but what arrived was a level 7 sub-elite instead. It was an existence that was difficult to deal with even at their levels, not to mention their priest had yet to learn revive. It would be a disastrous loss if one or two of them ended up dying due to this. As Nyan drew increasingly near, the elementalist at Eternal Sin's rear brandished their staff and sent lightning crackling toward him. This thief's intentions were already quite obvious to them. He wanted to pass the serpentine lizard off to them. Naturally, Eternal Sin and his group wouldn't be polite. None of them dared to receive such a flaming hot potato. Behind the bolt of lightning, Su Yan and the arcane mage's attacks arrived in tow. By this time, the serpentine lizard was basically nipping at his heels. It wound up its body, and in the next instant, pounced at him like an arrow. In response, Nyan rolled to the side and evaded its attack and incidentally, Lei Fa's lightning magic bolt of lightning. Bang, however, he was unable to avoid a holy strike aimed prior to where he rolled to. 67. System, a member of the party led by player Eternal Sin, has taken the initiative to attack you. You are free to retaliate in legitimate self-defense. Duration, 30 minutes. Damn it, what kind of damage is that? Nyan inwardly cried out in alarm. He rolled again and avoided the oncoming arcane fireball. Just as the spell passed by him, he felt a murderous intent nearing his back. Their thief. Cloaking and awareness were directly opposing stats. In situations where the opponent was a thief under the effects of stealth, they could only be seen clearly if the other party's awareness was higher than the thief's cloaking by 50% or more. When the two stats were equal, the thief could be spotted if the other player concentrated hard enough while searching. If the thief was good, however, then in situations where cloaking exceeded the defending side's awareness, the opposing player would be stunned before they even had a chance to react. Naturally, this wasn't to say that when a thief was discovered their attacks could be easily avoided. After all, thieves were innately fast, whether it be in terms of movement or attack. In a certain region within the marsh, the air distorted to reveal a silhouette. Its owner was Candy, who had activated stealth and disappeared earlier on. She had re-emerged at Nyan's rear. Her attack was terrifyingly fast as she attempted to strike him in the back of the head. A single concussive blow would leave him stunned long enough to allow the mages to send him directly to the graveyard. However, before Candy even approached his back, he had already discovered her presence. Those 19 points in awareness weren't just for show. He smoothly leaned to the side and avoided her strike. After dodging, he pivoted his foot and struck back with his own concussive blow, aimed directly at her temple. What a decisive attack. Candy rapidly pulled back, evading by just a hair's breadth before distancing herself from Nyan. This thief had somehow discovered her. Just how high was his awareness, not to mention his quick reaction speed and even fiercer counter. His movements were as natural as the floating clouds and flowing waters, a matchless style which left her heart in shock. What a strong guy. At the moment, the average player was still quite low level, and although there weren't many methods of attack, close combat was the best judge of the opposing player's experience and skills. An expert, Candy was instantly convinced of this thought, though she wasn't disheartened. In fact, she was delighted since things wouldn't be interesting otherwise. Just as their exchange ended, the serpentine lizard chose this moment to charge at Nyan from the side. Its gigantic body drew increasingly closer as its gaping maw appeared wider with each passing millisecond. He sidestepped the attack, locked his eyes onto a tree in the distance, then extended his left hand and shot out a line of webbing from his silk spinner ring. He jerked the web line and pulled himself out of immediate attack range. The serpentine lizard's attack had struck thin air yet again, enraging it to no end. It swung its body around and charged at Nyan once more. In the brief moment when it had lost sight of him, Nyan activated a basic haste scroll and bolted towards the three mages at Eternal Sin's rear. For the sake of preserving his life, he had no choice but to lead the serpentine lizard towards them, otherwise he'd have no chance of surviving. Eternal Sin firmly grasped his greatsword and blocked the approaching opponent's path. He readied himself and prepared to attack when Nyan entered his range. A thief's innately frail defense meant that as long as he got in a few strikes, they could be easily killed. As Nyan drew closer, Eternal Sin stared fixedly at him and the serpentine lizard in tow. At this point, it would be hard to avoid a confrontation with the lizard, though the most immediate issue was Nyan. They needed to kill him off otherwise. It had become quite annoying if he started wreaking havoc while they fought it. Although Nyan initially had no enmity with Eternal Sin in his group, when he leads such a disaster towards them, it'd be quite normal for them to hate his guts. Yet at the same time, this was also the wilderness, a place where life or death depended on skill. So even if they died, they would have no one to blame but themselves since they lacked the strength to survive. By now the serpentine was about to overtake Nyan, but the latter was likewise about to enter Eternal Sun's range. Eternal Sin brandished his blade and completely sealed off his path. It appeared he was going to match the serpentine lizard and perform a pincer attacker. Nyan fully understood that the other party really wanted him dead. There was an enemy in front and another chasing from behind. He was being forced onto a narrow path. If he were to have the slightest slip-up, the serpentine lizard would pounce on him, and Eternal Sin wouldn't hesitate in cutting him down where he stood. Seeing his opponent enter striking distance, Eternal Sin directly slashed down as a blade of light flew towards Nyan's face. In the same instant, Nyan fiercely pivoted and leaped toward a nearby thicket. The blade of light struck Nyan mid-leap and drew blood, followed by 2 explosions as a holy smite, and a bolt of lightning landed afterwards. 65, 89, 72. Several damage values rose above his head, and he had nearly lost all of his health with a little over a tenth remaining. Shit, just how far can he leap? Eternal Sin immediately felt his heart sink after seeing Nyan successfully escape through the bushes. How high or how far a player could leap was based on the strength and jump stats as well as weight load. The upper limit of how high a player could leap was 5 meters. The higher strength and jump were, the more powerful the leap. On the other hand, as weight increased, jump range decreased. Fortunately for Nyan, his weight load was light, and he possessed the Chapter of Courage, which provided 15 points in jump. It was no wonder his leap was so astonishing. Eternal Sin was confident in obstructing and pinning Nyan down. He had even perfectly matched the timing of his attack with the serpentine lizard. If things had proceeded without a hitch, his opponent would have been dead in less than 5 seconds. Yet never did he expect that Nyan would turn into a frog and bound across the bushes to escape. In the next moment, the serpentine lizard arrived at Nyan's previous position. It had lost sight of its target. Fortunately, there was new prey standing right beside it. It immediately turned around and pounced at Eternal Sin. He had been tricked. As he stared at the giant lizard already in mid-leap, he knew he didn't have the chance to retreat. He brandished his greatsword and stepped forward to meet it head-on. "Everyone, be careful of that thief. Candy, go after him," Eternal Sin promptly commanded, then focused on repelling the serpentine lizard's attacks. He feared Nyan would turn back and sneak attack the mages in the backline. The situation could get dangerous if Nyan got within melee range of the mages. His could easily overwhelm them using his skill and agility, especially against the priest who couldn't put up much of a fight. "No worries, just leave it to me." Candy's eyes flashed with a peculiar expression. This guy's quite skilled. After successfully baiting Eternal Sin into engaging the serpentine lizard, Nyan turned around to examine the scene. Seeing as Eternal Sin and the serpentine were already fighting, he felt somewhat alleviated of his stress. "I finally got that lizard off my tail. Should I take advantage of the situation to get rid of them, or should I just leave?" Nyan pondered for a moment. "Let's watch and see for now." Nyan entered stealth and began blending in with the background before completely disappearing from view. The mages at the rear spotted Nyan's dissipating silhouette from across the bushes. When they noticed they couldn't detect his presence, they couldn't help bunching up a little. Despite their surroundings seeming completely empty, they felt an enormous pressure weighing down on them. Candy also entered stealth and scanned the surrounding for traces of Nyan. However, she didn't dare to stray too far from the mages. A thief in the shadows posed too much of a danger to lightly armored professions. The only sound that emanated from the scene was the battle between Eternal Sin and the serpentine lizard. Eternal Sin's defenses were high so he could hold it off temporarily. After a short while, the mages and the priest also began casting their spells. Nyan glanced at his health bar, only a slight sliver remained. He hid behind the cover of the bushes and began applying bandages. +20, +20, +20. He restored 200 health after 10 seconds. Only then did he loosen his mind that had been on edge ever since he encountered the serpentine lizard. Afterwards, he quietly observed the battle. Eternal Sin firmly held his ground as the priest healed him and mages dealt damage. Their composure and synergy left him wondering why he didn't recognize them. They were such a strong team. However, after thinking about it for a while, it made sense. In his original timeline, there were countless experts who were reserved and didn't reveal their strength. It was quite normal that he didn't recognize them. The serpentine lizard's attacks were especially ferocious, and Eternal Sin found them somewhat difficult to endure despite having very high defense. Hiss, hiss, just as its scarlet tongue flickered in and out, the lizard opened its jaw and spat out a green globular substance. Upon contact with the air, it near instantaneously turned gaseous, rapidly expanded, and enshrouded everything within a 2-meter radius in a poisonous mist. 30-30-30. Damage values continuously rose above Eternal Sin's head with each passing second. Each one of the serpentine's attacks dealt more than 80 damage to his health. At the rate the battle was currently going, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Death Speech, hurry up and cast Dispel. The team's priest, Death Speech, responded and hurriedly cast Dispel as a gentle ray of pure white fell on Eternal Sin's position. The light reacted with the poisonous mist and within an instant, caused it to dilute by a great degree. Eternal Sin glanced at his health bar, which only had 160 health remaining, though he didn't have much time to ruminate over it as the serpentine lizard resumed its assault. He raised his greatsword in an effort to resist its attack, but the lizard latched onto him and bit out a chunk of flesh. 76. Tendon break, eternal sin struck out in retaliation. The serpentine lizard's movements immediately turned sluggish as it temporarily entered a crippled state. Taking advantage of this brief window, he hurriedly drew back in order to create some distance. Just at that time, Lei Fa Lightning Magic, the elementalist, finished his incantation and cast Freeze Frost, whereupon a thin layer of ice began covering the serpentine lizard and slowed its movements even more. This freeze effect was a trademark of an elementalist's ice magic. Death's speech promptly followed up by casting Lesser Heal, while Eternal Sin downed a basic recovery potion to supplement the healing. After the initial burst of healing, the red of his health bar continued to steadily rise. Even while recovering, Eternal Sin stayed on full alert as he knew that Thief didn't go too far. If he emerged and caught them off guard, it would be difficult to predict the outcome of the battle. Just as his health replenished by 3/4, the cripple and freeze debuffs wore off, and the serpentine lizard came rushing forward. Sub-elite monsters were truly too difficult to deal with. Even Eternal Sin, who wore Death's Sacrifice +2, lost health at such a rapid pace. If it were another team with worse equipment, they would have long been wiped by now. Despite their combined efforts, the serpentine lizard still had a little over 70% health remaining. Candy, have you found him yet? No, I have no idea where that slippery bastard ran off to. Everyone remain alert. Suyan White Smoke, be ready to use that spell. Understood, Suyan replied promptly. After having known each other for so long, Eternal Sin only needed to say a few words and she would understand what was needed of her. Although Nian couldn't listen in on what Eternal Sin and his team were conversing about, he knew it concerned him. However, they were heavily overestimating themselves. As a thief with over 10 years of experience, he wouldn't allow himself to be caught so easily. Their team isn't bad. They might actually be able to kill it. He stared intently at the ferocious serpentine lizard, a level 7 sub-elite, who knows what sort of items it'll drop. For the time being, he didn't have any immediate plans of going against Eternal Sin and his team. However, it wouldn't necessarily be too late to decide after the two sides wore each other out a little further. Eternal Sin brandished his greatsword. He fiercely slashed down on the serpentine lizard's body and dealt incredibly high damage. How much mana left? Eternal Sin asked in the team chat. 67. 78. 32. Lei Fa cast his gaze at Eternal Sin's expression, afraid that he would get angry. Why is it so low? Eternal Sin furrowed his brows and asked. When the battle started, my mana wasn't fully recovered. Then later on, I used several high-damage spells. Enough, just conserve what's left of it. Eternal Sin didn't say more after listening to Lei Fa's explanation. Lei Fa switched to the low mana cost Ice Arrow. After a while, his mana was still low, so he drank a basic mana potion and restored his mana to 67%. Under the constant battering spells, the serpentine lizard's health eventually fell to a little over 20%. It only has around 200 health left. By this point, Eternal Sin's mind was already tense to the point of snapping. Once its health fell below the 20% line, the serpentine lizard's skin began changing into a peculiar red. Hiss, hiss, it let out a strange cry, and subsequently the ground beneath Eternal Sin's feet turned muddy. He was inwardly alarmed when he discovered he couldn't pull out his feet, which began to sink. Not even a second later, the serpentine lizard leapt at him again. He activated Whirlwind Slash and successfully repelled it several steps back. Seeing Eternal Sin trapped in the mud pit, Candy suddenly thought of something and anxiously commanded, Death Speech, use Illuminate. The priest didn't dare to dally after hearing Candy's order. He extended his palm and sent a sphere of light flying into the air, whereupon it released a blinding radiance that fell to the earth like a curtain of silk. Illuminate was a spell that revealed everything within a 5-meter radius of the priest. As the spell revealed its effects, the outline of a silhouette wielding 2 daggers gradually emerged behind the priest. The silhouette was already mid-strike, the pommel of its dagger going straight for the back of the priest's head. He's there. Candy raised her dagger and dashed in to intercept Nian. The sound of blades clashing against each other reverberated through the air. Nian had been hard-pressed to find an opening. Nonetheless, his patience had persevered. Taking advantage of the havoc caused by the serpentine lizard's skill, he silently approached the priest's back, and just as he was about to deliver fate-sealing blow, his intentions had been unexpectedly seen through, and he was intercepted mid-attack. Now he was forced into a passive state defending against Candy's attacks. His plan had been to kill the priest named Death Speech first. With the healer down, Elemental Sin, who was fighting the serpentine lizard, would soon follow. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He just never expected that he would be seen through in spite of his flawless stealth. This was the first time he failed an ambush since reincarnating. After Candy intercepted him, the priest successfully escaped. Since his sneak attack had failed, he activated swift retreat and pulled back rapidly. Boom, he dodged the bolt of lightning just in the nick of time. Following the bolt of lightning, he had been struck by a ray of light, though it had dealt no damage. Standing in the distance, Su Yan's lips curved into a smirk. Let's just see where you can hide to now that you've been marked. As Na Yan retreated, a bright floating mark had appeared floating above his head. No matter where he went, the mark would follow and reveal his position. I've been marked. He inwardly cried out in alarm and hastily made his retreat. Candy followed in pursuit, but she was noticeably slower than him. After activating swift retreat, he had become too fast for her. She had no chance of catching up to him. The gap increasingly widened and he soon broke away. These players were simply too strong. It would be rather difficult taking advantage of them. Thus, he had no choice but to give up and dashed out of the area. Candy, how did you discover him? Death's speech excitedly said, after being barely rescued from the clutches of death. That thief had been really close to his position. If she was even a second later, not only would he have died, but eternal sin would have as well. I didn't. My awareness isn't that high. I was actually puzzled for quite a long time. Why hadn't that thief acted by now? There were already several good opportunities that had gone by. So I put myself in his shoes and thought to myself, when would be a good time to attack? When I saw Tall Guy sink into that quagmire, I guessed that was probably the best opportunity, which was why I had you cast Illuminate. I didn't expect that I'd actually discover him. Candy replied. If she had been a step slower, Death's speech would have lost his life. Truthfully, that thief's stealth abilities could be described as perfect. The reason she had found him could be mostly attributed to good luck. She peered past the thickets and into the distance. That thief had long disappeared within Natlin Marsh's fog. Since Glimmer Mark had a duration of 2 minutes, if he were to come again within that time, they would immediately discover him. Thus, they could rest assured that he wouldn't mount another ambush. Nyan fled the battle, but he didn't immediately leave the area. Instead, he took a detour and circled round the perimeter before stopping to scan his surroundings. Eventually, he spotted a slope not too far in the distance. He dashed toward the slope and promptly arrived at its peak, whereupon he looked over in the direction of Eternal Sin and his team. Despite the somewhat low visibility, the light show of magic and clamor signaled that the battle was still ongoing and quite fierce. At first, for the sake of preserving his life, he only planned to borrow their hand in killing the serpentine lizard and nothing else. However, since they tried to kill him, he wouldn't sit by idly and let them enjoy their meal in peace. No, the temptation of obtaining the equipment dropped by a level 7 sub-elite couldn't be abandoned so easily. Thus, Candy and the others were unaware that Nyan hadn't actually fully retreated, but was instead spying on them from atop a slope. After believing they had finally driven that hateful thief away, Eternal Sin and his team inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, he was in quite a panic due to being rooted by the quagmire. If anything had happened to the priest in the rear, he would have been a goner as well. Luckily, Candy discovered that thief before it was too late and helped them avert a disaster that could have wiped the team. Good work, you all did well, Eternal Sin praised in the team chat. We were just lucky. That guy isn't so easy to deal with. We need to be careful if we ever encounter him in the future, Candy replied, ending the celebrations early. Eternal Sin assumed that with her skills, the other side wouldn't be able to gain the slightest advantage over her, but it was clear that assumption was wrong. That thief was quite astonishing. After forcing Nyan away, killing the serpentine lizard became much more relaxed. Bang, bang. Bang, the serpentine lizard was bombarded by several spells. Its body was charred and bloody, and many of its scales had been split open. The barrage shaved 160 points off its health and left it at death's door. It simply lacked that one final nudge. Yet even in its death throes, the lizard did not give up and revealed its final card. It suddenly spat out a peculiar mist which, unlike the previous times, was far denser and pitch black in color. It rapidly expanded and encompassed everything within a 20-meter radius, completely obscuring everyone's vision. Suyan White Smoke and the other mages had hastily retreated when the mist began to expand, while Eternal Sin, who was at the epicenter of the skill, missed his attack and saw the shadow of the lizard bolt away. The sudden change took him by surprise, causing him to be dazed for a brief moment before realizing what was going on. Over there, it's trying to escape, Eternal Sin roared. This was the first time they had come across a sub-elite that ran away when at low health. However, it didn't mean they had never heard of them. Several elite-class field bosses would also use a skill to try and flee after falling below a certain health. Where? Asked one of the mages. Under the cover of the mist, their vision was completely blocked and it was impossible for them to find their target. Su Yan suddenly saw a shadow flash past some bushes. She raised her staff and prepared to cast a spell, just as she spoke the first syllable to the incantation. System target is outside of spell range. She helplessly canceled the incantation. By the time the mist dissipated, any traces of the serpentine lizard would have long disappeared. It escaped, Su Yan lowered her staff. In which direction? Eternal Sin asked. They had poured enormous amounts of effort into getting the serpentine lizard's health bar to barely a sliver of health. If it escaped just like that, wouldn't that mean all their hard work had gone to waste? Over there. At an earlier point in time, as Nyan silently observed the battle from the slope, a black mist emerged and covered his view, causing his heart to jump in excitement. It's about to make a break for it. Just as he expected, from within the mist, he saw a shadow escaping towards the southeast. The reason he didn't entirely leave the area was because he had known the serpentine lizard would try and escape, so he camped out atop this slope in order to cut off its escape. The low-health serpentine lizard wouldn't be able to run too far, around 800 meters at most. He planned to kill it before Eternal Sin and his team arrived and snatched the dropped items for himself. He pondered for a moment, calculating the most optimal route, then bolted down the slope towards the nearest path and rushed to intercept the serpentine lizard. There was an old line from a poem, making a beautiful dress only to give to others. The line held a deeper meaning. It referred to others who, despite working hard and toiling for hours, gained no benefits and had instead given it to others. This would be an accurate portrayal of Eternal Sin and his team. Nyan activated a basic haste scroll and ran like the wind as he traversed the marsh. The marsh was full of wandering marsh monitors. Therefore, he inevitably ran past quite a few of them, who would aggro onto him and chase, though in the end he was too fast for them and quickly broke away. After a while they would de-aggro and resume roaming around. After traveling for a while, he heard explosions in the distance and wrinkled his brows. There are others in this area. As he drew closer, the figures of another group of players entered his sights. There were 6 of them in total, and they appeared to be training in the marsh. However, he didn't slow down and soon entered their sights. Seeing him approach, the group eyed him suspiciously. "It's a thief, everyone be careful." All 6 players raised their guards. "He's probably just passing by," the leader of the group said. If this thief really wanted to ambush them, he wouldn't have emerged in front of them and exposed himself in plain sight. "I think he's just aggroing monsters for his team." These 6 players remained prudent and didn't take the initiative to intercept him. If by chance this thief belonged to a team and they barred his way, it would bring them unnecessary trouble. Nyan had more important fish to fry, so he didn't want to get in a tangle with these players unnecessarily. Plus, they didn't pose much of a threat. He ran past them and disappeared within the thickets. Those 6 players were astonished by his speed as he dashed past them. He had closed the distance between them in almost an instant. What kind of speed is that? That thief was simply too fast. Even if they had tried to intercept him, not only would they likely fail to stop him, they would have probably ended up worse for wear as well. These 6 players felt like they dodged a bullet. Forget it, let's go back to leveling. Hey, you Wang forgotten, do you have any more health potions? I ran out, share some with me. The thief's unexpected appearance was just a minor incident for them, so they quickly went back to training. As Nyan traveled further through the marsh, he finally began finding traces of the serpentine lizard. "Finally found you, so I just need to keep going this way." He accelerated his pace. There were too many players in this area, and he didn't want the serpentine lizard falling into another person's hands. After running several dozen meters, he caught sight of the serpentine lizard resting behind some bushes. Likewise, the serpentine lizard noticed him as well. Its scarlet tongue flickered in, hissing as it watched him attentively. Like a lamp that had spent the last of its oil, there was no more strength left in its body. The final sprint had put it in a weakened state. By now, it no longer had the ability to flee. Nyan retrieved his crossbow, took aim, and fired. Whoosh, 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 3 bolts went flying through the air. 17, 18, 16. The serpentine lizard let out a mournful cry as it writhed in pain. Nyan put away the crossbow, retrieved his daggers, then dashed toward it and dealt the final blow. 51. A bright red damage value rose above the lizard's head. It struggled briefly before going limp and collapsing on the ground. "I saw it running over this way. Look, I see its footprints on the ground." The several voices belonged to Eternal Sin and his teammates. However, they had arrived too late. Nyan stooped down to the ground and picked up the item that dropped from the serpentine lizard's corpse. It's a skill book. After passing through some thickets, Eternal Sin and his team finally arrived and almost immediately noticed his presence. "It's that thief. Stop him." A spell came flying straight towards him. "Goodbye." He faintly smiled and gazed at Eternal Sin, Candy, and the others before bounding over the shrubbery and disappearing from their sight. Eternal Sin and his team anxiously went in pursuit, but by the time they arrived at the lizard's corpse, all signs of Nyan had long disappeared. They turned to look at each other and saw the similarly dismayed expression in their teammates' eyes. It took them an enormous amount of effort to get the serpentine lizard to low health. Yet somehow it still ended up in that thief's hands. Could it be that he had never left the area and was waiting for another opportunity to appear the whole time. If that was the case, he must have possessed a terrifying level of patience. This time around, the final victor of the battle was Nyan. As for Eternal Sin, Candy and the rest of their team, they had played all their cards already. Besides holding a grudge, there was nothing they could do. After fleeing from Eternal Sin and his team, Nyan resumed his main objective and headed for the ruins of Sulgata. As he ran towards his destination, he retrieved the skill book that he had obtained from the serpentine lizard from his bag. Since he had been in a hurry to escape, he hadn't checked to see what it actually was. Damn it, it's just a revived skill book. He couldn't help letting out a sigh, though in truth his luck wasn't actually bad. This skill book was a vital necessity for teams if they wanted to progress in the future, and the sooner they obtained it, the better. Due to this, the current market price was ludicrous. Even if a player listed it for 1 gold, there would still be plenty of teams making a mad scramble to obtain it. Skill book Revive. Description allows a priest to revive a fallen comrade. Requirements: incantation, gesture, and material. Properties: revive a fallen comrade can only be cast while outside of combat. This skill requires 10 seconds to channel. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Restrictions: priest can only be learned by a member of the righteous faction. He skimmed through its description before storing it back into his bag. It would become quite valuable to him in the future, so he didn't plan on selling it. Besides, he wasn't short on money either. After traversing through a vast stretch of thickets, he eventually encountered a ruined city constructed at the center of the marshland. As he approached the city's perimeter, his gaze fell on the once towering walls that had been eroded by the elements. Upon closer inspection, he could still see traces of its former majesty. Looming past the walls stood an imposing pyramid constructed out of stone slabs, placed at the city center. Even from afar, he could see various characters from the Dark Era carved on each slab, every single one of them radiating an ancient aura. This ancient stronghold experienced countless battles and wars. No one knew what year or what month it happened, but the city had long since been devoid of life. All that remained were the aged pillars and walls that whistled a lonely ballad as the wind passed through them. No mistake, I found the right place. Nyan circled the outer perimeter of the city for some time until he found the main gates. He sorted out his inventory before setting foot inside the city gates. As he crossed the threshold from the gates into the passageway, he was met with the sight of countless ruins. Moreover, the instant he entered the walls, the sky suddenly turned dark. It was almost like he had been transported into another dimension. Darkness enshrouded everything, and he could no longer see outside the city. There was only the eerie sight of the ancient ruins in front of him. System: you've discovered the Sulgata Rampart. He saw rows upon rows of dilapidated buildings that led to the giant pyramid off in the distance. As he peered through the passageway at the main road, he saw the ghastly bones of the dead littering the pathways, streets, and sidewalks. Suddenly, he felt a cold chill assault the back of his neck. A cold wind blew, and the scattered bones began moving on their own. Seeing this, he hurriedly climbed to a higher vantage point. Shortly after reaching a reasonable height, the countless bones of varying sizes began to assemble together. There were some of short stature, seemingly belonging to dwarves. Another group looked almost reptilian in nature, if you ignored the enormous bony wings that were growing out of their backs. Presumably, these belonged to the dragon race. The rest belonged to the human and giant races. These undead were what remained of an ancient battle. Countless lives belonging to various races were lost inside this stronghold. Their souls couldn't move on to the afterlife, so they persisted through the ages and lingered by their remains. As soon as they sensed the breath of the living, they would reanimate their bodies and seek to exterminate its source without fail. Nyan scanned over the nearest ones using transcendent insight. Skeleton Sentinel, extremely frail, level 10. Health 120, 120. Skeleton Mage, extremely frail, level 10. Health 80, 80. Skeleton Ripper, extremely frail, level 10. Health 150, 150. The skeletons had small health pools, and their attacks weren't powerful. In addition, they possessed the extremely frail modifier, so the level disparity between him and the mobs could be ignored. Even so, their sheer numbers couldn't be underestimated. The entire passageway was filled to the brim with skeletons. Moreover, since they were undead, they couldn't bleed nor be stunned. Stealth was also useless against them since they detected the living through the presence of life, not sight. He hurriedly distanced himself from these undead. If they discovered him, they would charge over in a rush to exterminate him. After putting some space between them, he slowly made his way forward. Eventually, he encountered a lone skeleton sentinel. He unsheathed his daggers and dashed in. Opening with an assassinate, he then followed up with Vital Strike and instantly smashed it into smithereens. System: you've successfully slain a skeleton sentinel, plus 200 experience for killing a monster above your level. You've received 230 experience points. Though these skeletons were relatively weak, the experience they gave was quite decent. Just as Nyan killed the lone skeleton sentinel, a group of skeleton sentinels and skeleton rippers from across the passage noticed his presence and bolted towards him. There were over a dozen of them running at him like an incoming wave. The skeleton rippers were the first to approach as they brandished their blades. The skeleton mages behind them raised their staffs. Crimson and pale white energy coalesced together, forming an otherworldly blaze, and a rain of ice and lightning magic followed as well. God damn it, why are there so many of them? He inwardly cried. After a quick glance behind him, he discovered the exit had been sealed off as well. There were skeletons everywhere. He fled from the fight and dashed toward a fork in the path. Although their numbers were great, their movements were clumsy and awkward. Thus, if he didn't act carelessly, they wouldn't pose too much of a threat to him. Bang, 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 several spells exploded by his side as he dashed around the corner and escaped the skeleton mage's attack range. As he fled from the skeletons, he observed the path ahead of him and noticed another mob of enemies aggressively charging in his direction. He couldn't retreat since the rear path was sealed off by skeletons, and he couldn't advance into the charging skeletons. Nyan quickly looked at the walls beside him. They were roughly 5 meters high and littered with footholds due to their eroded state. He leapt into the air and scaled the walls. After reaching the top, he gently landed on the other side. There were several skeleton mages scattered around the vicinity of this path. In addition, many bones littered the ground, seemingly yet to reanimate. He didn't dare to be neglectful and dashed towards one of the skeleton mages with his daggers raised. After a brief exchange, the skeleton mage collapsed to the ground and shattered into fragments. The other skeleton mages had already noticed his presence and were in the middle of casting their spells. However, he was lightning fast and quickly finished them off one by one. Afterward, as he began picking up the items that dropped, the bones on the ground trembled and began reassembling themselves. He didn't stay any longer and promptly fled towards the exit. However, as his feet stepped past a few tiles on the floor, he felt a slight vibration beneath his feet. Though it had been extremely minute, he still detected it immediately. Traps, he hastily jumped to the side. Boom, the tile he had stepped on exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. Several of the nearby skeletons had been caught by the explosion and were blown away. The shock from the blast destroyed them as they collapsed into a pile of bone fragments. Some of the shrapnel from the explosion also struck his body and caused several damage values to rise above his head. 12, 13, 15. He broke out in a cold sweat as he lay sprawled on the ground. These landmines were extremely terrifying. If he had taken the full brunt of that explosion, he wouldn't have even left a complete corpse behind. Although the landmines were dangerous, with a single explosion being able to instantly kill a thief, there was a slight 2-second window before they actually detonated. As long as he maintained his awareness, he could pass through safely without a hitch. Nyan climbed back to his feet and dashed toward his destination, clearing out the skeletons as he traveled along the narrow, twisting passages of the Salgado Rampart. After clearing out several passages and finishing off the last nearby skeleton mage, his experience bar had risen by 2%. Along the way he had picked up many items, though he still hadn't had the time to sort them out yet. As he advanced onwards, he eventually encountered an area with no skeletal remains. Finally. This ought to be a safe area. He sat down and began sorting through the items he had recently picked up, 27 coppers and 2 subpar pieces of bronze equipment. Just as he was about to close his inventory menu, a shabby-looking scroll at the bottom corner of the window caught his eye. Only then did he recall that he had obtained such an item. He must have picked it up from that skeleton mage he destroyed earlier. Written on this yellowed scroll were the ancient characters of the dragon race. It read, "Ancient spirits awaken from within the shadows." It was a special one-use item called a spirit summoning scroll. As the name suggests, the player could summon an ancient spirit by activating this scroll. However, there were downsides. In the event that the player failed to control the spirit, they would be devoured in turn. It was quite an uncommon item. In Salgada, the likelihood of it dropping was 1 in 2,000. So if one were lucky, they'd obtain it every so often while killing skeletons in the area. The ghost summoned by this item wasn't all that strong. At best, it could be used as a meat shield. However, in an area like Salgada that was filled with countless roaming skeletons, this item was surprisingly handy, though there was a slight problem. His low level would make it difficult for him to control the summoned ghost, which meant that it was highly possible it would try to devour him. Should I use it or not? Nyan pondered for a moment. If I'm capable of controlling it, then I'll have a meat shield at my disposal. If I fail, however, my only loss will be a scroll. With those thoughts in mind, he turned and surveyed his surroundings. It's pretty spacious here, and for the time being there won't be any monsters to disturb me. After thinking for a bit, he bit into his thumb and pressed it onto the scroll, using his blood to draw a dark red mark. As his blood gradually seeped into its fibers, the scroll began to radiate with a faint glow. The ancient seals written on the scroll were slowly beginning to activate. Soon, a dark, ghastly energy emerged from the scroll and gradually condensed into the form of a person. The spirit he summoned was a ghost assassin. It appeared translucent and held a shadowy dagger in its hands. Ghost Assassin, level 10. Health 230, 230. Its stats actually weren't bad for a level 10 summon. In his previous timeline, he had also used this item when he was level 10 or so. In those days, the price of a spirit summoning scroll was about 8 silvers, which wasn't considered to be very expensive as the average player was able to buy them. If he were to sell the scroll at the marketplace now, then considering its current rarity, it would probably go for around 10 silvers. Ghost Assassin's combat strength was decent, and it had a summon duration of 30 minutes. It also possessed 3 skills: Shroud, Concussive Blow, and Self-Detonate. With this summon at his side, his leveling speed would certainly increase significantly. After being summoned, the Ghost Assassin didn't move at all. Instead, it scanned the surroundings with its cold eyes. Nyan attempted to control the ghost, but it didn't budge an inch. He tried once more, and this time it actually moved. I succeeded. His heart filled with pleasant surprise. With the Ghost Assassin by his side, he'd have an extra hand to help fight the skeletons. Contrary to his expectations, however, the Ghost Assassin's dagger flashed with a cold glint as it suddenly dashed toward him. Shit, this asshole is trying to devour me. This wasn't entirely unexpected, though, as he never had high hopes to begin with when he summoned it. His level was simply too low. Moreover, the ghost wasn't merely a level or 2 above him. It was 5 entire levels above him. Controlling it couldn't have been an easy matter. In the event that the player failed to control the summoned creature, they would be the first thing the summon would aggro onto. As it sped toward him, Nyan rapidly pulled back and dodged the Ghost Assassin's oncoming attack. Then, seeing an opening, he quickly pounced forward and went on the offensive. Vital Strike. Nyan shouted out as he slashed his dagger across the Ghost Assassin's neck. Yet the attack seemed to be ineffective, as its shadowy neck simply restored itself almost instantly after being cut. Brandishing the dagger in its hand, that ghastly being dashed forward and answered with an attack of its own. Nyan was forced back onto the defensive and had to constantly retreat as they fought. Their positions were ever-changing as they moved about the area. This ghost was much stronger than those frail skeletons. Thankfully, he had only summoned a Ghost Assassin and not something tankier, so although he was 5 levels below it, his damage wasn't insignificant. 23-25. 2 damage values rose above the Ghost Assassin's head. After losing a sizable chunk of health, the ghost's body began to sway and fade, eventually disappearing from sight. Nyan had lost sight of his target. No matter how hard he concentrated while searching, he was unable to detect its position. The level discrepancy between them was just too large, so he was unable to see through the Ghost Assassin's shroud. He cautiously retreated to a nearby wall, then pressed his back against the stone so he would only have to face attacks from the front. Suddenly, the nearby shadows flickered and a silhouette emerged at his side. The dagger in its hands deftly struck towards his head. The Ghost Assassin was also capable of using Concussive Blow, and Nyan was a goner if he let himself get stunned. Seeing the dagger approach, he quickly sidestepped the attack and avoided a perilous situation. But just as he dodged the attack, the Ghost Assassin turned its blade back and lashed out at Nyan again, though this time, its dagger transformed into 3 flashes of light before it struck. 52, 57, 56. The unexpected chain of attacks cost him the greater half of his health. Nyan hurriedly pulled back, just narrowly evading the Ghost Assassin's second flurry of attacks, then leapt away to put some distance between them. He took out a basic health potion and poured its contents down his throat, instantly restoring 30 health. Seeing the Ghost Assassin draw near, Nyan swung out his right arm and attempted to hit it in the head with a concussive blow. The Ghost Assassin's head split in 2 from the force of the strike, but rapidly began recovering to its original shape. While its head recovered, the ghost halted its movements for several seconds, and those few seconds were all Nyan needed to unload enough attacks to bring it down to a third of its health. He proved to be a bit too greedy with his attacks, though, as he continued attacking even after the stun had worn off. He didn't have time to react as the Ghost Assassin slashed at his chest. 76. A critical hit, the attack reduced his health to 13%, leaving him badly frightened. Without sparing a second, he quickly fell back with swift retreat and applied a combat bandage. +20, +20, +20. The Ghost Assassin had no intention to let him rest as it rushed towards him with a dagger aimed right for his head. Nyan dodge rolled to the side, evading the attack, then swiftly retaliated with Assassinate. His dagger slashed across the Ghost Assassin's chest. His attack also dealt a critical hit and brought the Ghost Assassin down to 5% health. The Ghost Assassin suddenly let out a cry as its body turned a dark shade of red and began to rapidly expand and violently surge with energy. It wants to self-destruct. The explosion from a ghost assassin self-destructing was especially terrifying. He had been caught in such an explosion before in his past, and it caused him to lose over 80% of his health. But that was when he was level 10. As a level 5, he probably wouldn't even be left with a complete corpse. Judging that it was too late to escape the blast radius, he rushed at the ghost assassin and planted his dagger in its throat. Vital strike. The ghost assassin's health fell to 0 and its self-detonate was cancelled. As it dissolved into thin air, it let out a single mournful cry. Ha, ha, ha. Nian gasped for air. That bastard was more difficult than I thought. As he recovered his stamina, his eyes happened to glance over the ground. It actually dropped something. Although the ghost assassin was a summon, as soon as it broke away from the summoner's control, it would become indistinguishable from common mobs. This meant that it could drop items upon death like any other mob. Nian bent down and grasped the item that had dropped. Upon further inspection, it appeared to be a skull that was roughly the size of his palm. Numerous delicate patterns and designs were carved onto the top of the skull, and there were even 2 green gems embedded in its sockets. Cursed Skull Fate Item. Fate items were spread by the powers of the Chaos faction. They were extremely rare items and often possessed unimaginable effects. This information came from the dark region known as the Underworld, an area filled with pestilence and blight. There, countless creatures roamed amongst the lands dotted with ancient tombs. In addition to that, the land was also where the undead flourished, being home to wraiths, skeletons, ghouls, and all other sorts of dark entities. Aside from evil necromancers, who beckoned the unliving with their magic, no others could approach this land. The Spirit Summoning Scroll was an item used to bypass countless layers of earth and summon spiritual entities directly from the underworld, most of which had never seen the light of day. Some fate items served as catalysts for necromancers to summon spirits, while others were dark items that contained powerful curses. Though no matter what their use was, not even necromancers were fully capable of controlling these items as they desired. Just like their name suggested, the outcome of using a fate item could only be left up to fate. Nian read over the Cursed Skull's description. In order to activate its effect, the player was required to crush the skull, whereupon 3 fate dice would be summoned. Once activated, there was no turning back. The player must roll each die, otherwise they would be cursed. If a 4 or higher was rolled, then the player would receive a reward. If the player rolled a 3 or lower, however, they would be inflicted with a curse based on the result. The lower the roll, the heavier the penalty. Inversely, the higher the roll, the greater the reward. Be it a reward or a curse, opportunity and risk were 2 sides of the same coin. Additionally, the Cursed Skull would disappear if it wasn't used within 5 minutes. After he finished reading the description, Nian felt an indescribable sensation in his chest. The outcome of using this item was hard to predict. This was because the summoned dice were rolled by the system, which meant it was impossible to cheat, and thus the end result depended entirely on luck. This meant each roll had a 50% chance to be a boon and an equal chance to be a curse. Nian calmly sat on the ground and started eating a loaf of bread to replenish his health, though his state of mind was anything but tranquil. Gah, it all depends on my luck. Even he couldn't say for sure whether his luck was good or bad. While pondering about what his next action would be, Nian closely examined the skull in the palm of his hands. The skull had a gem embedded in each eye, and they were flickering with a ghastly light. As he stared into the eyes, he felt as though they were staring back, watching him. It was calling to him, telling him that it was simply providing him an opportunity. As for whether he dared to challenge fate, that choice was solely up to him. The future was filled with uncertainty. Nian firmly grasped the skull in his hand, despite still being entirely hesitant about what he should do. If he delayed his choice any longer, then the fate item would vanish without a trace. He endlessly questioned himself to the point of torture. In such a situation, no one would dare make a rash decision. As the minutes and seconds continued to pass by, he suddenly recalled an old folktale in the game. It was about an old man who arrived in a village carrying a sealed chest. The old man entered the village square and told the residents that he would unlock the chest and give all the contents within it to whomever paid him a silver. Yet in the end, not even a single villager was willing to spend the money for the chest. Eventually, the old man left, however. From then on, the residents of that village would often lose sleep as they tossed and turned in bed, recalling the old man and his mysterious chest. They regretted not paying the silver and getting to the bottom of that chest. The moral of the story was quite simple, and it applied to his current situation rather well. If he didn't use this cursed skull and let it fade away, then perhaps he would end up like those villagers, endlessly thinking back to one event with regret. There's no harm in trying my luck. Nian firmed his resolve and gradually exerted more strength on the skull in his right hand. Crack, it began to split under the pressure as he gritted his teeth. Pop, the cursed skull was crushed into pieces. The next 20 seconds passed in complete silence, as if everything in the vicinity had been frozen in time. Suddenly, an enormous bone-white, six-sided fate die emerged in the sky, suspended directly above Nyan. Each face had a different number carved into it. 1 to 6 appeared in ancient, crimson-red characters belonging to the spirit race. It awaited his attempt to challenge fate. After taking in a deep breath, Nyan slowly extended his right arm. As his hand hovered over one of the floating die, it began to spin at an incredible speed, with the number facing him changing at a rapid pace. The scene was easily capable of making a person's head spin from dizziness. Stop! As soon as he called out, the rapidly spinning fate die immediately came to a rest, and the number was revealed before him. The bolded character was in a shade of red that resembled blood. Shit, I'm out of luck. Almost immediately, a sinister, malicious energy covered his entire body and slowly drained his strength. Pestilence of the Frail, your strength has been permanently reduced by 10. The terrifying curse sent chills down his spine and caused his heart to freeze over. Even if he was a top expert, losing 10 strength was still incredibly difficult to bear. Each stat point was as precious as the next. Not to mention that, outside of leveling, permanently raising a stat by even a single point was an extremely challenging task. To Nyan, it seemed as though the scarlet number painted on the die had transformed into the slithering tongue of a devil, flamboyant and alluring. It gazed at him in a mocking manner. The die had only landed on a 3, yet it had permanently reduced his strength by 10 points. He had a hard time imagining what sort of severe curse he would have come under if it had landed on a 2 or even possibly a 1. Even worse, he still had 2 more rolls to go. He didn't dare think about the consequences that potentially awaited him. Would he end up a cripple? In that case, he would have to delete his character and start all over again. His fate was unknown, and because it was unknown, it was all the more terrifying to think of. However, he couldn't back out now. The next fate die was quietly floating in the air. If he didn't roll before a certain amount of time passed, he would be automatically cursed regardless. Was he regretting his decision? No. To be more accurate, he didn't have the time for regret. He hovered his right hand over the second die, causing it to rapidly spin in the air. He didn't know if the next roll was going to be a dazzling reward or a debilitating curse. Though no matter the outcome, he was unable to escape this trial of fate. What if it's another curse? No, it definitely won't be. Stop, Nyan called out. The tone of his voice revealed his faltering resolve compared to earlier, but he still pressed on regardless. The ivory-white fate die was akin to a snake coiling itself around his heart. The sound of the die stopping practically caused his heart to stop beating. 5, it landed on a 5. Then a white radiance descended over him, and he felt as though a huge weight had been lifted. It's not a curse. As long as it's not a curse, then it's okay. Nyan regained his calm and checked the system announcement, whereupon he immediately checked his skill window. There was an extra skill in one of the slots. Undead Rite Undead Temple Magic. Rank 1, sacrifice 30 health for a 20 chance of controlling a targeted undead for 3 hours. The player can only control a maximum of 5 undead at one time. Cooldown 30s. Apparently, where there were sacrifices, there were also gains. When he saw Undead Rite, he couldn't help but feel excited. It was actually temple magic. Elemental Hall Magic and Undead Temple Magic were both classified as high-level skills. After losing 10 points of strength, this seemed like a reasonable return. After all, since he had the Chapter of Courage, it was possible to make up for the permanent loss in strength after 25 levels. In addition, this rare skill was a priceless treasure. In the future, he'd have an advantage when leveling and traversing areas filled with undead. Unfortunately, that was where the celebrations would come to an end. The last die floating in the air caused him to gaze at it with a complex expression. This item could truly allow a player to reach the heavens in a single bound. At the same time, however, it could also consign a player to the deepest layers of hell. Fate tended to operate in an unfathomable way. It could grant a person a short respite during their time of suffering, only to send them straight to eternal damnation afterwards. Life or death, nobody knew for certain what fate had in store for them. If he wasn't willing to take on the risks, he wouldn't have crushed the skull in the first place. Nyan forcefully calmed his mind and extended his hand over the die. A bountiful reward or a malignant curse, the final result of his gamble would remain shrouded in mystery until this final die came to a stop. The fate die began to spin and tumble in the air as his unknown fate beckoned to him. Seeing the die rotating at a dizzying speed, he broke out in a cold sweat. Please, please don't let it be a curse. Stop. He felt like his heart was going to explode out of his chest. The die immediately halted, and the strange demonic character revealed before his eyes was shockingly. A 5, another 5, perhaps 5 was his lucky number. The surprising result of the final roll left Nyan feeling an indescribable amount of bliss. His only hope was that he wouldn't roll another curse. He never actually thought that he would receive a reward, much less what the reward might be. After all, rolling 3 fate dice wasn't something an ordinary player could afford. This extremely dangerous gamble made him feel as though his heart had been constricted from all the stress. System, you've received Pandora's box. Pandora's box fate item. What the hell, another fate item? The first one had already given him enough of a headache, yet he was given a second one. If this one was just like the first and could cause him to be cursed, then he'd rather have it disappear. After experiencing the fickle nature of the fate dice, he vowed to never partake in such a terrifying gamble again. Partaking in a dangerous gamble like that just once was more than enough, so he wouldn't regret letting the second chance disappear. Pandora's box was a perfectly shaped, silver gray cube. On each face was a different carving depicting various things such as a sinister skull, a fiendish devil, an angel, and so on. Not only were the carvings both vivid and lifelike, they were also meticulously detailed. In addition, these carvings seemed to be imbued with a peculiar energy. Yan examined Pandora's box a bit more closely. Fortunately for him, it didn't fall under the same category as the cursed skull. In fact, it was actually quite the treasure, Pandora's box fate item. Item description. Insert 3 pieces of equipment of equal grade into Pandora's box for a 10 chance of obtaining a piece of equipment of a higher grade. All pieces of equipment are destroyed upon failure. Insert a piece of equipment and a fortune gem for a chance of raising its grade by 1. Upon failure, the piece of equipment is demoted by a grade. Counter cycle equal 3 seconds begins when activated. If cycle number is even, luck +5. If cycle is odd, luck 5. User restriction can be used by all factions. This item was actually quite a rarity. Although he had heard of such an item in the past, Yan had never actually come across one himself. In addition, it didn't lose out 1 bit to legendary grade equipment in value. He could put 3 pieces of gold equipment inside Pandora's box for a 10% chance of getting a piece of dark gold equipment in return. Of course, there was a 90% chance of failure as well, which meant the loss of all the items he had inserted, but the potential return was well worth the risk. For example, if he inserted 3 pieces of dark gold equipment into the box, he had a chance of obtaining a piece of sub-legendary equipment. The slight caveat was that very few players would actually dare to stake 3 pieces of dark gold equipment on such a gamble. After all, equipment of that rarity was extremely expensive and hard to obtain. The second method allowed the player to raise the grade of their equipment by using fortune gems. These gems were expensive items created by jewel crafters that increased the success rate of inserting gems into equipment sockets. Usually their market price averaged around 5 silvers, but the real challenge was actually finding them being listed up for sale. Moreover, most of those who bought these gems couldn't bear to actually use them. The item's ability to affect luck was also very useful. It could influence the drop rate, crafting success rate, etc. 5 points might not sound like much, but it was actually quite a significant amount of luck. It could increase the drop rate when killing monsters by 200%, crafting success rate by 1/5, and so on. As for the inverse, when the player's luck was reduced by 5 points. Let's just say that at that point, anything that could go wrong was guaranteed to go wrong. This item would basically divide the player's time into 2 periods, one where they would be the luckiest man in the world, and one where they would be the most unfortunate soul in existence. Yan pondered for a moment. It wasn't necessarily a lucky item, but he could try his best to trigger events when the timer was on an even cycle. Even though 3 seconds passed by in the blink of an eye, he was confident he would be able to gauge the timing properly. This blessing had arrived so abruptly that he had yet to figure out what item grade Pandora's box belonged to. This was quite the conundrum, one he'd certainly need to slowly research lest he miss any details, but that was a task for the future. Right now he needed to get moving. After standing up, Yan stored Pandora's box away in his bag. It seemed that in this gamble, the risks had brought more reward than punishment. Realizing that he was 1 step closer to understanding one of the many mysteries of fate, Yan felt his heartbeat fluctuate. As soon as the fate dice disappeared, time in the area seemed to start moving again. The frozen skeletons in the distance resumed their movements and once again began closing in with the intent of surrounding him. Many skeletons who had seen Yan while patrolling the area attempted to get closer to him, but upon drawing near, they simply stopped in their tracks. It wasn't until the fate dice disappeared that they finally resumed their pursuit. Because of this, a large mob of skeletons had gradually built up nearby. When Yan looked over, he saw them packed tighter than sardines in a tin can. So many skeletons. Yan didn't dare stay here any longer and hastily fled towards a nearby wall. The outer district of Sulgata resembled an immense labyrinth. He didn't even know his own location. He was simply relying on his own judgment as he moved towards the gigantic pyramid that stood at the center of the city. While navigating the city, the distant pyramid made for a convenient landmark. The skeletons didn't stop their pursuit. As soon as the skeleton mages got within range, they raised their staffs and rained magic down upon his location. Nyan leaped into the air, and just as he set foot on top of the wall, boom, 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 the volley of spells battered the wall and sent a large amount of debris flying everywhere. 21, 27, 25. Numerous damage values rose above Nyan's head, bringing his health down to a third after only a single round of spells. There were just too many skeleton mages below him. After drinking a health potion, he jumped down to the other side. His landing was graceful, but that didn't mean he was out of danger yet. The only way Nyan saw to shake off the skeletons was to deviate from his current path, which would bring him further and further from the pyramid at the center. However, he had no other choice. He had to lose the skeletons that were pursuing him. Nyan eventually came across an opening that seemed to lead to one of the city's public squares. Even further off in the distance, he was able to make out a coliseum. It must have surely been an imposing sight back in its prime, but now it was nothing more than surely the work of several centuries of erosion. Even though it was now in ruins, when Nyan stared at the dilapidated relic from a long-gone era, he was still able to imagine how it would have looked in the past. System you've discovered, Salgata Coliseum. So it was the city's Coliseum. Nyan had been through this area in the past, but he never actually took the time to look around and explore this Coliseum. While making his way through the plaza, Nyan suddenly felt something give underneath his foot. It's a pitfall. He had been too distracted by the imposing sight of the Colosseum in the distance and didn't bother to examine the area for traps. Thus, in his carelessness, he ended up stepping right into a trap. Nyan suddenly leapt forward in an attempt to jump away before the ground beneath him completely collapsed. To his shock, however, he discovered that the pitfall trap he had stumbled into was gigantic. It spanned over 20 meters wide. How could he possibly leap that far away? Before he could get away, the ground collapsed, sending Nyan into a free fall. He didn't know how deep the pitfall was, so he readied his featherfall gem. If the pitfall was too high, he'd have no choice but to use it to prevent himself from dying from fall damage. Thud. However, those worries seemed to be unnecessary as he landed on the ground and only a 26 rows above his head. It seemed the pitfall wasn't too deep, only around 10 meters at most. Nyan had fallen into a square room surrounded by prison cells. Above him hung several night pearls which illuminated the area below. As he took a good look at his surroundings, he then realized just what kind of place he had fallen into. He was likely dropped into an underground dungeon. On either side of him were two enclosures with stout metal bars which firmly prevented escape. As he peered through the gaps and into the enclosures, he saw a gigantic set of bones in each one. The bone piles reached roughly 4 meters in height, and he could see enormous tails, skeletal wings, and lizard-like skulls mixed in. These two skeletal remains had most likely been dragons when they were alive. Since this dungeon wasn't too far from the Salgata Coliseum, it seemed these dragons were forced to fight in the gladiatorial arena. As prisoners of the Coliseum, all of their freedoms were wrested away, and they were made into tools of entertainment for the nobility. When Salgata finally fell, they were most likely abandoned and kept locked in their cells, left to starve, and eventually turning into skeletons. While Nyan was lost in thought, the two bone piles suddenly trembled and slowly began to reassemble. Roar, roar. The two skeletons let out indignant cries which reverberated across the entire dungeon. They resembled two vicious beasts as they charged at Nyan. Bang! The iron bars of their cells violently shuddered after being rammed by their large skeletal frames. Their cages slightly contorted as the bars had been bent askew from the collisions. The skeletal dragons cried out furiously as they repeatedly slammed into their enclosure, causing the metal bars to warp just a little more each time. Nyan felt their cages wouldn't be able to hold on much longer due to the continuous impacts. These dragons probably held great resentment and vexation during their passing. Thus, their souls were unable to move on and they became undead. They were much stronger than ordinary undead, and their dark red bones possessed a metallic luster. Nyan used transcendent insight to examine these skeletal dragons. Undead Dragon Gladiator Leader, level 10. Health 600, 600. They were leader-class monsters, and they shared a common trait among most skeletal undead. Their healths were much lower in comparison to their living counterparts. Even then, these two level 10 leader-class monsters still weren't something he could handle. The undead dragons could easily kill him. He glanced at the walls of the pitfall above him. It was too high. It would be impossible for him to climb out of it even with the aid of the silk spinner ring. As he looked around for somewhere to escape, his eyes happened to fall on a tunnel in the distance that appeared to be the dungeon's exit. However, the tunnel was sealed off by an iron gate. The gate was firmly clamped shut by a giant padlock. He didn't have any thoughts of smashing the gate open. It simply wasn't possible. He wasn't like those undead dragons who possessed large bodies and robust frames. After the repeated collisions from the undead dragons, many metals bars were visibly damaged and bent out of shape. The cages were becoming increasingly weaker with every passing second, and eventually they collapsed, freeing the skeletal dragons as they charged towards Nyan, simultaneously facing off against two level 10 leader class monsters in such a confined space would result in his untimely demise. The two large skeletal frames came barreling towards him from the sky. They possessed bones even stronger than metal, a powerful body that was full of strength, and a giant tail covered in bony spikes. No matter what he did, it would be impossible to defeat them. It was hopeless to try and fight them directly thus. He quickly scanned his eyes over his skill bar. He could only entrust his life into this final hope undead right. This skill was the only thing that could save him since it had a 20% chance of controlling a targeted undead. Whether he lived or died all depended on this skill succeeding. Due to the level disparity between him and the undead dragon, he wasn't sure he'd succeed in controlling it. In the same instant the skeletal dragons neared, Nyan activated the skill and targeted one of them. Undead right. System, you've targeted Undead Dragon Gladiator with Undead Right. Your health has been reduced by 30. System, Undead Right has failed. As soon as he read the system notification, Nyan activated Swift Retreat and rolled out of the way. A giant tail whipped towards where he had just been standing. Boom, clouds of dust rose into the air, and large cracks were left on the ground where the tail had struck. Since the two dragons had charged at him at the same time, one of them ended up ramming the other, so they were both sent staggering several steps back due to the impact. Taking advantage of this brief window, Nyan activated Undead Right once again, though the attempt was shortly followed by an announcement of the spell's failure. Thus, before the dragons recovered from the collision, he rolled past their legs. Managing to stabilize himself with some difficulty, he then fled to the nearest corner. Not only did the undead dragons miss with their attacks, they lost track of their target as well. Ghastly green flames flickered in their eye sockets as they searched for Nyan's whereabouts, eventually finding him hidden in the corner. Shortly after discovering Nyan, one of the skeletal dragons lifted its leg and attempted to crush him. Nyan hastily ducked out of the way. Boom, the stomp left a deep imprint in the floor. Following the first one's attack, the other skeletal dragon attempted to stomp him as well. He was frightened half to death as he continuously evaded their attacks. Fortunately for him, the narrow passages of this dungeon further limited the movements of the already clumsy undead, and since their attacks were relatively slow, he was able to barely hang on to his life. However, if this battle continued to drag on at its current pace, he would probably end up dead regardless. Undead Right. System, you've targeted Undead Dragon Gladiator with Undead Right. Your health has been reduced by 30. System, Undead Right has failed. Now that Undead Right had failed 3 times in a row, Nyan only had a tenth of his health remaining. While evading the attacks, he pulled out a basic recovery potion, downed its contents, and then applied a combat bandage to himself. After evading the skeletal dragon's attacks for several breaths of time, Nyan cast Undead Right once again when his health bar recovered to 52%. In the same moment, the two skeletal dragons attacked. System, Undead Right has succeeded. Shortly after the system announcement appeared, Nyan felt a strange energy being birthed in his mind. The energy rose above his head and shot straight at one of the skeletal dragons, disappearing into its body. With Undead Right succeeding, Nyan rolled out of the way and evaded the oncoming dragons. Boom, the dragons missed their target and rammed into each other, the impact stunning both and sending them staggering several steps back. In the meantime, Nyan hid in a corner and attentively gazed at the dragon he had taken control of using Undead Right. Did I actually succeed? What's the result? Nyan didn't have high expectations in successfully controlling the undead dragon due to the level disparity between them. Thus, despite the announcement, he didn't dare to confirm if he had truly succeeded. This was possibly his last chance at survival. If he missed this opportunity, there would be no more. Two skeletal dragons and Nyan formed a triangle as they stood in this narrow underground dungeon. However, at this moment, the two dragons were staring at each other. Time seemed to flow in reverse, returning Sulgata to its prime. When beasts and gladiators fought in the barbarous Colosseum, blood splattered everywhere, painting a vibrant scenery of crimson red. The dragon who had been targeted by Undead Right stood there blankly, staring out into space. The ghastly flames in its eyes seemed to be affected by some sort of foreign energy. Boom, boom, it slightly shook about as if trying to break free of the fetters binding it. Please, God, please let it succeed. Nyan prayed for the skill to succeed. In reality, he was an atheist and didn't actually believe in God or any divine deities. However, there was a certain entity in Conviction God of Light that could be considered God, and at this point in time, he became a devout and pious follower. The other dragon suddenly took action and leapt at Nyan. It pressed toward him and aimed to end his life. Just as the skeletal dragon leaped into the air, the other dragon, who had been targeted by undead right prior, rammed into its side. Boom. The two dragons collided again, and the one that was attacking Nyan was sent flying. Perhaps some divine existence took pity on Nyan and answered his prayers, because undead right had unexpectedly succeeded in controlling the dragon just in the nick of time. Under the effects of undead right, a glowing black aura emerged over the dark reddish hues of the skeletal dragon's bones, transforming it into a huge metallic beast that brimmed with berserk power. System, set a name for your new servant. Nyan thought for a moment and decided to name this dragon Dark Gladiator. It seemed appropriate, considering its appearance. After being successfully controlled by undead right, Dark Gladiator's stats rose by 10%. The already formidable skeletal dragon had become even more of a matchless powerhouse. Its only weak point was it could only act as a temporary companion and only lasted for 3 hours, whereupon its soul would be consumed by undead right. It was hard to imagine that someone could possess control over such a terrifying monster.